Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the #1 tournament that we have been waiting for so damn long, and it is finally upon us. Welcome to the Quadrant 4K Open Series for Europe. My name is Tudors, and alongside myself, I've got none other than the beautiful Captain James Forrest himself, rocking things out on the B stream. Mate, it's gonna be an absolute banger of a day.
Man, I'm absolutely so excited for this. Top 8 EU teams. We got Quadrant up top, sponsoring all. Man, these custom overlays are sick. We got to see them earlier, and they look real fun. Mate, I love this color. We should rock this color more often. But
we should, yeah, we definitely should. I mean, it's giving me like super Bruce Banner vibes. You know, we can at a certain point we might just metamorphosize into the Hulk at a certain point. That's like the kind of vibe that I'm personally getting from it. But let's go ahead and actually discuss the festivities that we actually have going on today, because naturally, in case if you guys don't know, we have two separate streams actually rocking out right here on twitch.tv/Europa Halo, and then the main Ace stream taking place on twitch.tv/team_quadrant. So the one thing that you should as a viewer be doing naturally is have both streams open at the exact same time, preferably on two different monitors. If you don't have two monitors, then I guess you might just have to like cry about it a little bit, but that is the only way to watch everything that we have available this evening, because there is so much damn Halo action spread across two different pool plays, two different groups, mind you, as well. There is so much stuff that you do not want to miss out over the course of today.
Yeah, I'm super excited. We're going to go through some groups. So the way this worked, if you weren't aware, everyone signed up last week. Top 6 went through on HCS points, went through to this week. Last 2 spots were battled out in a qualifier. Group A, it's going to be Quadrant as the #1 seed. It is also going to be Jumpout Gang. They were the 4th seed. A Wobble Bobs were the 5th seed, and Regain were the 8th seed. So they actually qualified from the losers final of last week. Pool B, well, it's Navi up top as the #2, JLINGZ as #3, BH3, the French guys, they're going to be the 6th seed, and then CatSmileGaming, who won the winners final last week to get here.
Yeah, no, the teams that we actually are participating in today's event is completely stacked. Just as you mentioned, Navi, for example, they are still vying for that #2 spot, or vying for that #1 spot as being the best team within Europe. Basically just second to Quadrant at this certain stage. And if we take a look back at sort of the matches that have transpired over the last couple of months, drawing things all the way from the Charlotte qualifier as well, and the previous 4K tournament that we saw just about 2 weeks ago, or 3 weeks ago maybe, they are very close to actually overpowering Quadrant and becoming that #1 top dog within Europe, to say the very damn least. In the previous matchup that Navi and Quadrant actually met up, it was Navi that forced out a grand final reset, and they unfortunately lost 4-0 in that reset as well. But Navi have shown immense transitions in improving overall, and we've got other bits of talents, as you mentioned, BH3 as well, #1, or basically just the #1, ending things off in pole position at the Gamers Assembly LAN just a couple of weeks ago as well, being the #1 team out of France. So the talent that we have in the server for this entire tournament, it is about as stacked as it can be.
Yeah, I'm really looking excited. I'm really looking forward to this, mate. It should be really exciting. We're going to be covering first game we're covering is BH3 versus CatSmileGaming. As you mentioned, BH3, they won the Gamers Assembly LAN in France. They've looked really good. They've been together a few months. For them, now it's time to take the next step. Right now, it's time to they can hang with the big dogs. It starts against CatSmile. Squashy and Warlord, they've been together a long time. And I know they have Marcus, who is the only mouse and keyboard player. I'm pretty sure. So that's also going to be interesting. It is going to be best of 5s the whole way through, right up until the end. So best 5, we're going to start with Empyrean CTF, Aquarius Slayer, Strongholds Live Fire, Oddball Recharge, and Slayer on Streets if we need it. But mate, which map are you looking forward to?
Personally, I'm looking forward to Empyrean's CTF. I love myself a little bit of good old Pit, and the fact that it is the #1 map to start off. This particular Best of 5 series is our opening game on the B stream, BH3 versus CatSmileGaming. I'm super duper excited for it as well. And also to quickly touch on CatSmileGaming, also no slouches whatsoever. They did, as you mentioned a little bit earlier, finish off as the first seed from the qualifier for this event just last week. On top of that, not necessarily in the most cleanest of fashions, but they were able to maintain a very, very strong run throughout that open bracket. If I'm not mistaken, they didn't even get dropped all the way down. So absolutely no losses whatsoever. Technically, it was a very, very flawless performance throughout the entire qualifier event. Dropping a couple of maps here and there is still very, very indicative of just how scary this CatSmileGaming roster actually is. And going up against the winners of one of the only European LAN events that have been hosted this year so far, I mean, they're truly going to have their mettle tested one way or the other.
Yeah, and I think out of the two, Pool A and Pool B, I think Pool B is by far the harder group. Na'Vi, I mean, we talk about it so much, right? Quadrant, Na'Vi, those guys are clear 1 and 2. JLINGZ, they've not really kind of secured that #3. You get the guys from BH3, you get CatSmile. There could be some big upsets in this group. I expect Na'Vi to be #1. I expect Quadrant to be #1 of Pool A. But as to who comes second, mate, I honestly have no idea. It should be JLINGZ. Like, it should be these guys. They performed so well in Season 1, but as we've kind of progressed into Season 2, we've got rid of Ascend. We lost Ascend. I guess we didn't get rid of them.
No, but not intentionally, no.
No, not intentionally. But as Quadrant and Na'Vi have got stronger, JLINGZ have kind of failed to really hold on to that third spot. Wobbabobs, Jumpout gang, these guys are kind of coming as well. So I'm excited to see what BH3 and CatSmile can do, because I believe anyone can come second in this group. So I'm ready to see how it rock and rolls.
At the end of the day, Group B is the most competitive, as you mentioned, and that second spot, well, off of the assumption that Na'Vi are just going to outright blow out the rest of the competition and finish first themselves, that second spot is realistically up for grabs for any one of these 3 teams. But naturally, given the overall tenure that JLINGZ have had ever since they basically entered the scene formally as an organization in the last year of 2022, they should, in theory, end off second just because of how much history there is with this JLINGZ roster overall. They've got the backing of an organization that has basically spread their resources across multiple esports. They have attended multiple international LANs in the States on top of that. Even though that particular roster is no longer the same as the one that we currently see right now in the year 23, they should on paper still vie for that second seed out of Pool B, and if they don't, well, it's going to be quite the upset. But then again, if they don't make it into the actual playoff bracket for this evening, I wouldn't be that surprised, just because of how stacked BH3 and CatSmile realistically are, and they have proven that over the last couple of months.
I'm looking at this this JLINGZ roster, and it looks pretty scary on paper, right? 2 Foxy, Septic, Quad, Respectful. Like 2 Foxy, who subbed in so well for Quadrant over in the States. Respectful, you know, Brand has so much experience, right? Quad, Septic, these guys. You know, JLINGZ, you thought they had a really good squad, and then they subbed out a couple of people, and now, you know, I want to see how these guys are. Obviously, they didn't play last week because they still have so many HCS points that they carry through as the 3rd seed, and that's kind of what Europe is, right? So many teams change all the time that actually it's really difficult to work out who is that team, or who are the ones that are going to stay together. Because apart from Quadrant and Na'Vi, I think everyone else has changed at some point. So it's I think it's going to be exciting to watch them. That is going to be our second game. So first game is BH3 versus CatSmile. Then we have CatSmile versus JLINGZ. And then for the third game of pools, we're going to switch over to Pool A, and we're going to have Jumpout Gang versus Wobbabobs. But I do know that on the A stream, Na'Vi versus JLINGZ is going to be the first game. So yeah, both of Pool B going to get covered at once. That's going to be pretty exciting, mate.
Yeah, no, seeing Na'Vi versus JLINGZ is also unironically a game that I really, really would have wanted to cast myself, but luckily enough, we have some tier 1 talent taking care of that particular game, and you can obviously just keep that stream open on one of your secondary monitors at home. I'm definitely going to be doing that as well, because it is going to be very, very indicative as to how JLINGZ have technically been performing over the last couple of months since the start of the year as well. I mean, at the end of the day, right, they had a couple of roster swaps, as you mentioned, with the transfer window having formally closed just a couple of months ago. And while we didn't necessarily see them in play, like just the two of us with our own two eyes, over the course of the last couple of tournaments, both in-house and for the HCS 4K tournaments, for me, they are still a little bit of an unknown quantity. Sure, they do pack quite a bit of a punch. As you mentioned, on paper, they are one of the best rosters, easily locking in a top 3 theoretically within Europe as well. But I still have almost zero idea how JLINGZ will perform in reality compared to last year, because I just haven't had the pleasure or the honor of seeing them with my own two eyes as well. So seeing how JLINGZ are going to perform in that opening matchup versus Na'Vi is going to be truthfully very indicative, and it will set a baseline expectation as to whether or not they will be able to actually make it into the playoff bracket. Because if you can pull off a very close performance versus Na'Vi, who have been on an absolute rip and tear over the last 4 months, then truthfully, there are not a lot of teams that could potentially stick it to you.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, I still think Na'Vi will probably 3-0 them. Like, that's just probably the way it's going to be, because, you know, that gap is just so big between Quadrant and Na'Vi to everyone else. Yeah. And really for Quadrant, obviously they would love to win their own tournament, right? We talked about the prize pool, 14K. There's 8K for first place, 4,000 euros for second place, and 2,000 euros for third place. Quadrant would love to obviously win their own money back. That would be great. But I think, you know, it's going to really be, the final will be between them and Na'Vi. And it's just going to be the little things, the kind of finer pointers about who is going to get this game done. But yeah, I think for the other guys, it's really about who can take second. And if you look at Pool A, Quadrant, Jumpout Gang, a Wobbabobs, Regain, who do you have finishing second and third?
That is a little bit of a tough question. I do have to say a Wobbabobs, just because of the fact that I've seen them personally in the last couple of months within the previous, or technically the first 4K tournament that we hosted within Europe, and with some of the other competitions as well, just a little bit earlier on for the Charlotte qualifiers, much earlier in the year for the kickoff major. I personally haven't seen Regain or Jumpout Gang play all too much, but at the end of the day, I know what to expect from a Wobbabobs. I know what to expect from that roster. They drew it so damn close versus Na'Vi in a couple of previous games, and while they haven't necessarily had the biggest of luck actually closing things off in a very successful fashion, they still do look like the number 2 spot from this Pool A.
Man, that's spicy. I would have gone with Jumpout Gang.
Really?
But yeah, I think for Jumpout Gang, if they can put it together, I feel like Jumpout Gang have a higher ceiling, but also are a bit more variable from what we've watched. Like, some games they're really on it. They're pushing Na'Vi all the way. Some games it just doesn't look like they're kind of all together. So if Jumpout Gang can just kind of keep it together and keep it all pointing in the same direction and really like push it, I think they got a really great shot. I think for Regain, that's gonna be tough, man. Like, that is tough Pool A. Yeah, they made it through losers final. In fact, they for Fun Day League. So Fun Day League, which is Hollers, Sandel, Blizz, and Sticker, they lost the winners final 3-1 against CatSmile. They fell to the lower bracket against Regain in the final, and they actually lost their 3-0 as well. So Fun Day had the chance to kind of make it through twice and weren't really able to kind of get it across the line. But for Regain, yeah, they beat LaHazy, they beat Flamboyant. Like, those are good teams. Yeah. But CatSmile beat them 3-1 in the winners semis. So it'll be interesting to see kind of if Valkyrie, Nemains, Shabby Dagger, Desire, if those guys can take it. At the moment, I would have to put them fourth in this group, just because the rest of that group is so strong.
Yeah, no, it is a ridiculously stacked group as well. Maybe not arguably as stacked as the group B that we currently have available, but yeah, they obviously do have to pack along their boots and their hiking sticks, because they do have a literal mountain to climb in this group A at the end of the day. And while they do have quite a lot of talent as well, it is still going to be, well, they are for them, from their own perspective, I would assume that they are literally in the group of death at the end of the day. It's kind of just like that one, it's that one meme from Simpsons of I'm in danger at the back of the bus. I forget. What was his name? Ralph? I think it was. Yeah, Ralph. He's in a little bit of danger right over there. That's how I feel the story actually is for... yeah.
Just slap Regain's name over the top and logo. Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong. Like, Pool A is definitely, like, that's a group of death for 4th place. And, like, second will be kind of a toss-up between Jumpout Gang and a Wobbabobs. Whereas Pool B is, like, apart from Na'Vi, everyone is really kind of equal. Yeah. So it can be that anyone can finish second, anyone can finish last. So I think that's kind of where the more exciting part of that will come. But yeah, we will hopefully not be too far away from getting you into a game. I know you're excited. We're excited as well. Like I said, it is going to be BH3 versus CatSmile. Can BH3 take that LAN success and bring it back into an online? That's the real question I want to see.
I think so. I mean, at the end of the day, for the majority of teams that actually do get to play together in any esport, physically together in real life, whether it is at an actual LAN event or just simply put in a boot camp environment, you are going to build up a level of chemistry that a lot of other teams within the current tournament simply don't actually have the luxury of experiencing. I mean, sure, JLINGZ, they were boot camping constantly and consistently before Seattle and the World Championships, but for the rest of the teams that we have available in that Pool B, I mean, realistically speaking, you've only technically got Na'Vi and BH3 that have actual experience playing together side by side, shoulder to shoulder, and building up that little bit of physical intimacy that you actually have with the rest of your team, which just translates more often than not into success in the server as well. So that is where I feel BH3 definitely have got the upper hand in their entire group, excluding Na'Vi, but versus the side of CatSmileGaming, obviously it is definitely going to help them to a certain extent.
Yeah, I agree. I think, and I think kind of this Pool B matchup, I think is going to be probably one of the closest, if not the most interesting one out of the group, which is kind of why we wanted to bring it to you first as well, because in a best of 5, I would see this going to 5 games kind of pretty easily. Having said that, I know we are having some technical difficulties in the background. It wouldn't be Halo without it. So yeah, we're going to throw to a quick break and we will be back as soon as possible for BH3 versus CatSmileGaming in the Quadrant 4K.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back and thank you so much for your patience. I believe almost everything that was going wrong on the back end has been completely sorted, but we are still just a few minutes away from actually chomping down on the first match of the day. Our first best of 5 between CatSmile and BH3. Just to once again quickly take you guys through the map veto in case if you guys are just joining in. We are going to be starting off with Empyrean CTF, followed by Slayer on Aquarius, and then Strongholds on Livefire. Those are 3 guaranteed maps to open things up. And James, you know me. I'm just an absolute Empyrean enjoyer.
I know, mate. You know me. I'm an Aquarius enjoyer.
Yeah.
So at least, hey, we
are
both get
mortal
to have
enemies for life.
Yeah, we both get to have the map that we want straight up. So that's super good. I do think though that Oddball Recharge, Slayer Streets, I do think we'll see those. I don't think this will be a 3-0. As we are going to get into the action quick before we get into it. What is your prediction for the series? Who do you have winning and what's the score?
I don't know. CatSmile 3-2 maybe? Well, that's already a quick way to deal with the overshield. That is just about as brilliant as you could start things off for CatSmile.
Wow. Yeah. BH 3, that is a crazy start. Just, you want to get overshield? That's okay. I'm just going to yeet you off the side of the map. I have it 3-2 to CatSmile, by the way. That's
okay, so we're on the same page. We're on the same page.
That's what my prediction is. As you can see, Sunriz here already has 3. Is going to try and get the pancake. Is not going to get it done. Is going to get taken down by Warlord, who is 4-1 to start.
Yeah, good start off coming out from him, and we do have Marine with the S7 at the exact same time. One more mag left on in, but he's just going to get shut down quite easily, courtesy of Yume right over there. And I do believe that we also had a flag pull a couple of moments ago, but it really didn't amount to anything. That flag was quickly reset back by CatSmile. Power weapons are still just moments away from actually coming back online, and Warlord, well, actually that was Marcus who got absolutely pooped on. We'll lose out on the S7, picked up once again by Yume, who just absolutely domed Squashy.
Yeah, mate, that was, yeah, it's still about getting domed. Bastos, though, A free-for-all enjoyer is Bastos. Watching him in a few of the free-for-all games, it is going to be CatSmileGaming in the red, BH3 in the blue. The French guys versus CatSmile. As we talked about earlier, Marcus is on mouse and keyboard. The only player, what? He looked like he sniped in between his legs. Great shot. Sunrise is going to trade, though. And as you can see, mate, I love the addition of these little player cards in the bottom left. How sick do they look? That little cat always smiling back at you. Looks great, mate. I love it.
I know. It looks pretty sick. I mean, obviously, you've got like tier 1 tournament organizers like ESL, and they usually do like live player cams. No, everyone on CatSmile is indeed a cat. This is an entire... this is a server full of furries right over here, and they have absolutely no issues with it whatsoever. Squashy hopping on with him for the time being is just camping on that spanker, as we do have a flagpole coming on through for CatSmile as well. Now, BH3, ball is in their court, so they're going to have to try to rectify the situation quite fast. Spanker picked up by Squashy, 1 kill found, the second easy cleanup with the battle rifle on top of that as well, and that should be more than enough to secure this flag progress, and CatSmile can get this first point under the belt. Trade comes on through, and technically CatSmile should have the space to get that flag in.
Yeah, unless Bastos is going to perform a minor miracle, which he cannot. Marine is going to cap the first flag, so we are off and running. Just about 3 minutes in to game number 1, round number 1. Mate, it was good for CatSmile to get on the board there. Brilliant play to kind of walk it in. It looked like Bastos had the OS, does not have any longer, but look at this. There are 4 members of BH3 all around this flag. Yumi's going to start getting shot by Marine. He's going to take him down. There's 2 dead for the side of CatSmile, and it's going to be Sunrise who's going to get taken down by Warlord on the defense. Warlord also finding Bastos.
Yeah. Getting a piece. That's just about everything you need for him, laying down his life on the line to keep that flag from building up any further progress, doing a good job of cutting down as many players as possible. There is Warlord getting himself a 3-piece in the span of about 10 seconds right there, double fragging in the slaying department so far, top within the server on top of that, and he is just ripping and tearing his way on through. Man is not showing any signs of stopping, and he's coming back for seconds on top of that.
Yeah, on a killing spree, 13 and 4 already. He has managed to almost single-handedly just make Brainiac non-existent in this server. Brainiac is 2 and 9 right now, just not able to get anything going as Warlord. He's going to find another assist. And CatSmile building from the top here to try and get into this flag. Warlord picking up yet another kill on Brainiac. Man, I have to tell you what, though. Yeah, and that flag is out again. And this might already be a second cap. What can the boys do here? That's going to be a kill assist. Squashy's going to find 1. Doesn't look like there's anything going to be able to stop that flag. What can Sunrise do? Absolutely nothing. And Tudor, CatSmile, 2-0 already.
Yeah, Warlord doing an absolutely sublime job of maintaining mid-control and chiming in here and there. Not necessarily credited with any of the kills, but it doesn't really matter. He did a brilliant job of softening up all of those BH3 players trying to mount up the retake to send that flag back home, and he just did a brilliant job. Eventually finally put to an end, punished for his previous crimes as he hit 16 kills. And we do finally have Sunrise also taking that spanker. I believe this is the first time that BH3 get away with the rocket launcher, but that one's not even going to land at the mark. That rocket is in an entirely different postal code, completely wasted. So CatSmile, they have the opportunity to pick up yet that another rocket, but a near full team wipe coming out for BH3 means that CatSmile have plenty of space to go for yet another flagpole right here.
Yeah, that was a crazy whiff on that rocket. Marcus showing the mouse and keyboard skills to get that double kill. And it is going to be Marine, who is going to pull this flag towards top mid. What can do Sunrise? I think it's actually Sunrise. But Sunrise gets the double kill with the spanker. And it's going to be, I believe it's Yumi with the flag return. And now they're going to pull the flag as well. So a complete turnaround here for the side of BH3. What can they do to get it done? Yumi's going to find the kill. Yumi's going to get the assist as well. And now only Squashy alive for the side of CatSmile. Flag going to go through top. What can Yumi do? Oh, drop shield.
Oh, that's a brilliant play coming on through. He was just starting to get peppered and tickled by that S7 directly from behind, but Yume single-handedly running this flag back home is going to net BH3 their first point, and it couldn't have come at a better time because we have just over 5 minutes left in this opening game, and now we see a sign of life, a heartbeat coming out from BH3, another flagpole coming on through. Suddenly, CatSmileGaming, they're getting absolutely dominated, and there's nothing they can do about it.
Sunrise with the overkill. It's going to allow Brainiac to take this flag. He's going to cap it as well. And suddenly, in the blink of an eye, Tudor, it's 2-all. Sunrise with 15 kills. Warlord on 19 as well. Can't quite repulse that, my friend. Squashy waiting. He's trying to find where these members are. 2-all. Oh, that's a great stick. Great stick there to trade out as Brainiac. Gonna find a kill as well, but 3 dead for the side of BH3. Only 2 alive. Ooh. Oh, that was great from Marine.
Yeah.
Almost had Warlord pancaked. But CSG, the Cats, they're gonna just reset. Wait for this spanker. And they're gonna make another push on here. But mate, this has been so close as Warlord's gonna find a kill. He's gonna go down. But Marcus, the mouse and keyboard man, is gonna get a kill. Can he find a second onto Brainiac? Not quite. But mate, this is hectic now. 4 minutes to go. Bastos with the overshield.
Yeah, let's see what he can do. He does find one, and that overshield has been completely exhausted and just stripped away from him. He will be traded off at the very least. And there's Marine also getting cleaned up by one of those HEs. Suddenly, it's all down to, well, Marcus and Warlord to try to tame BH3 and prevent them from getting any more progress on that flag. Lovely block coming on through with that drop shield to prevent, well, Warlord from getting naded into an absolute oblivion. They're going to start mounting up the offensive once again. There's Bastos getting shut down, and eventually a trade does come on through with Yume, but BH3 playing the ultimate defensive game right here, and they do narrowly get away with a full team wipe, so now they can try to take the fight directly back over towards CatSmile. That's a lovely opener found by Sunrise as well, and his shields are completely stripped as he hits 20 kills. They'll have to wait for a little bit of extra reinforcements to come on through. These team fights are working to absolute perfection for BH3 so far.
Yeah, Sunrise on a killing spree. Brainiac starting to build into this as well after starting 2-9, 10-17. So I was about to say 10-16, but you know how that always works with casters. Sunrise going to get taken down as well. Now it's Bastos and Yume with the reset. It is going to be Bastos picking up this sniper rifle. Warlord, 25 kills already. Squashy with 15 assists as well. 15, 15, 15. So no slouch in that department either.
Contact going to be found with the S7, and Bastos is going to have to, well, just tuck tail and head back for the hills, as we do have CatSmile actually pulling the BH3 flag. And this is a brilliant play coming out from Bastos as well. He knows that he'll have to play on the defense. Oh my goodness! Ooh. Counter snipe coming on through, mounts up the 2-piece with the S7 to absolutely demolish and skewer CatSmile on the offensive. Make it a third for Bastos on top of that. They have no idea what hit them.
Oh my god, what a defense. Man, just Bastos pretty much single-handedly saving that flag. With 2 minutes to go, CatSmile were running it back. It looked so good, and then Bastos just absolutely denied it. It is going to be Yume on the spanker, and he is just going to be sitting here and waiting. What can his fellow teammates call out for him? And where can he get kills? Wants to put CatSmile back into the grave. But yeah, Sunrise has just been on fire. But Bastos, what an incredible shot that was. And it's going to be Yume who pulls. Is going to get shot to death, though, by Marine. So good defense from him. Marine, unable to find 2, but Marcus is going to clean up Brainiac with the sniper. Is going to get a headshot as well. And Sunrise, well, he's going to find one looking the other way. Can he get the kill? Yes, he can. But Marcus also with the sniper. With 1 minute to go, both teams just, it's scrappy, Tudor. It's just scrappy Halo right now.
Yeah, despite the absolute tear that, well, Bastos went on a little bit earlier. They couldn't quite take advantage of all of the space that was created. They got away with the Spanker BH3, but they couldn't quite put it to good use. And sure, they were getting multi-kills left, right, and center, finding 2, 3 pieces here and there, but the CatSmile respawns have been so damn close to the point that BH3 can't actually comfortably go for a flag pull. And now, well, the shoe's on the other foot. CatSmile, they force themselves into enemy territory, and they've actually gotten away with the flag pull as well. Marine is trying for dear life to run this as far as possible, does take it down the center hallway, but it will unfortunately be brought to a grinding halt as BH3 will potentially get this return off behind the cover of that drop shield. They will keep this match going on for a little bit longer, and with 10 seconds left, James, I feel like overtime, it is basically confirmed right here, unless Yume somehow gets away with the kill. No, he gets shut down, and just as the time is about to expire, it seems as if we're gonna have to run it back all the way to square one.
That we will. We talked about this game being close. We talked about it going to game 5, but game 1 sitting in overtime already, mate. That was honestly so close to getting score. You're right. If he could have got that kill in the CatSmile in the CatSmile base and been able to take that flag, Yume might have been able to do some damage. It's going to be Marcus with that overshield. Is going to have Bastos behind him, though. Repulses the effort of the... Oh, my God. Repulses the effort of the melee. And I think Bastos managed to die and throw the sniper over the edge. Yeah. So great work. Knew he was going to die. Denied the sniper as well. But look at this. As is so often the case in CTFs, could it be that in the first seconds after OT has begun, it is going to be a flag cap? It is going to be CatSmileGaming and Warlord, 29 kills and the winning flag cap. Game 1, CatSmile 1-0 up. Oh, wow. Man, that was nutty.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, see you later.
Ridiculous performance coming out from both squads at the end of the day, but it was still CatSmile to ultimately take things out in overtime. And this is not the first time we've seen it either. I mean, how many times have the two of us witnessed just in the last couple of months worth of Halo play that whenever any kind of CTF goes to overtime, you make one small little mistake, you get a little bit too complacent, and then boom, a flag cap just somehow gets miraculously forced into existence within the first couple of seconds. We saw that earlier as well in the previous 4K tournaments. I can't remember exactly who played at the time. I think it was an Awababobs matchup versus Navi, if I'm not mistaken. And we've seen it just now again, courtesy of CatSmile. An absolutely ridiculous performance coming out from them, but credit where credit is due. BH3, they definitely gave it a fight, and I have to seriously commend Bastos right over there, because without him, that match would have been over so much quicker in favor of CatSmile.
Yeah, and look at these stats. Warlord 29 and 11. Squashy with 15 assists as well. It's going to be Sunrise with that overkill as well, with 26 kills to end it up. But, man, that was nutty. And the stat that I was really interested in was that Marine had 3 flag steals. And when you looked at it, CatSmile had 7 flag steals and 3 conversions. BH3, 4 flag steals and 2 conversions. So slightly better from the side of BH3 in terms of conversion rate, but just didn't manage to get into that flag enough to be able to get it done. So CatSmile in overtime. Look at that cat. Look how happy he looks. He's 1-0 up.
Dude, that cat is absolutely adorable.
Yeah, man. That cat's having a lot of fun. It is going to be Aquarius Slayer. Given what we just saw from Warlord, who kind of was already playing Slayer, that's going to be really interesting with him and Sunrise. Obviously, the camo, the heat wave. Mate, I'm excited to see this. BH3, they want to land, but, man, they got to step it up here.
Yeah, they really do. And now is the best opportunity for them to actually do that, because, well, committing a mistake in any shape or form on a Slayer matchup is not going to be nowhere near as punishing as actually, unfortunately, making a mistake on CTF, for example, at the very, very 11th hour of an overtime on top of that. So now they have the opportunity to obviously rectify some of their mistakes from the previous map. And if you're able to get yourself control of those heat waves and those active camos, as you mentioned, right here on Aquarius, which is a relatively small map compared to Imperium, you should be, in theory, pretty good to go. And when you factor in Warlord's performance on top of that, I mean, yeah, BH3, they do stand a real chance of being able to actually tie things up right here and right now.
Yeah, CatSmile looked real good, and actually, the funny thing was is they went 2-0 up, right? They were looking real solid, and then I don't know what it was, whether they took the foot off the gas or BH3 like finally built into that game. Brainiac starting to get on the board, starting to build it up, had a rough start, was kind of nowhere in the beginning. Mm-hmm. But once they worked it out, once they got it together, the French squad, they understood what they need to do, and they just rushed in, got essentially 2 back-to-back flags before CatSmile could even react. And then, yeah, like I said, right at the end with Yuumi being in the flag, could have taken it. CatSmile also could have capped. So, yeah, I think it was super, super even. I think for Aquarius, it's going to be the same, right? I think this is going to be an even game kind of going through. If it's anything like the first game, CatSmile will get out to a good lead. Yeah. BH3 will pull them back. But, yeah, I think it's going to be, for the side of CatSmile, just do what you were doing before, man. Get Warlord the camo. Get Warlord the Heatwave. Really kind of make sure that he can kind of abuse and use that to really put BH3 to the sword. Also, how good are those like transition graphics, man?
I'd have to rewatch it on the stream because unfortunately on our feed it looks super duper choppy, but on the stream it does look clean AF. So they are super bombastic, super duper fantastic as well, and so has this series actually shaped up to be so far. CatSmile versus BH3, our secondary map is just about to get underway, but hi, welcome back to us, I guess, just for a small little second. It's completely fine. Players are still raiding up in the lobby as well, but we will bring you the action of Aquarius Slayer in just a couple of minutes. No need to worry about that. For those of you guys that are just tuning in, keep in mind that we obviously do have 2 streams running simultaneously right here on Europa Halo and then also on twitch.tv/team_quadrant. So make sure to keep that open as well to stay up to date on all of the actions for all of tonight's festivities for the Quadrant Online 4K series. It is going to be an absolute banger of a day, and it's already gotten off to an absolutely sublime start with Empyrean CTF. I don't know how we're actually going to be able to top that, James.
I hope so. I hope we haven't peaked early. I mean, I'm not sure we're going to be able to top that Bastos sniper rifle though. That was insane start.
Dirty, bro.
Man,
that was absolutely dirty.
Oh, you have that. You have Sunrise's overkill. You have Warlord almost dropping a 30 bomb. Man, I tell you what, game number 1 put the line real high of where we want to be. So. Yeah, like I said, it is going to be Slayer Aquarius once we can get into this game. It's going to be Strongholds Live Fire as well. Kind of what are you looking for from these 2 teams, not only in the Slayer, but I guess in the Strongholds as well? What do you want to see kind of while we wait? We can talk a little bit about this.
Yeah, we can do a little bit of gear crafting. Why not? What do
you want to see from these 2 teams in the Strongholds especially?
So that is a really damn good question. I'm going to quickly sort of like throw us down a trip down memory lane and bring us back to 2 weeks ago, or it might have been 3 weeks ago. Dude, my mind is an absolute complete blur at the end of the day, but I do want to quickly talk about that Quadrant versus Na'Vi game in the previous 4K series, which was one of the best Stronghold matches that I've ever seen in my damn life. Na'Vi versus Quadrant, Strongholds on live fire. Quadrant were about like 247 points up, and all they realistically needed was just 3 seconds worth of cap time. And Na'Vi were able to employ one of the best BNC holds while simultaneously keeping all of their players extraordinarily mobile, to the point that if Quadrant were to actually start contesting or downright capture one of the 3 sites, Na'Vi would ultimately respond with a contestation, and they were able to bring that game back, ultimately taking the entire map 250 to 248. It was probably the longest slog that I've ever seen in my entire life, where over the course of about 7 minutes, Quadrant could only get themselves 1 point on Strongholds. It was a ridiculous performance. So if I'm going to start building up expectations, I will say the one team that is able to take a page out of Na'Vi's book and employ an absolutely sublime BNC hold with these Strongholds is gonna take the cake. Basically, that's where I'm coming from.
Okay, BNC hold. I like it. Yeah. I think it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be one of those things that, you know, we always talk about it, just like you literally talked about just then with Strongholds. Is never over until the end. The amount of times that you see, you know, like you said, 247s or 248s or 249s just not able to get it done because the other team just suddenly goes god tier and just holds out and makes it work. And yeah, it's going to be mad. I think Slayer Aquarius is going to be sick as well. I mean, these guys, they've played this map so much. I know, for example, you know, I get to cast Bastos week in, week out in free-for-alls. And FFA, if you don't know, is only played on Aquarius. So these guys play Aquarius day in, day out. Yeah. FFA HCS is only Aquarius. That is the only map that they play. So he literally plays in free-for-alls, 8 players all against each other in Aquarius lobbies all the time. And I have to say Bastos is pretty good, has a few wins under the belt as well. So he's one of those guys that plays this so much, knows where everything is, knows where the spawns are, knows all the timings, the heat waves, the sidekicks. So yeah, I think for him, I think this is going to be great to show off his skills. I hope I didn't jinx him. Well, that's what I'm going to say. But whoops, touch wood. But no, I mean, I think the guys from BH3 will be great at this. For CatSmile, yeah, you obviously saw how good Warlord is. You obviously know how good Marine is. Squashy's been there a long time. Squashy and Warlord, like we talked about, former Vex roster. They've been around previous Halos as well. Yeah, it's going to be insane. The thing I love about Bastos as well, as I'm getting, you know, from the French people telling me in the ear, he's only 17. That's how crazy that is. Like he has so much room to grow, and he's already so good.
Dude, we're so old.
Yeah,
we're honestly so old. It's crazy how most of these players are actually fragging out in real time. Like I wouldn't be able to put up that kind of performance even if I were to start playing competitively right this second. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. Sad. And just the fact that, look, so you obviously know that I'm not necessarily the biggest enjoyer of Aquarius, and I mean no absolute disrespect to you because you love the map with you love it with the passion of 1,000 suns. I hate it with the passion of 1,000 suns, and being simply put locked into playing Aquarius 24/7 during a free-for-all tournament, it's like being in solitary to me. I do not like this map whatsoever. CTF, I can give it a little bit of credit, but Slayer, it's so boring to me, honestly.
Oh man, that's sad. I know, but look, I'm excited for CTF Aquarius. I know we're gonna roll that in game number 2.
Yes,
and that's map number 3. So you're definitely gonna get some more Aquarius time. Don't you worry about that. But yeah, I think we might go to a quick break. I know that there's some things going on in the back end. So yeah, we're gonna go to a real quick break, guys, while we just sort out what is happening. And then when we come back, we will get back into the action. So guys, don't go anywhere.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are coming in with a little bit of breaking news because apparently we do have to replay that game number 1 of Empyrean CTF between CatSmile and BH3. We have absolutely no information as to why we have to replay this game, but apparently that is just the way that it is. That is the reality that we live in. And so I feel as if, you know, already having seen the game on stream just a few minutes prior, the bar was already like up to here, and it just crucifies me having to replay what was an absolutely beautiful map of Halo. But it is what it is. We're going to be replaying Empyrean on CTF. Let's get right into it.
Mate, I don't know why you're complaining. You love Pit.
I do.
You love this. So this should be fun for you. I believe the official explanation is, I don't know.
We are kept in the dark about this.
We're gonna sprinkle some gameplay in.
Yes.
And then we're gonna come back to you. So
we as we said, for the time being, we have absolutely no idea what is currently going on, if this game actually has to be replayed or not, if we're just going to be continuing with Aquarius Slayer. But I'm a little bit of a loss over here because it was just such an absolutely sublime game that we watched the first time. But as far as we could actually put together, maybe it was because of the fact that the game actually started a little bit too early and might then actually need to be replayed. But either way, until we know a little bit more information, and hopefully we will actually come back to you guys with a proper start and not like a false start that was as we just did a few seconds ago. We are going to quickly jump to a short little technical pause and try to get back to you guys with as much information as will become readily available to us. So don't go way too far. We'll be back shortly. Well, welcome back. We had we finally know exactly what was going on. Okay, it's a pretty hilarious clown fiesta moment. So apparently, because we started off the game a little bit too early, we had to replay it. And because of the fact that we replayed it, we now have officially broken the record for the fastest CTF ever played in Halo Infinite's history. What happened is BH3 effectively put their controllers down and let the side of CatSmile just score 5 flags in a row. I wish we could have casted it. We tried to convince production to let us cast the replay of map number 1, but no, we're just sadly moving along to Aquarius Slayer for the time being, and it's already CatSmileGaming off to a brilliant start, 2-1 so far, as Warlord does get taken down.
Yeah, full respect to the BH3 guys. Look, at the end of the day, you play by HCS rules, right? And unfortunately, they, I guess, not we, they were a little quick on the trigger. Literally and figuratively. So, yeah, at the end of the day, had to replay game number 1, but full credit to the sportsmanship of BH3. They lost the game, so they just let CatSmile easy cap a 5-0 super quickly. And here we are for game number 2. As you said, it is going to be Yuumi with a couple of kills to begin with. 7-8-5 in CatSmile's favor as Marine 4-0 so far, trying to find this killing spree.
And I think he's pretty close to actually securing it. It is Marcus, though, to, well, lay down a little bit of suppressing fire from the top of mid, as we do have a couple of other engagements taking place to the opposite end. Thruster pack also picked up by Marcus as he trying to get right up in their face, up close and personal. Does eventually get smacked down, unfortunately, courtesy of Sunrise. Does get away with a 2-piece trade on top of that, so he did a brilliant job of playing his life there to the best of his ability, Sunrise as well. But it is still CatSmile in a lead for the time being. Not the most commanding of which, but still a gap of about, well, 3 kills as Bastos does claw one back with the heat wave. It's looking really good, but BH3 still in the passenger seat, still needing to recover a bit more.
Yeah, and once again, it is Brainiac who needs to get on the board pretty quick in this Slayer if he's going to have any chance. Yuumi finds the lineup, is only able to find one as Warlord once again takes down Brainiac, but Yuumi, he has the high ground. What can he do with it? He is going to find a kill and an assist as BH3 are going to get within a kill of this CatSmile game, but Marine 8-2 already. Warlord warming up with 5 kills, but Yuumi is going to find another kill as well. Can he find number... No, he can't. I was going to say, can he find number 2? But no, he cannot. But he is going to try and win out this duel with the heat wave. He's going to find an assist. Mate, yeah, as predicted, real close so far.
Yeah, and there's Yuumi finally getting together 5 kills. I believe that's also 6 assists under his belt so far. And we're still waiting for Brainiac to find any kind of impact whatsoever. He's gone. The first couple of minutes so far without finding any kind of impact. 6 kills, or 6 deaths, I should say, to his name so far is not exactly the kind of performance that we would have expected from Brainiac in this second map so far. The rest of the squad are now having to literally throw him in a backpack and carry him throughout Slayer on Aquarius, and he needs to change that quite desperately and quite quickly, because otherwise, if BH3 don't walk away with the W right here, they will be 2-0 down and face losing out on a couple of points in the group stages.
Yeah, every single match in this group stage is so important, not only to getting the win, but even if you are losing but you're winning later, the round differential is important. So if you're getting victories, you want them to be 3-0. You want them to be as clean as possible. As we're going to go on with Marcus, as it is, like I said, as predicted, I might add, Bastos in the double figures, as is Marine. And what a ninja from Marcus as well. Mouse and keyboard power. That's what I say as an NKB player. But, man, Brainiac still having a struggle town.
Yeah, I mean, It's rough seeing him on a goose egg, on a donut, whatever you want to call it, on a bagel. It's just not fun. But we do have Marine with the active camo for, I believe, the second time so far in this matchup. Question is, what can he do with it? Well, easily smack down Bastos, and now he's looking for his next victim as he slips once again back into the shadows. Nate's tossed on through, and now he's just looking to support a couple of his teammates. I believe the AC has also expired entirely. Oh, 2 players that he has to deal with, and he does smack down one on top of that. Brilliant job done in a very precarious situation right over there, and he has got himself engaged but does get away with the trade. As far as I'm concerned, Marine has played his life to absolute perfection as he hits 15 frags.
Oh my god, that was an insane life. Warlord also going to hit the double figures, but man, this is such a close game. And just Brainiac, please activate Brainiac. You don't want to see this. Honestly, please. He got one! He's on the board! He got one. All right. We're all good.
He's an absolute shad right now. 1 kill, that's all that's necessarily needed. Now the rest of BH3, they can just play as if they've played for this entire Aquarius matchup so far. It is fairly neck and neck, though. Still, a small little gap exists between these 2 squads, but CatSmile, they're going to further that as they hit 41 kills so far. BH3, I believe, just about 2 kills behind, so they really have to start picking up the slack yet again as Brainiac does find a secondary piece. Marine with the heat wave is struggling to find a connection, and he does get out of harm's way, but he will eventually be traded off on top of that. So it is still CatSmile in the driver's seat so far as they are moving together like a pack of wolves, looking for isolated engagements to take up BH3. They've got to regroup and they've got to recoup. They do get away with the AC as it comes back online, and that could be the defining factor for them to try to claw their way back into this.
Oh, Brainiac with the heat wave kill. What else can he do? But it is going to be Warlord, who does find the double kill, or the 2-piece, as you like to call it. He's going to pick up the thruster and manage to get away. The sizzle stick's going to go through, but it's going to be 2 kills for CatSmile. And now they are so close. 3 kills away from getting it done. They're going to move as a pack. They're going to spot one out. They're going to find only 1 kill. There is going to be 2 found from BH3. What can CatSmile do here? They're 1 away. They find kill number 49. Can they get kill 50? Yep. They get it done, and it's CatSmile 50 to 45. They are 2-0 up. And mate, you have to say that Brainiac just took too long to get on. 4 and 15 at the end.
Yeah, it's
and man, that was that really hurt.
It does really hurt. I mean, he nearly got away and actually finished that game with a KD of 0.25. Getting 1/4 of the kills that you have deaths is just about the worst performance that you could hope to even put up in an official such as this. And when the stakes are this high with a 14,000 euro price pool, you cannot afford to put up that kind of a performance. And sure, the rest of BH3, they were more than willing to, well, pull themselves together, pull up the slack at the end of the day. At the end of the day, it did actually end up with just a 5-kill difference in between those 2 squads. But imagine if Brainiac was literally on fire and coming right out of the gate swinging from the get-go. Completely different story. Easy BH3 win, but no, it didn't happen whatsoever. And sure, we had Squashy on the other side who played just about as bad as Brainiac, but I mean, CatSmile, they also had one particular player, Warlord, namely, once again, just reliving the glory days of Empyrean CTF and going absolutely ham, nearly dropping 20 kills.
Yeah, both Marine and Warlord dropping 18 kills. That's gonna help you. That's gonna help you get over the line. Not gonna lie, when you have 2 guys just doing so well. But yeah, like you said, just a couple of people kind of MIA during that matchup. So yeah, live fire strongholds. This is going to be a longer matchup, right? Like this is going to take more time. So I would expect these guys, you know, even if they haven't got into it the first couple of games, like I expect someone like Brainiac, he should be able to get into this. For CatSmile, it's pretty easy. You're 2-0 up. You've got momentum. You've got 2 very quality slayers so far on your team who have just been smashing it both games. So it's about how you can control this map, how you can really make sure that you kind of push through and you take advantage early and you don't allow BH3 into it. For BH3, it's pretty easy, man. Like, it's pretty easy. Just reverse sweep. No drama. Just reverse sweep. But for Livefire specifically, it's about, you know, making sure that CatSmile don't get away to a start. Don't let them, you know, be 80, 100, 120 points up. But making sure that you're kind of always trying to isolate these guys. You're trying to hunt in packs. You're trying to keep a setup that you're comfortable with. And really make sure that you can put as many points on the board while stopping CatSmile. We are going to be entering. It is going to be Sunrise who gets the first kill with Bastos' help. And it is going to be BH3 who are capping this B site as Marine's just going to glitch through the ceiling and hang out. But it looks like it is going to be BH3 who are going to get the first points on the board, which super important for them, mate.
Definitely so, and the overshield is about to be online in just a few seconds, and it is CatSmile that have the majority of the control over towards that dummies portion of the map, so they should get that OS absolutely no problem whatsoever. It is Sunrise to be absolutely smacked down. B was being contested a little bit, and now Brainiac is the sole line of defense over towards B on top of that, with the overshield now actually converting this site. It should be a free cap right over here. Now we have CatSmile holding on to B and C with an iron fist. A will be converted at the very least for BH3, but they are still not necessarily racking up points. They do have 13 to their name, but CatSmile quick to overpower them.
Yeah, beautiful work from the side of CatSmile to have that B and C hold. Bastos is trying to go onto this C. Meanwhile, it is going to be Brainiac trying to take this B, and he is actually not going to convert it. No. Oh, but Warlord unable to get that B site, and it's going to be BH3 who's secure. Wanted to bring your attention to the A stream. Na'Vi 1-1 against JLINGZ. So JLINGZ winning the Slayer. Oh, wait, it's kind of one of Na'Vi's weak points, honestly, the Slayer. But yeah, Na'Vi dropping a map versus JLINGZ. And of course, they are also playing the exact same game mode. So they are also on this Strongholds game right now. But CatSmile losing that C to BH3. And it's going to be Brainiac with the cap if he can hold it, which he cannot, but it's not going to be. No, it's going to be reset. Now it's going to be reset. So CatSmile, great work. Warlord, already 8 kills.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely brilliant coming out from Warlord as well. He actually got 2 feet planted on this C site before it was actually converted. Gets the trade, and then his teammate comes on through for the proper reset, but it is still going to fall into the hands of BH3 on top of that. 2 players now falling, traded on both ends, as we have BH3 trying to halt this conversion of B, but nah, it is, at the end of the day, I believe, Bastos to get away with it, as B is once again going to be, well, swapped over back towards the possession of CatSmileGaming. They still hold on to the majority. They are still the ones racking up points, just about to hit 50 for the time being as far as I can see. Then we have Marine once again laying down Hellfire as he shuts down Brainiac in tandem. I believe that is with Squashy finding an extra kill, so enough space created. They're going to take the fight directly over towards C.
Yeah, I was predicting the future. Sorry, guys. Warlord was on 6, not 8. I was getting ahead of myself. But it is going to be the guys from CatSmile capping this C. Meanwhile, BH3 managing to keep A under control. So it is not going to be the trip cap for CatSmile. However, they are starting to rack up these points. So it's still a hectic slash. A beautiful snipe on to Marcus. And what can we see from BH3? I really like how this game is being played. Even though it's 2-0 for CatSmile, it is so tight between these two teams. Both not able to kind of keep and hold a setup. Yeah. But yeah, I hope I haven't jinxed Warlord now. I hope he does get there. I'm sure he will.
He might have, but he is still...
Trip cap for BH3.
Yeah, trip cap for BH3, as we do have Brainiac finally putting his past performance into rearview mirror and actually coming alive right here on Stronghold's Livefire. Squashy is the only player in the server with double digits in the slaying department so far, and he's still got 3 more rounds in that S7, but yeah, his life is an absolute living hell, and his life has also just been brought to an end. He will get shut down as Bastos does get away with the S7 to try to hold down and hunker down on this B site. Shots missed, and doesn't even clean clean up the player that was just at the bottom of that tunnel side as well. A little bit of a fumble coming on through, and that is CatSmileGaming dropping like flies. A full team wipe coming on through means that BH3, they can convert a couple of points yet again.
Yeah, I was going to say, Squashy only had 2 deaths. Now he has 4, but they are still... this game is so neck and neck, and even with 4 players down from CatSmile, BH3 only taking B, not trying to push towards A, not trying to overextend and get this trip cap. They are going to find another couple of slays as well. As I can tell you from the A stream, Na'Vi 250 to 8 against JLINGZ. So at least we definitely have a closer game. I can tell you that, Tudor.
Yeah, not necessarily a steamroll right here on the B stream, as BH3 are starting to come back into fighting form, establishing a lead of their own as they surpass 100 points. Hopping on with Yume, he's going to climb back over towards the Commando Bridge to try to maintain a defense over towards the C side, but guess what? It's completely empty of red silhouettes. CatSmile, they're over towards B, and they're hotly contesting it. Now Yume coming in for the cleanup for the rescue. He does get away with just one, as it's Warlord trying to convert this B side.
You finally got to 8. I didn't jinx it too hard as he gets a double as well. Oh, man. I was scared there. Warlord took absolutely forever to get to 8 kills, but then pops up with the double kill. He's now going to go to double figures as well. He's going to get another one and almost caps the B. Look at that. It's so close, and it's going to get reset. Oh, Warlord. Almost managing to cap that B site, but BH3 with the hold, and they're starting to pull ahead, Tudor.
Yeah, indeed they are. What can CatSmile do to try to stop this progression? It seems as if the B and C hold has been working out just as well for BH3 as it has worked out for Na'Vi in the last 4K tournament grand final versus Quadrant as well. CatSmile, they are certainly struggling to dismantle this. What a shot coming on through from Marcus as well. Brilliant reflexes as well on the MNK. That is exactly what I want to see.
Yume for the triple. Oh, he doesn't quite count for the triple, but he will secure this B site. Actually, for CatSmile, this is starting to become problematic. Every time they try to get this B site, they get really, really close. And Yume again is gonna find another melee kill. But every time they get close to this B site, they get so close to capping it. Yeah. BH3 just stop them, and there's nothing that they can do. These points racking up for the side of BH3. Yume, 14. Can he find 15? No. Marcus and Marine gonna get some kills. Can they finally take this B site? They're gonna try and stick it.
Yeah.
They are gonna get it done. It's gonna be naded to bits. Marine has no shields, but finally, CatSmileGaming gonna get some points, but BH3, they're already over 200, mate.
Yeah, exactly. They need less than 50 points to close this one off. 49, if I'm not mistaken. And CatSmile, well, now they're going to surpass 100 points themselves. They can definitely start building up this comeback and try to quote-unquote reverse sweep it within the map in its totality as well. That's 3 players going down for CatSmile. A brilliant opportunity for BH3 to both cap B as well as A. We do see a hints of red over towards C as well. So CatSmile, they are quick to rapidly mobilize and try to get this and prevent this from actually getting out of hands, but it is Bastos to be taken down. 2 players with strip shields on CatSmile's side over towards top mid. They do drop down into the basement, but there's an overshield down below that'll happily meet them. Yume puts that power up to the best use possible before being cleaned up on top of that. And BH3 active on C, about to convert it. They've got a triple cap going on, and they need less than 25 points to close this one off, James.
Yeah, this is dire straits now from the boys of CatSmileGaming. They managed to find the A. Can they keep the C cap? No, it is going to be a kill, and the C is going to get reset. They've got no time, mate. There's no way they can stop this. It is going to be BH3. They're going to get the victory, 250 to 111. And, mate, that was scrappy. No one really kind of taking it by the horns and grabbing that control, grabbing those slays in the slay department. I mean, no one got to 20 slays, but BH3 managing to grind out the victory, 250 to 111. We're definitely going to map 4. Could we be going to map 5? That's the real question.
Potentially, but now
Yume diff.
Huh?
Yumi Diff. Yumi Diff. That's what it was. That B site. He rocked it.
Yeah, indeed, he did quite rock it, but I'm actually really happy to see that this is more or less the BH3 that walked away with the trophy from Gamers Assembly LAN. This is the expectations that we came into this matchup with for BH3, and now they are finally starting to perform once again. Sure, it is just the start, just the beginning of something that could potentially be really great, but it is a sign of life. It is a heartbeat coming out from BH3. Brainiac finally coming into the game just as he should have from the get-go right there. Obviously not the best performances on Slayer, but he has more than rectified that and just blown the side of CatSmileGaming out of the water collectively as a unit. BH3 fully deserving of that, and now we're going to turn our attention to what could potentially be the most competitive series, the most competitive map between these two squads. Sure, Empyrean CTF was nothing to sneeze at, but Recharge Oddball with a potential of 3 whole rounds to play, this one's going to get real spicy, James.
Yeah, I think this one's gonna be an absolute banger. I love Recharge for Oddball. The ability to play the ball. It's kind of one of those things where every Oddball map is just slightly different.
Yeah.
Right. Like with Livefire, you obviously have back B, have tower to be able to play. Here you've got down by the water, right? Just throw it in the water to reset the ball. Streets, you don't have anywhere to reset the ball, right? So each of these maps play slightly different, which means each time you're doing this, you have to just adjust where the gameplay is. Yumi, he's gonna have no shields. Can he get taken down? Oh, he actually beats Marine. That is crazy, man. 3 players from CatSmile down. Camo looks like it was already used. Oddball still sitting there as we're just going to go pure Slayer to begin this map. BH3, as chat rightly pointed out, now playing as BH4. Now the Brainiac turned up as well. He's doing a great job so far on his side, but is going to grab the objective. Sunrise is going to have it, going to take it into pipes. Oh, that's a missed jump from Marcus. Just blame the mouse and keyboard. That's the easiest thing to do. It works when it works, and when it doesn't work, you can just blame that as well. It's easy.
Yep, super duper simple as well. But 3 players down for BH3 means that CatSmile they can easily rack up some points. Let's see exactly what Marcus can also do with this shock rifle. I'm very curious to see if he can click on heads. Not necessarily. It gets a little bit messy, but at least he does drain out BH3's clock for a couple of seconds right there, keeping them preoccupied. But BH3, they do get away with the skull for the time being. It still is cold for the time being as they're looking to reestablish map control, and CatSmile not to waste any time whatsoever back inside of the service tunnels, but met with stiff resistance as well. Sunrise does eventually get traded back on through, and now it is just Yumi all on his lonesome. Warlord does get away with the skull for the time being as the respawns come on through. BH3 have got to rethink this retake.
Yeah, Warlord. Oh my god, I was waiting to see what he did with the shock rifle. Did not disappoint as well. He is gonna find that grapple. Oh, he almost got out of there before Bastos got him. But it's gonna be CatSmile who pick this up and bring it towards C. They are going to sit in Hydro. They are going to play the ball. So it is going to go down. Great play of the ball as 3 members of CatSmile are going to go down. But yeah, perfect work from them. Just to understand what was going on, read the situation, play the ball. And now we are on board with Bastos. He is going to start getting shot in the back. You know, the depressing thing is we talked about how we're so old. Is that I'm almost twice as old as Bastos. That makes me so sad. That hurts. But he is going to get stuck. That is a great, absolutely great nade. And it's going to be CatSmile still with that slight lead. But yeah, no one really exerting dominance on this ball yet.
Nope, and time is also starting to become a massive factor for both of these two squads. Less than 3 minutes to go, 2 minutes and 40 counting for the time being for either squad to pull ahead. It is still CatSmile just with 23 measly points to their name. And as long as they can prevent BH3 from overtaking them, as they do get their hands on the skull for the time being, racking up potentially just up to 40 points and then letting the clock do the rest of the work for them, acting as a 5th player on the side of CatSmile is a valid strategy that they may want want to enact. There's the Needler. The pink miss narrowly finds some contact. Not the cleanup, though, for Warlord. He will be kicking himself about that one, I can only assume. But it is BH3 to once again retake control of the service tunnel for the time being. We do have a trade coming on through, courtesy of Squashy, if I'm not mistaken, as well. BH3 still struggling right now, James.
Yeah, BH3 just not really able to kind of get this going. And we are approaching 2 minutes. And yeah, so far, the lead for CatSmile is looking pretty good. Obviously, no one has really touched this ball in ages. It's just kind of sitting there. Oh, and what a win for Brainiac as well. That was such a good victory. So important. He is going to find this camo as well. And in fact, BH3 are going to find this oddball, and that is super, super important for them.
This is so dangerous. The shock rifle and active camo combination could definitely pay dividends right here for BH3. We do have Brainiac contributing a little bit, but there's the perfect kill that he was looking for. That's exactly what you want to see, and he's going to continuously lock down the service tunnel as we have BH3 rotating the skull over towards elevator. They know where the spawns are coming from, and BH3, they're doing their damnedest to avoid it at any and all costs. Brainiac gets away with a nice little two-piece at the very end, but his life ultimately brought to an end as well on top of batteries, but he's already done his part. We have BH3 starting to mount a little bit of a comeback, but with less than 1 minute 30 to go, they have got to get some time on the OBJ.
Yeah, thankfully for them, only 11 seconds behind, right? So for CatSmile, this is almost as important about just playing the objective. And what you don't want to see, and what we see so many times, is teams trying to play time, trying to get fancy, and then in the end, the time is so little that the enemy can just drop the ball when they're 1 point ahead and confirm that victory. They are going to bait that ball. It is going to drop right off.
I have no idea if that was intentional or not. Dropping the oddball into enemy territory could have been a small little oversight, or I guess Sunrise didn't know exactly just how far the ball rolls. No.
Yeah, there is 1 minute to go. So they are going to have that ball. Oh, was that a stick?
Nope.
Not quite. Not quite. Warlord is going to find this sidekick, though. There is less than a minute to go, and this ball is down. Actually, he's in the perfect position. Now they're just having BH3 spawn on the other side of this map, but the ball is going to get played a little bit more towards the middle. He has some work to do here. Can he find a double? He gets the killing spree. There's only a few seconds to go. Can they stop this ball getting picked up? Can they find kills? They are going to find kills, and they're not going to touch this ball at all, because it looks like CatSmile are going to win this first round if they can hold on for the last 10 seconds. There is a kill. The ball has been reset, and actually that might play into the hands of BH3 if they can touch it. There's going to be 2 kills in front of the ball, and CatSmile are going to hold on. What a finish. BH3 twice tried to get that ball in the dying seconds. But CatSmile going to take round number 1. My God, what a finish that was. 2 dead bodies within touching distance of the oddball.
They were so close, they could basically sniff it as well, and they were just denied access to that oddball. Brilliantly played by CatSmile, and now they'll have to do it all over again in just a couple of minutes. They may end up taking this entire opening series for Group B in a 3-1 fashion. Let's see if BH3 have what it takes to go the distance and try to build up a recovery. Back on with Marcus right now. He's got the shock rifles, looking for any heads that he could potentially click on, but he does get away with a nice little melee kill right there. Another one narrowly lined up, but not quite able to actually thread the needle on top of that. Sunrise now raining hellfire upon the service tunnels, and he does get away with a nice little frag on top of that to Warlord, but still, no one has yet to touch the oddball. Still, both squads looking to assume as much control as possible. And with that service tunnel presence being dealt with, I think CatSmile might be able to actually get their hands on it, but nah. 3 players down for BH3. This is the opportunity.
Yeah, playing a big old game of keepy off right now. No one actually wants to touch this ball. And I mean, for CatSmile, kind of understandable. They are going to pick up this ball, and this Warlord, they are going to get on the board with 1 singular second of ball time, as they are going to try and drag this ball away. Oh, it's going to be Brainiac beating out Marine there. What I was going to say is that actually, you know, they're 1-0 up. They're 2-1 up in this series. BH3, they have got to do all the pressure, all the running to make this work. For CatSmile, it's just making sure they don't lose control of the ball. They don't lose control of the map. And at the moment, it is BH3 who are going to take this early lead. And, yeah, mate, for CatSmile, I mean, Warlord already 20+ kills, just having an absolute game again.
Yeah. I mean, it's not unlike Warlord to have an absolute field day in the lobby. He's already up to 24 kills and counting so far, and just about half as many deaths on top of that. I mean, he's going to soon break his own kill record from a little bit earlier today, as he hit 29 kills on Empyrean CTF, and now he's got himself 25. But we do finally see a little bit of action towards the oddball itself. It is still BH3 with the majority of the points, as Yumi gets blown sky high straight into next Sunday. And we do have another kill coming on through for Marine. He will get 2 hands on the skull for the time being, but being stuck down towards the very bitter end of batteries, it's you're just about sitting duck down there as well. But he somehow keeps his life in tow for as long as humanly possible, does eventually get traded off. But the key difference that he made is that oddball has been rotated all the way back towards elevators. It is in CatSmile territory.
Yeah, beautiful work there. Just understanding what he had to do. So we're just gonna sit on Bastos for a little bit. It was, you know, understood the plan, plan, right? Just get the ball up into pipes, get it towards your teammates. Probably not going out there, be an annoyance, and he did that so well. It took so long for BH3. Took 2 players as well to eventually kill him. So fantastic work for him just to kind of stall them out. You know, we're again at about 2 minutes to go, and is CatSmile who are going to be in the lead. This is such an awkward place in the pit to have this ball. What can they do to kind of get rid of it? It is going to be on board with Warlord. He finds the headshot onto Bastos. What a kill that is. He's going to find the back smack as well. That's 2. Can he find a third? He finds the third before getting taken down. It's the unofficial triple. BH3 all go down. But meanwhile, the important thing is time is bleeding off this clock, Tudor.
I'm sorry, but that was like the most unorthodox play I've ever seen in my career in casting Halo altogether. I don't understand what goes through your brain to sit over towards the very bottom of mid, tucked in a corner right behind the active camo spawn, hold on to the oddball, and then somehow still get away with 3 kills. I mean, I know you don't have a minimap, I know you don't have a radar, but that should not under any circumstances still happen. Warlord strikes down another. He's already well and surpassed the dirty 30, 32 to his name so far, and he is just enjoying himself. It's a feel-good kind of moment for Warlord right here. The Giga Chad of European Halo, it seems, as he does get away with the oddball reset, taking that back all the way up to the service tunnels. Then we have just about 50-ish seconds left to work with. And now BH3, they're trying to turn things up to 11. They're trying to crank up the heat and force Warlord out of the kitchen, but the team shots are just too on point for CatSmile. And look at this. He's just going to toss out the oddball back further into mid, baiting BH3 to redirect their attention towards the OBJ, trying to draw them out into the open for CatSmile to just once again start fragging out.
Yeah, it's beautiful work from the side of CatSmile. Just like you said, Warlord leading from the front, absolutely smashing it right now. Time is really going to be a factor for BH3. They just got to get on this ball, man. Like they've got to work out a way to frag out, because at the moment it's just not working. They are going to find one coming down there, but he's going to get killed as well. That's Bastos. And the thing is, there's only so little time left to go. Yeah. I also wanted to give an update from the A stream, man. JLINGZ won the oddball, so it's 2-2 between Na'Vi and JLINGZ right now. So yeah. I predicted it would be 3-0, and that ain't it. That is not how it goes. But we're in the final seconds,
and it's done. It's
CatSmile going to get the win, 2-0 off the back of Warlord's +30 bomb. Mate, CatSmile 3-1. They're going to get the first win on the board. And for BH3, yeah, man, like you win at LAN, but This is the big dogs now, my friend. And CatSmile, well, they're not a big dog, but they are a big cat, and they're going to go 1-0 in this pool.
I think I dare call them Panthers, or what do you think is an appropriately big cat to call them?
A mountain lion?
Or just regular lion as well.
Tiger? Yeah. I don't know how big you want to... How big are we talking?
like big enough so that I could use it as a mountain in World of Warcraft. So like a Bengal tiger, for example. I think those are pretty big. But yeah. CatSmile, ridiculous start off to the day. 3-1 in the series altogether versus BH3, unable to really pull themselves together, the French roster. Sure, they had an absolutely sublime performance on Stronghold's live fire, but there were too many costly mistakes that just took place for them over the course of this entire series, with Brainiac not performing on Slayer and with them getting a little bit too complacent over towards the start of Empyrean CTF, making one simple mistake in overtime, which, I mean, credit where credit is due. BH3, they brought back that Empyrean CTF with an absolute wrath. They were 2 flags down and got 2 flag caps in quick succession within 60 seconds. Is not something that a whole lot of teams can actually pull off, but just unfortunately succumbing to that overtime flag cap, not exactly working out for them. But Warlord, oh my goodness, the amount of damage.
Marcus. Marcus, 8.2k on the mouse and keyboard. That's for all you. That's for all us MKB stands. That just absolutely damaging out. Warlord, yeah, 7.4, also ridiculous. Bastos, 17-year-old, 7.6k damage, and man, just that's a massive effort.
You know what to do. Drop down the sticks, pick up a mouse and keyboard. It is the way.
This is the way.
This is the way.
This is the way. But we are going to take a quick break because we need to wait for the other game. Game 2, we are going to be looking at CatSmileGaming versus JLINGZ. As I mentioned, JLINGZ versus Na'Vi in that Game 5 on Slayer. Check it out on the A stream right now. Twitch.tv/team_quadrant. That is where that game is going on. They are in a Slayer on Streets. Once that game finishes, which, we'll both be watching, we will be back here for game number 2 of these pools. It is going to be CatSmile, who is 1-0. Will it also be JLINGZ, who is 1-0? Find out shortly. We'll be back after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are currently just moments away from getting ready to hop into our second match of the day. It is going to be CatSmile versus JLINGZ. As always, my name is Tudors, and alongside myself, I've got none other than the gorgeous James. How are you doing, bud? How are you feeling about that first game that we saw just a little bit earlier?
Mate, I think we've got the right pool to cover. That's what I'm going to say. For those that don't know, Pool A, Quadrant 3-0, a Wobbabobs 3-0. So, yeah, kind of pretty standard there. I would have thought Jumpout Gang put up a little bit more resistance, but yeah, Quadrant clearly just sweeping through that. And is Quadrant versus a Wobbabobs on that A stream right about now with the ever-talented Sherzy and Gaskin taking you through all the action. But Pool B, man, CatSmile, we had the 3-1 over BH3, which actually means they're top of the group. Na'Vi, 3-2 over JLINGZ, having to get it done in the streets. Slayer, 50-40, I believe. But yeah, Na'Vi pushed all the way by JLINGZ, which kind of sets us up for a really, really nice matchup here, which is CatSmile versus JLINGZ. I'm ready, man.
I'm very, very excited for this one. And here's the map video that we have currently for you guys between CatSmile and JLINGZ. Starting things off, it'll be King of the Hill on Streets. Followed up by that, our next 2 confirmed games are definitely going to be Slayer on Live Fire, CTF on Aquarius. One of the only Aquarius modes that I can actually get behind. After that is going to be Strongholds on Recharge, and our very 5th and final game, should we actually need it, it is going to be Slayer on Empyrean. I'm really, really stoked for this one as well, and given just how the first match has actually transpired within Group B so far, obviously CatSmile starting off with an absolute tear. They could have very, very easily also taken their game versus BH3 in a 3-0 fashion, bar the wonky little performance that they had on Stronghold's Live Fire, but JLINGZ as well, showing us exactly what they are made of. They weren't able to close it off in their favor versus Na'Vi, but a 3-2 scoreline is very, very telling as to what this JLINGZ roster is capable of.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that whoever kind of wins this matchup as well, this is going to be the important matchup, right? I'm actually super stoked we get to cover this game because this is going to be the important matchup. Na'Vi, they should beat BH3. Na'Vi should beat CatSmile. So, you know, this game is probably going to determine second place, which is going to be awesome. You talked about Aquarius. I know that you don't like Slayer. There's only CTF though, so at least 50% of that game mode in Aquarius you do like.
It's a really, really fun map mode and competition, but truth be told, I'm just not a Slayer enjoyer at all. I prefer actual OBJ kind of things. Like, you can definitely argue to me that, yes, there is plenty of strategy involved in Slayer, but I would much rather see people go above a 50 kill barrier while actually vying for a flag, but that's just my opinion. Let's head into the actual action. Starting things off, it is already Marine finding an HE frag. A Septic trades things off, skewering Marine's head with that stalker rifle, as Quadios is in a very, very tight corner, a very precarious situation, and he does get away. We have a player drop as well, unfortunately enough. So we are going to get things back up in full fighting form. Yeah, hi, welcome back.
Yeah, so, yep, as per, 7 players ain't going to cut it, so we're going to do, I believe, a full reset, right? No one was really on that at all. In the A stream, Quadrant 3-2 over a Wobblebops. So that's going to be game 1 for them. I expect Quadrant to 3-0 that. Although it must be said that that is probably the matchup for first and second place, given how they both 3-0'd their opponents before. I would have to say that that's probably going to be the top 2 there. But yeah, kind of interesting start. I saw a beautiful nade kill to begin it off. And yeah, Septic on that stalker rifle was looking mighty fierce to begin with. So yeah, everyone kind of did that little opening salvo. Now we're going to reset. And to be honest, man, like, I'm really excited to see this JLINGZ roster. As we talked about at the top of the show, Septic and Quad, they've been there a while. 2Foxy, he stepped in for Quadrant in Charlotte over in the US. Respectful, well, Bran, you know, he was on Ascend at one point as well. So, yeah, this is going to be a really, really good roster. And I really want these guys to kind of take that step and be that third team in EU. The fact that they took Na'Vi to 5 games, including winning the Slayer, including, I believe, winning game 4 as well, the oddball. So, yeah, taking a Slayer off Na'Vi, and if we're honest, Na'Vi, that is kind of like you do see that as one of their weak points. Like they don't,
yeah, unfortunately,
yeah, they don't always win Slayer games, but I mean, really good at
most
OBJs.
Of the times in the last couple of months, I mean, most of the Slayer games that I've seen Na'Vi play personally haven't really been even that close. I think the closest gap that they actually had was about 2 kills worth of a difference. I don't remember exactly if that was. It wasn't even that long ago. It was within the last month or something like that. But Na'Vi, historically, in the year 23, not exactly the best Slayer team that we have seen so far, but their OBJ games have been something to... definitely shake a stick at it. It can be very, very scary at times, but yeah, back to the matter at hand, because JLINGZ obviously having gone through a lot of roster shuffles, or a few roster shuffles, as has the majority of the scene as well. We haven't necessarily seen them with our own 2 eyes.
Everyone.
What?
As does everyone.
As does everyone.
The classic shuffle.
The classic roster shuffle, transfer window, yada yada yada. But this is still going to be like the first time that the 2 of us, at the very least, get to see this roster in a full fighting form in the last couple of months. I haven't really seen JLINGZ actually develop and build up that chemistry with my own 2 eyes in quite some time compared to last year as well. So I'm very excited to see how this roster has developed, and compared to what I just said a little bit earlier in the pre-show before we even hopped into the CatSmile versus BH3 game as well. The first performance that JLINGZ put up in this entire tournament is going to be very telling and very indicative as to how capable they are. And finishing off, as you said, in a 3-2 scoreline versus Na'Vi means that they are definitely here with a bone to pick.
Yeah, I agree. We did have another player crash. That's why we're not quite into this game just yet. Look, guys, it wouldn't be Halo Infinite if we didn't have player crashes. So this is how it's going to be. Yeah, we're not going to be too long. We are going to get in this game pretty quick. But yeah, I mean, we talked about it, right? Quadrant, Na'Vi, we think they're going to be the number 1s, but you know, what do you think? Hey, we're back in this game. Good.
Yep.
Marine is going to find the kill on 2 Foxy, actually. So I think they started on different sides, is what my assumption is going to be here.
Potentially, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter now. We are back into the swing of things, and we can actually see exactly what is going to happen on Streets King of the Hill. I'm very, very stoked. I'm very, very excited for this one, as it is Marine to, well, basically start things off in quite a strong fashion. Septic also coming in for a nice little 2-piece right over there. If he can actually pick up the kill onto Marcus, but no, actually loses out on the duel. That was instead Marine to pick things up. So JLINGZ already, oh no, wait. The team names at the very top they swapped out. I just realized.
You got debated.
Still, though, yeah, I did get a little bit debated right there, but still a good start off coming out from CatSmile so far, as they will start to convert that hill into their own. Not unless JLINGZ actually have something to say about it, though. Marcus with the spanker. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, and it is going to be JLINGZ. The colors are the right way around now, and it is going to be Marcus with that spanker kill. Not going to sit on that point, though. Yeah, pretty even so far. And for CatSmile, important to get off to a good start. You don't want JLINGZ to run away with this. And as I always bring up every time that we play this map, this is the Optic World Championship winning map. And one of the things that is so important when you play King of the Hill is that you have to make sure you are on that hill, or at least they're not on the hill, right until the very final second that time runs out. So you don't get awkward situations like we had in the World Champs. But so far, it is JLINGZ going to be sitting on this hill pretty effectively with Respectful. Had, to be honest, a bit of a shocker in that Game 5 against Na'Vi. So he will have taken some time to just recover and almost caps that hill. But does not quite get it. And now CatSmile going to be sitting on this hill. Marcus going to find a kill with the spanker. Oh, man, if Respectful had just sat on that hill for half a second longer, they would have taken it. But what can CatSmile do here? Also, Team Quadrant, thanks for the 20 gift subs, guys. You guys are the real MVPs here.
Absolute giga chads, the side of Quadrant, gifting us 20 subs. But yeah, I mean, what we have seen so far in the opening couple of engagements, JLINGZ, they are just about half a second away from locking in that first point. They get 2 feet planted on the hill, and they will convert that. It got a little bit dicey. It got a little bit dodgy as well. They granted CatSmile an opportunity to potentially even convert that on a silver platter. A small little mistake, oversight coming on through from JLINGZ, but quickly rectified. Because if they didn't actually get that under the belt, it could have become so much more worse in quite in an absolute hurry as well. But CatSmile, 2 players down for the count. It is a full red lockout for JLINGZ right now, rapidly working their way towards the second point, and you can already see Quadios is the only person that realistically even needs to sit back here and see. The rest of the squad, they are out assuming control of the map and preventing any of these cats from actually working their way into the lobby.
Yeah, it's a few cats frowning right now. However, Quadios is going to get taken down, and CatSmile take down the player on C as well. So, how can they flip this? But the problem is for CatSmile, second time they managed to get on the hill, second time the JLINGZ have already put so much time into it. Spanker going to be coming up pretty soon. Warlord is going to find Respectful. Can Squashy push out? He is going to find that hill assist. And actually, there is... Did he just die? No, we switched over. Okay, 2 Foxy, he died though. And the spanker is sitting there in the middle. Warlord's going to find the kill. Now we're on board with Marine. They are putting some time into this C hill. But as it gets taken down, JLINGZ going to assume control. And so far, 2 doors. JLINGZ getting a good start. CatSmile starting to come back on the hills. And then JLINGZ just clutching up. Getting... oh, come on, guys. Help me finish the point by getting both hills.
Dude, it is such a tease. Just score that second point already for crying out loud, bro. I don't know. I don't know exactly. There has to be some sort of underlying strategy to this that we're not necessarily privy or aware to, assuming a little bit of extra map control, potentially just waiting for another spanker to come online, given that this one only has an extra rocket in it, maybe waiting for the Bulldog, maybe waiting for other weapons to come up before they actually do confirm in that second point. But for now, they've already swiped out 3 extra players on the CatSmile side, to the point that it's only Squashy left, and he's willing to contest that top lobby side. And now, well, they lock in that third third hill, and they've already had the right pieces of the puzzle set in. Quadio's already getting 2 feet planted on that hill, and Co as well. So I guess at the end of the day, just delaying the cap of that hill so they can have the rest of the forces in the prime position to immediately get progress seems to be the right call for the time being. But CatSmile, they are back in a hurry.
Yeah, and you see it time and time again, right? Like, these teams, they understand they're getting hill caps, the same as Respectful did, same as Brand did on the first hill. You know that you're going to cap this hill. You know that time is right there, so you kind of find frags. You take 3 down from CatSmile. You set up towards that second hill. You really make sure that you are able to put a dent in it. Didn't really work this time. They killed CatSmile, they capped the hill, and then the cats just respawned all over the new hill.
Yeah.
So it didn't super work. But yeah, so far, I mean, this third hill, much more tightly contested than the first 2 have been, which is important for CatSmile. We're going to be on board with 2 Foxy. Has 2 rockets in the spanker. What can he do with them? He's trying to find where the cats are hiding. Usually, it's difficult to herd cats. Now he's trying to get his teammates to herd them into spanker range, but he is not finding anything. And finally, JLINGZ gonna get up. Oh, hello, there's one. And he's gonna find one straight in his face. He gets the trade. But JLINGZ gonna go 3 down. In fact, it was only Marcus was left on the map right there.
Yeah.
So CatSmile, 7 people dead in this server, and they're gonna put some time on the board.
Okay, not bad coming out from CatSmile right there and try to convince me that Halo Infinite actually isn't a horror game when you have somebody just immediately vault up a freaking balcony and the only thing you can do is rocket them and yourself. Kind of funny when that works out, but Marcus with the Stalker Rifle narrowly lines up the perfect kill. BR used for the cleanup as he's going to continuously maintain Overwatch for this current hill. It seems to be for the majority just fully blue, but they are just inches away from locking this one on top of that. The respawns for JLINGZ, they are on the opposite side of the map. They're in Narnia right now, and they can definitely try to contest this, but I think you and I full on well know that this is going to be a CatSmile hill, and they should be able to lock in their first point. But as I say that, JLINGZ, they are back with a vengeance.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to continue to proceed towards the end of this hill. CatSmile, they've got to reset and try to get on this hill and make this competitive. And the other map, just to keep people up to date, it is Quadrant 2-0 over Awababobs. And they're in Aquarius CTF, and they're at least 2-0 up in that as well. So, looking good for them. Meanwhile, we're going to come back to the action. And, the bandit kill for Quadios. And a second one as well for the killing spree. Just as CatSmile were close with the triple, he gets the overkill. What an overkill with the bandit and the bulldog. Can they get the hill off the back of this? CatSmile were almost there. And it looks like they're going to be denied their first hill off an absolutely insane overkill from Quadios. That was insane, Tudor.
Yeah, that is one hell of a manner to sweep and swipe the rug from underneath the feet of CatSmile. Absolutely brilliant stuff coming out from Quadios to lock down that hill using every tool available on his belt. The bandit, the bulldog, he strikes fear into the hearts of CatSmile, and they have gone 3-0 up. Sure, CatSmile, they've got this hill firmly under lock, but it is short-lived. JLINGZ once again back in an absolute hurry, and they are just continuously winning out their duels, moving together as a pack. CatSmile, they are running out of time very, very quickly to try to come up with a solution for this, as we do have JLINGZ once again getting more, 2 feet planted back on this hill. They're going to start racking up that progress bar once again. This could very well end off in a 4-0 fashion, despite the fact that Marcus is leading the charge. Top Slayer within the entire server, 24 to his name, but no one else on the side of CatSmile is really trying to is really pulling their own weight, but they do at the very least get this hill back in their own favor, so not all hope is lost just yet for CatSmile.
Yeah, what an insane overkill though. Just absolutely nuts. But yeah, both Respectful and Quadios going to be in the 20s. Along with Marcus. So a good amount of frags here. And it's going to be CatSmile that do manage to get a hill on the board. For Spanker
Doesn't
not
even trade.
used effectively by Squashy, and it is going to get picked up by Quadios. Working out. I think it's Quadios. And they are going to find kills though. What can he do with this Spanker? Finds another, and now it's just Squashy. But a great nade from Warlord. But yeah, JLINGZ. This is probably the hardest hill. Hill number 4. And the thing for CatSmile is that actually they need to get on this hill, but JLINGZ, they don't.
Nope.
There's less than a minute left, and they are perfectly fine just fragging out until the end. Because it looks like at this rate, JLINGZ are going to take the 1-0 lead in what has been a pretty comprehensive King of the Hill.
Yeah, but as you mentioned right now, that clock is going to start working as a 5th player in the favor of JLINGZ. It's all down to CatSmile to try to get 2 feet planted on it, but time expires quite rapidly right there. And CatSmile, unfortunately enough, succumbing to a full team wipe at the 11th hour of King of the Hill, aren't able to close things off in their favor. But it is only just map number 1, but it is good to see that JLINGZ, well, they've always had it, they never lost it, and they showed up and put up quite a performance in map number 1.
Yeah, this is the team that, you know, took Na'Vi to 5 games, so you would expect them to come out with a solid performance. And look at this overkill, man. Just
This was sick, dude.
Filth with the Bandit, filth with the Bulldog, getting it done. And just beautiful work from JLINGZ to go 1-0 up. As we are going to go into Slayer on Streets. And I can tell you that the Quadrant game is 2-all in the Aquarius CTF. So Awababob's doing great to bring that back. But it is JLINGZ who will take map number 131. We're going to go on to Live Fire. Slayer, Tudor, what are you looking for in this map from both teams?
That is a little bit of a tricky question. What I'm going to be looking forward to the most is Warlord just going absolutely ham in the same way that he did in the previous series on Aquarius Slayer. On top of that, and just throughout that entire series at the very end of Recharge, dropping 30+ kills on Pit, getting 29 as well. So yeah, I'm just hoping that Warlord is going to, you know, well, just like Stella, find his groove once again and, well, pull CatSmile over the finish line.
Yeah, and we're not going to waste any time. We're going to remote debt kill as well, as JLINGZ are going to go 4-1 up early.
Oh, this is starting to get rough right out of the gates for CatSmile. Losing out on a couple of individual duels is not exactly what you want to see. They are spread thin. They're getting caught out individually, and JLINGZ, they will happily eat up these team fights.
You're not wrong. For CatSmile, doing a good job of bringing this back, though. Only a 2-kill deficit. Quadios with 3 as well. Ooh, the whiff from 2 Foxy. And still, you're seeing players, after they nerfed that melee range, just sometimes not getting it right. That happens to be one of them. For the side of JLINGZ, though, good start for them. But, I mean, for CatSmile, this is the important bit, right? Like, even after game 1, you didn't want to have JLINGZ get away. You didn't want them to have such an early lead. So respect to CatSmile, they're keeping it close, and you can already see how slow this game is compared to the King of the Hill.
There is Quadius, though, finding impact with the S7. Now attention turned over towards that commando spawn over by the bridge. Narrowly pulls the trigger on the S7, but it's a fairly easy cleanup with the BR once again for Quadius. He can't get the jump, however. I believe that was on Warlord, just kind of moonwalking across the entrance of lobby on top of that. But Quadius, 4 kills to his name so far, and he will finally get blown sky high. I believe that was actually 5, excuse me, but still CatSmile with quite the nasty gap to close off very early right here in Slayer.
Yeah, Quadios going to be 5-2, but it's going to be Squashy who does trade out. And does look like CatSmileGaming going to be able to get this. What a shot from Warlord. Can he find a second? Yeah, those plasmas ain't going to bounce, my friend.
Nope.
Unfortunately, does have the OS. It probably will start getting shot in the back. Can he find a kill? He is going to get one, though. So,
more than enough. That's all he had to accomplish, and he is going to drop the BR actually for the Heat Wave, a very not exactly combination that we see all too often, the Heat Wave plus the S7. It can work at times because that Heat Wave, you don't even really have to aim it, you just shoot in someone's general direction, and then eventually after you strip their shield with the S7, it's a fairly easy pickup. But that S7's last shot is going to be exhausted, so now stuck and isolated just on the Heat Wave, it is going to be a little bit awkward for him to pull off. He's trying to provide coverage, but he just witnessed two players, two of his teammates, two of his comrades getting smacked down inside of the basement, and it is still JLINGZ in firm control.
Yeah, it's going to require the team wipe from CatSmile to close this up. It's going to be Warlord on this commando, though. Is an absolutely fantastic gun for the job, but at the moment, JLINGZ asserting their dominance with a 5-kill lead now. It's going to be 24, 25. Quadios just stares it down and just takes it on. No pressure at all. 25 kills, halfway to victory for JLINGZ. You have to say that no one really having a bad game for them. It is going to be respectful, and Quadios kind of leading the way. 27 kills on the board, and you can see that Marcus, trying his best, is not going to get the kill. And JLINGZ just winning at every single opportunity so far.
Yeah.
Mate, Warlord has had such a good time, just unfortunately not able to get it done. A beautiful use of the Shroud for Septic. He's going to find the OS. He's going to pop it. And if CatSmile are going to have any hope, well, it's going to need to start soon, as he is going to get another kill. But yeah, man, 30 kills already on the board for JLINGZ. And to be honest, Tudor, CatSmile got to do something real quick, because JLINGZ are they're just outclassing this.
Yeah, they are. I mean, strategically, when it came to, for example, picking up that overshield, brilliant use of the smoke, as you mentioned, to just get control of as many power-ups and power weapons as possible. But CatSmile, they are still struggling in the fragging department. On top of that, Warlord unable to actually close off that previous duel right there. So both shields are going to get recharged, and now he has to re-engage. He does use the repulsor to, well, deflect some of those nades so he can continuously re-engage. Finds one down range, but it gets so damn messy, and he will be cleaned up. On top of that, 3 players down for CatSmile, as it's all down to Marcus, the only player on this CatSmile roster to even hit 10 kills or even come near double digits so far. On the opposite side, yeah, you've got Quadios with 12 to his name already, and this gap between the two squads, it's just about to hit 10 kills as well. So, as you mentioned, CatSmile, they've got to do something about this rather quickly as well. But no, they're just challenging 1v2s. They are just granting JLINGZ freebies by the looks of it.
Yeah, they've got to work something out, because they're running out of time and they're running out of deaths, to be honest. JLINGZ just accelerating towards that 50. Quick update from the A stream as well. It is going to be a Wobbabobs who find the CTF on Aquarius against Quadrant. So that is going to a game 4. Quadios with the double kill here, though. Can he find a triple? It's going to get yoinked away from him by 2Foxy. Beautiful teamwork. The Shroud Shield allowing him to pick up that OS. And he is going to have that repulsor as well. They're only 4 kills away now. Marine, well, he's going to get found. 3 kills. Here it is. It's going to be a killing spree for Quadios.
Yeah.
Can they find those last few kills for CatSmile? It might be too little too late. And actually, CatSmile getting staked, Tudor, 50 to 28. Ooh, cat steak. That's not fun, my friend.
Nope, not in the slightest. CatSmile, compared to the previous series that we just saw them play up against BH3, they looked entirely lost right here. There was absolutely nothing going in their favor whatsoever, and there was narrowly enough teamwork as we usually expect from this CatSmile roster. They were challenging so many unfavorable gunfights, very frequently walking into 1v2 situations not in their favor either. They lost out constantly and consistently on those S7s and the overshields. I mean, 2 times back-to-back, we saw Septic just pull off the exact same damn thing. Smoke off the overshield, pick it up, slap it on his chest, and move about his merry day without so much as a sign of life from this CatSmile side. And I really, really hope they do get to change things around on Aquarius CTF, because if they don't, they're going to lose out in a 3-0 fashion, which is not what we want to see.
Yeah, and for them, you know, it's so important that they win this game because they're against Na'Vi next, right? So for the Cats, they have to do their best, or at least not lose by too many, right? Because the fact that they won game 1 3-1 over BH3, the fact that Na'Vi are fighting BH3 right now, and the fact that Respectful just dominated that game, by the way. I don't know if you saw, but double-digit assists, most damage on the team, just looked outstanding in that Slayer, which is fantastic because against Na'Vi in that game 5, he was MIA. He was like 3-17. He was just nowhere. So
not present at all.
The fact that he can bounce back and really kind of go to the top of the score sheet and really show that it was just a blip against Na'Vi, that's huge for them. So JLINGZ, they are 2-0 up. We are on a CTF on Aquarius. Quadios finds a double kill. Can he find the triple early? He's not. However, it is going to be too foxy with this flag inside the first 30 seconds. Can they cap? And they will. Mate, am I watching Na'Vi? That's what Na'Vi do on this map.
What on earth is going on? Within sub 35 seconds, they've already gotten themselves a point right here. Not even full 60 seconds have been expended. Within 50 seconds to the dot, they get themselves 2 flag caps. CatSmileGaming, they're nowhere to be found, James. They are showing us absolutely nothing.
What? Man, like, I know 2 Foxy played on Na'Vi, but bruh, what is this? 2 caps in under a minute. CatSmile just absolutely shell-shocked right now. Now they're in their base. Now they're trying to pull this flag. I believe that's 2 Foxy on the other end as well. He is going to pull the flag a 3rd time in less than 90 seconds. The Cats trying to find this flag, but they're going to get beaten down, and they've only got Marine left. Mate, this could be 3-0 inside 2 minutes. This outrageous. This should be over so quickly. It looks like it is going to be 3-0. It is 3-0 Tudor. What is happening?
This is entirely illegal, seeing 2 flag caps within 2 minutes. I don't think I've ever seen the like. This is probably the greatest CTF that we will ever see JLINGZ play. And they are not about to stop. But CatSmile, they finally get away with a flagpole of their own. But no matter how hard Warlord tries, he cannot get that further than the halfway mark of the map itself before being shut down. Marcus as well as Marine, they both will be waved goodbye to. Warlord finally rejoins the server. Then you can see CatSmile, they are not giving up on this flag, but as Squashy will finally be felled, this flag return is just about as juicy as it could ever be for JLINGZ. They get it back home, and now they can start to pump the brakes yet again, or just do what JLINGZ does best and immediately floor this damn thing.
Mate, what an insane start for CatSmile. It's just kind of hold on for dear life right now. The claws are out. They're hanging off the side of the cliff. They got to do something, man, because JLINGZ have just looked at the Na'Vi playbook for CTF Aquarius. We always talk about how good Na'Vi are on this map. We always talk about how they cap once in the first minute, like twice by the end of the second minute. And JLINGZ have found a way to cap it 3 times in the first 2 minutes. And even if the rest of this game finishes with no caps, which I highly doubt, considering JLINGZ touching the flag again, it is going to be 2 Foxy on that flag, but it might be returned. Let's see how it goes. Going to miss the first melee. Going to get the second one. Is going to go down by Warlord's nade. The flag, though, is going to be touched once again, as Respectful is going to backslap Warlord into oblivion. It is going to be Quadios. In fact, we are on board with Respectful. He's going to throw the flag. Can it be grabbed? Oh, he just doesn't make it. 3 dead from the side of JLINGZ, and that might be, as you can see, the body swinging away. Warlord might have just saved a 4th cap, and it does look like CatSmile are going to touch this flag, but mate, JLINGZ taking a leaf out of the Na'Vi book, because this has been a brutal start.
A leaf? I think they just stole the entire strap book so far. That's what it looks like so far. It has been absolutely wild coming out from JLINGZ, and Squashy does eventually rectify the situation, but he's going to go down and not even contest that active camo. Well done coming out. I believe that is from Tepec as well, to slap that on his chest and play for his life. And now he can actually start to move up a little bit further as he sneaks back into the shadows. It is Quadios to maintain control of this top mid side.
Ninja.
Flag has been pulled as well, but JLINGZ, they just get smacked down. 4 players dead. A sigh of relief for CatSmileGaming, but it is going to be very short-lived because they are not out of the woods just yet.
Yeah, out of the frying pan and into the fire. As you're going to find, we're going to be on board with Marine, though, who is going to try and cap this flag. How close can he get? He's going to have to run the most dangerous part, and he is going to get killed, and the flag's right there. Oh! Oh, the kill right on the flag. Oh, and he throws the flag over the top. Oh, respectful. The kill at the flag pulls the CatSmile flag, and CatSmile don't even get to score. It was inches, Judo. It was inches away, and respectful denies them. He wants the perfect score. He wants the clean sheet, and my God, that was close. That's got to be heartbreaking.
Yeah. I mean, if I were on the CatSmile side, even just seeing it right now, I'm absolutely starstruck. And just once again, respectful, showing no respect to CatSmile whatsoever. He wants this clean win. He wants a perfect 5-0. They get 4 points, and they are just 1 away from taking this entire series 3-0 and locking in their spot as the 2nd seed temporarily within Group B. Once again, we have Marine attempting another flagpole. I believe CatSmile, they've probably gotten more flagpoles than JLINGZ have, but they haven't converted one into a single tangible point so far, and that's where everything is going wrong for them. At every single twist and turn, JLINGZ are willing to meet them and beat them on top of that.
Yeah, and there's respectful finding the kill as well. He's going to get this flag, and if they can get their flag returned, which they should be... Oh my God, they don't quite get the flag returned. Oh, he's going to 360, but the flag's not there. He is going to find the boxer kill. That is melee kill number 5. And we are in the classic CTF Aquarius flag off, but respectful is going to go down. So, JLINGZ are going to have to find someone to grab that flag because it has less than 25% to go before it is returned. It looks like it is about to be returned. Marine score. Okay, Marine scores, so CatSmile not going to be blanked, but 4-1. They still have so far to go. Respectful, almost able to close it, but CatSmile holding strong. The cat wall remains, as of yet, not unbroken, not broken for the 5th time.
Yeah, I mean, not broken, but still heavily battered and beaten. Marine does finally get CatSmile on the actual leaderboard, and he's chasing down 2 players that were completely lit up. That is a double kill already found for Marine, and now he can once again take the fight directly back over towards JLINGZ. Pulling this flag might be exactly what CatSmile need to get themselves the 2nd point, but he's got no support, no reinforcements whatsoever, and it is going to go down inside of yellow, unfortunately enough. So this should be the easiest return of Septic's life for the time being, but JLINGZ still firmly in the lead. CatSmile, they need to get themselves 3 flag caps within the next 4 minutes to force the issue of overtime, and even then it's not entirely confirmed if they can still walk away with this.
I mean, look, it's entirely possible considering JLINGZ is capped 3 times in the first 2 minutes, so you only need 2 minutes, but for CatSmile, I would have to say they're probably going to have to do it a little quicker than that, and it's going to be 2 Foxy running this flag back. Marcus has no shields. He is going to try and get away, but he is going to be found. And can 2 Foxy run this flag in? He's going to go down. Looks like the boys from CatSmile almost managed to return their flag, but Quadios manages to grab it. Is going to go down. Flag is going to be returned for the time being. And it is going to be Squashy who finds a kill and a half before getting traded out. Only 2 Foxy left alive, and 2 Foxy at the flag. Will he decide to run with it? No, he's going to wait for his teammates to come back up. Quadios again in the 20+ column in the kill feed. But mate, with only 3 minutes to go,
Yeah.
Can JLINGZ find the 5th?
It's tough to remain hopeful right now for CatSmile, getting themselves 3 points in less than 3 minutes. It is an insurmountable but not impossible task for them to pull off, but it is going to become slightly more impossible now that their own flag has been pulled away from home. So Foxy doing a brilliant job of locking down that top mid side with a perfect kill as well. He could potentially get his own return off, and he's just there to provide logistical support as this other flag gets run on through. Flag return. Septic, he can more or less confirm this one. Steps out into the open, gets shut down, but it is JLINGZ dropping only a singular point over the last 8 minutes of CTF, rapidly starting things off, speed running their way through Aquarius. CTF within the first 2 minutes securing 2 points is unlike anything I've ever seen.
Yeah, that was, I love watching Na'Vi on this map, but JLINGZ just absolutely crushing the first 2 minutes. Really kind of made the rest of the game just so impossible. Like, what are you going to do against that? Like, that's the crazy part. It's like, once you get 3-0 down inside kind of 2 minutes, inside kind of 100 seconds, there's so little you can do. I mean, look at that. 2 Foxy, 5 steals. Right, just was an absolute menace. Septic with 3 returns. Marine had a cap but had 4 steals. It wasn't like that JLINGZ stole the flag so much more. They had 1 extra steal, but they just converted it way more effectively. So yeah, it's going to be 5-1 for this CTF. It is going to be JLINGZ with the series victory 3-0.
Yeah,
they are going to have a 1-1 record. So are CatSmileGaming, and it's been a stonks pool B, and that's where we're going to leave pool B, because after the break we are going to come back with pool A, Jumpout Gang versus a Wobbabobs. So that's going to be the final pool match of the day. When we come back though, I think we're going to run you through a little bit around what happened in the rest of the pools. And then, we are going to get right into it. So, guys, don't go anywhere. We will be back for Pool A action. Jumpout Gang versus a Wobbabobs. Don't go anywhere.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for the final game that we have within the group stages right here at the Quadrant 4K tournament. My name is Tudors, and alongside myself, I've got none other than the absolutely gorgeous Mr. Captain James Forbes himself. Also, question for you. When are you going to get a promotion from captain to, like, lieutenant, for example?
Isn't that a demotion? I thought... Is it? I thought captain lieutenant went up to, like, major and then general and brigadier and admiral, and yeah, you might be actually right about that. Okay, so when you're getting a demotion then to lieutenant? I don't know. We'll have to see. One of these days I'm gonna have to. I do have a ship's captain hat somewhere, so one of these days I'm gonna have to roll that out. But
I'm not gonna lie to you, major actually major has a good ring to it.
Thanks, man. I will. I'll think about it. What we are going to roll into is some major, see what I did there? Major gameplay between Jumpout Gang and a Wobbabobs. This is Pool A. This is game number 3. We're going to start on Streets Oddball. Then we're going to go to Slayer Recharge. Then we're going to go to King of the Hill Livefire, CTF Argyle, and Slayer on Aquarius if we get there. But mate, a Wobbabobs 3-0 over Regain, and then got 3-1'd by Quadrant. So they are 1-1 currently. And yeah, I'm Jumpout Gang, pretty sure kind of similar results actually. So they beat Regain, lost to Quadrant. So this is winner takes second place.
Yeah, as far as we know, Regain, they've also, from what we have heard, just sort of like down the grapevine, is that they have forfeited the remainder of the group stages as well, so they will no longer be participating, sadly enough. But yes, as you mentioned, this is probably going to be the heftiest and most weightful match that we will have to show you guys this entire evening. the winner of this particular best of 5 series gets themselves a spot secured in the playoff stages. All to play for and everything to lose between a Wobblebobs and Jumpout gang. And as you said, we are going to be starting off on Streets. I'm super duper excited for this one. The Wobblebobs definitely showing us exactly what they are capable of. And keep in mind, while it wasn't necessarily, sort of like the exact same performance that CatSmile had winning out the entire qualifier event last week altogether, Wobblebobs still have so much to offer, and they have shown and proved to us a crap ton.
Yep, it is going to be Jumpout gang. Millsy, Kimbo, Lunny, and Clonely, and a Wobblebobs, Mose, Glory, Flux, and Sire. Sire has been just absolutely on tear, right? You might know him as Lumi, Sire, same guy, big stonks. The crazy thing is, ever since he changed his name, honestly, Sire has just been absolutely insane, man. Finals of the Nations Cup just took Jimbo all the way. He has been such a pleasure to watch recently, and a Wobblebobs, you'd have to think, are the favorites here. They are actually the lower seed. Jumpout gang is the 4 seed, a Wobblebobs is the 5 seed, so they are right next to each other. The forfeit by regain does mean that Quadrant are going to be 3-0 in the group, which is to be completely expected. And the Wobblebobs so far are 40-0 in this oddball, and looking real good because Glory is a ball hog.
Yeah, indeed he is, and there is little to nothing the Jumpout gang have actually done at the very early stages to even try and combat this. Glory is just farming up points, 50 and counting by the looks of things, and this could very, very well just be closed off in a very, very rapid fashion right here. Oddball on Streets. Obviously, 3 potential rounds need to be played before we have a victor, but I'm feeling like given the start off that Wobblebobs have had so far, all it'll take is just 2 rounds of play. Glory and Mose, they will eventually be shut off as well, but just take a look at the kill disparity between these 2 squads. You've already got Mose and Flux that are 5+ kills, and meanwhile on the side of Jumpout gang, yet any of these players to even break 2 kills. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly. And it is, like you said, just a massive lead. Kimbo is going to find the perfect before being taken down by Glory. Flux, like you said, 7-2, rocking and rolling. But it's almost like a Wobblebobs, now they're so far up, have just started playing Slayers. Flux is going to get another double kill. I think that's the 2nd or 3rd one I have seen. But it's going to be Glory with this spanker. What can he do? They are going to be sitting in B. Clonely is going to jump out. Well, Glory's going to know where at least one are. Comms are going to come through. Now they're going to try and pick this oddball back tower. Back A. He's going to find one with the spanker. Can he find a 2nd?
Ooh,
he is not going to get the 2nd with that rocket, but he is going to follow up. The shield there doesn't have very much health. Decides to not come back to it. But once again, it is going to be Jumpout gang who are just nowhere near this oddball. 75-0 for a Wobblebobs.
Yeah. Brilliant start coming out so far from a Wobblebobs, and they are just moments away from actually being able to close this one off in their favor right now. Oh, that's an unexpected trade that Glory had outright no business taking whatsoever. Keep in mind that a direct impact from one of those Bulldog shells plus a melee, that is just the kill coming right on through. So good stuff coming out from him to keep the scales in the favor of a Wobblebobs. But we do finally have Jumpout gang actually making some moves on this skull as well, racking up their first bit of points, 10 to their names so far. And they're obviously gonna need to play a flawless game of Halo right here if they want to walk away with this first round. As Mose shuts down Clonely, a trade does eventually come on through, but this ramp is in full control for a Wobblebobs. Then Glory's just going to rotate that oddball even further. 80 points and counting, 20 more to go, less than actually, and a Wobblebobs, they will take this first round.
Yeah, they are just looking so effective right now. It's just unbelievable. Jumpout gang just really had no way into this game. Flux and Mose, they're going to be on the double digits, but Glory so far has 70+ seconds of OBJ time, and they are going to win round number 1, 100-10. And man, 79 points for him is, yeah, that's big stonks to begin with.
Yeah, really, really monstrous stuff coming out from them at the very, very early stages of Oddball. 78 points, and he can definitely just rack up so much more. Already, Awababob's off to a brilliant start. That is 4 dead for Jumpout gang, James. This is not what we would have anticipated to come out from Jumpout so far, and as the respawns come on through, they are in Narnia, and Sayer is just going to continuously rack up points. 25 for himself and counting, and in this round, Awababob's already hit 20 so far. They're looking to speed run their way through. They have control of the Spanker. They only have 1 rocket left inside of it, and it is going to net them a kill at the very end. Sayer doing a brilliant job to also nade spam that player out of existence. Jumpout gang, they're having a nightmarish experience on streets.
Yeah, this is not fun for them, to be honest, and Awababobs are just absolutely tearing this to pieces. It's going to be Sayer with the oddball right here, and he is going to get close to 50 seconds. Like I said, Glory with that 79 seconds as well. Flux is going to find Clonely. Lenny's going to trade. They're going to move out of this C, but actually Jumpout gang weren't even there yet. So that's the crazy part, is they're anticipating the move, but Jumpout gang are just not quick enough to even be there, and he's going to get the kill. Beautifully done by Sayer. They're going to have to go back for that ball as well, but it is 45-0 right now. Sayer with this Stalker rifle, he's going to rotate towards his teammates. He's going to rotate out of Subway towards B, towards PD. Like we said earlier, you know, not any way you can play the ball in this map. Totally different from Recharge, from Live Fire. Got to be a little bit more tactical, but they are over halfway to the victory. And to be honest, mate, Jumpout gang have just been absolutely nowhere in game number 1.
I mean, if they can somehow break 10 points, which is the best that they did in the previous round, that would already be something. But here we have Sayer ripping and tearing his way through all of Jumpout gang. A triple already bagged for him, and it could potentially be so much more. The Spanker did hop online for a second right there, and I think it is Awababobs that got away with the rocket launcher. But this Stalker rifle is showing no signs of stopping. Eventually, a trade does come on through. That is courtesy of Clonely right there, but it is still an active 2v2 on the map. And over towards ramp, it will finally be Kimbo to get a little bit of action, a little bit of impact himself. But the Awababobs, they have got Jumpout gang stuck in a chokehold right now, James.
Yeah, how on earth they managed to get that ball out of there shows the new power of the Shroud, right? Just being able to pop it on those stairs into Subway and then use it to get away, rotate through C up towards B. Mose is going to find Kimbo. And mate, 72 to zip right now, and it has been so explosive for Awababobs. If they manage to convert this without Jumpout gang touching the ball, ooh, Jumpout gang, they're not going to get goose egged, so that's good. But Jumpout gang, so far, about 177 to 20 over the course of these 2 rounds. Clonely is going to find at least 1 kill. Can he find a second after he puts the wall down? He is going to get an assist, but they are going to find out where he is. He is going to find a second kill, though, before getting traded out. But, mate, they are finally getting some points on the board. Could this be the start of a comeback?
It could potentially, but it is still very, very rough. And truth be told, I'm not even willing to have that conversation unless Jumpout hit about 60 or 70 points, because then we might actually have something to talk about. But for now, they've only just doubled the amount of points that they put up in the last round, which is still not saying a whole lot. Eventually, though, it is Jumpout gang to still maintain as much control as possible, but they have lost out on the oddball, and the Spanker. Glory is just going to once again go back to his roots and start farming with this Spanker. Already 1 kill bagged, as there are only 2 players alive on this Jumpout gang side, just trying to actually put and apply a little bit more pressure towards the oddball. But the moment that happens, it just gets rotated back off over towards this ramp. Spanker exchanged to the Bulldog, 1 kill found, smoke dropped, and now the cavalry of Jumpout is on the move and on the prowl. But look at what's on the opposite side of the map over by PD. The Awababobs, they were so ready to meet them right there, and that is Awababobs holding on for dear life and taking oddball very convincingly.
Mate, Glory with 103 seconds of objective time. Sayer, he had a minute as well, and it was 200 to 37 And it's not like they got ridiculously outfragged, but it looks like the highlights were having a moment there. Look, I mean, Glory, almost 2 minutes. Sayer, a minute as well. Just, man, they did so well. And it's not like they wildly outfragged them, but the way that the kills went down allowed them to just have these massive setups and draw a huge amount of time off this clock. And because of that, just Jumpout Gang were basically nowhere. And now in this Slayer, they've really got to pull it together quick. Otherwise, it's going to be 2-0 down. And then it's difficult to come back. I mean, you're going to be lower bracket anyway if you lose, so it's not over. But of course, you want to be in the top bracket.
Exactly. You want
the championship winners bracket,
where it really matters. Recharge Slayer is going to be up next, followed by King of the Hill on live fire as well. And it could potentially just end right then and there as well for a Wobbabobs, given just how dominant they have been in this opening map so far. And Recharge Slayer, well, if that previous map is anything to go by and to go off of, then Jumpout Gang are just going to have a really tough time maintaining control of the shock rifle and the AC down below, with the Wobbabobs just having every piece of the puzzle that they needed at every single moment at all the right times. There was just no point in which Jumpout was truthfully part of the conversation whatsoever. It was a Wobbabobs full through the entire damn thing. So Recharge Slayer, something is going to have to change very drastically and very quickly if Jumpout Gang really want to be put up a fight.
Yeah, and I mean, for the side of a Wobbabobs, when they beat Regain, they had an Aquarius Slayer, which is going to be map 5 if we get there, but they 50-32'd, and then, you know, they played so well on their strongholds on live fire, right? 250 to 118. So these kind of game and map modes they're already so familiar with. And Regain, yeah, they weren't the strongest team in this group, right? And they did end up forfeiting because, you know, game 3 was against Quadrant, so understandable. But yeah, it's one of those things where a Wobbabobs even managing to take, also great name, I will always say, a Wobbabobs managing to take one map off Quadrant as well. So a very respectable effort. As you know, we talked about at the top, we do expect to see Quadrant and Na'Vi in the finals, but JLINGZ did take Na'Vi to the full 5 maps in the opener of their pool play. But enough about them. It is Jumpout Gang, a Wobbabobs. It is a Recharge Slayer. And it is a Wobbabobs with a 2-kill lead. And I swear I don't get paid every time I say a Wobbabobs. Honest.
I wish we would. I wish we would, honestly. But yeah, as you mentioned, already a Wobbabobs starting off with a, well, absolutely brilliant beginning, brilliant introduction to this Recharge Slayer so far. 6 kills already to their name, and Jumpout Gang, they are starting to mount a little bit of a comeback, but obviously these initial starts off when it comes to Slayer are just so damn important, so damn impactful. If you don't get away with the active camo right here, if you don't get away with the S7 on live fire, if you don't get away with any power-up, you are just going to have a very rough time clawing your way back in from being in the passenger seat as well. But that gap only sits at about 3 kills, and it is an absolute massacre inside of the service tunnel. We do have, I believe that was Kimbo or Clonely, narrowly getting away with their lives before being shut down by those 2 extra blue silhouettes, but it is still very rough as the Wobbabobs are the first to hit double digits.
Yeah, great start from them as Glory is going to find 5 kills. Can he get another one? He is going to get another one. What a double kill from Glory. Man, there's in no world should he have won that fight, considering he was already low after the first one. He is going to spot out Lunny. He's going to call out there's at least 1 in pipes. He doesn't know that Clonely is there as well, but the nades coming through are going to give a hint. Now he's going to spot 2 in middle as a disruptor pistol doing some work on Sayer from Millsy. But Glory, only 1 death so far. Make that 2, of course. Curse of the Caster in full effect. But here we go with Lunny. Is 2 and 4 needed to find that, and does. Mose is going to trade him out though, and Sayer's going to get taken down. So the good thing for Jumpout Gang is even with a 5-kill deficit, make that 4, they're not letting a Wobbabobs get away. The good thing for a Wobbabobs, they are kind of in control right now and pushing Jumpout Gang, forcing them to be on different sides of the map. We're going to be on board with Flux, who is going to get naded by Kimbo and just hang out in the ceiling, Toodle.
Yeah, now he can actually get a nice proper view over the rest of the action that is taking place in front of him. Basically, he's got the best seats in the house staring at the respawn screen. But yeah, we are seeing signs of life come out from Jumpout Gang, something sorely and desperately needed right now if they want to keep the dream alive of keeping and, well, booking themselves a ticket into that upper bracket for the playoff stages so far. Back on with Glory as well, maintaining a little bit of mid control, and now as the respawn starts to come on through over towards Elevator, he's got far too many silhouettes to worry about, and that sidekick at times can be a little bit of a pea shooter, but not exactly finding the necessary connections right there. Clonely is going to continuously pepper away with the BR, now willing to get up close and personal, hungry and hunting down those kills. He gets away with the back smack on top of that, and that is going to put Jumpout Gang just at a 4-kill deficit as a Wobbabobs. They hit the halfway mark.
Yeah, great work from a Wobbabobs, especially Glory, flexing the muscles and being 6 and 3. Sayers trying to peek this corner with Clonely at it. It's not going to find a kill either way. I would also point out, I think the winner of this game, whoever finishes second, gets a date with Na'Vi. So that's also slightly terrifying for the winner. Yeah, but it is going to be Glory. 10-3. What can Clonely do here? He's going to help out his teammates. The gap is closing. Clonely does find Flux, but Sayer going to find that trade with the BR headshot. Mo's going to get a kill as well. And in fact, there is going to be another kill that goes down Sayer. He is going to find this camo, pick it up off the floor. Thank you very much. He gets killed straight away. As Clonely is going to get traded by Glory, but Clonely takes that camo off the board. No way Jose on the advantage for that. And a Wobbabobs still up in the kills, but no camo to help them.
Yeah, definitely so. Brilliant stuff coming out from Clonely to deny a Wobbabobs the luxury of sitting on that active camo and using it to their advantage. Now hopping back on with Lunny. He's got a Disruptor, which isn't exactly... It's a bit of an awkward weapon at times, but he's going to be peppered down from 2 separate directions. A good crossfire established by a Wobbabobs is going to net them a freebie as they continue to mount up their lead. 33 kills and counting. And we finally do have Jumpout hit the 30 mark himself, make that 31, as Mose is still trying to lay down covering fire from this top control side. He's got, well, a couple of headaches to deal with, and he will eventually get traded off, unfortunately, by Clonely. So that is Jumpout Gang putting themselves one step closer to tying up the scoreline in a blood-soaked bow, James.
35-33. A fantastic comeback for Jumpout Gang. It is going to be Millsy with 12. We are going to be on board with Kimbo and the plasma pistol of doom. Did that shot connect? I mean, Flux is going to remove his face with the shock rifle, so it's not going to matter. But Glory is going to get beaten down, and the nade from the grave going to trade out Lunny as Flux gets another with the shock rifle before Millsy's going to trade him out. But it is 40-38. 2 kills between them, 6 minutes to go. We are going to find Kimbo on this shock rifle. Does happen to miss as Flux is going to find a kill. But Glory, 12 and 7, has died a few times now without getting kills. But Kimbo, he finds the perfect onto Glory. What did we say? Glory going to have another death in the feed. Clonely and Lunny, they're getting kills as well. Mate, this is so unbelievably close right now. Jumpout Gang, just 1 kill in the lead. Can they find another Kimbo down to no shields with this shock rifle? Lunny's going to find one. Sayer's going to get Clonely, though. Still 1 kill ahead for Jumpout Gang. Mate, can they clutch up, or will a Wobbabobs take back that lead?
I'm starting to get nervous just by how close this game is actually shaped up to be. I was not expecting Jumpout Gang to put up this much of a fight. It could have and should have been a much easier close-off for a Wobbabobs, but they've started to falter towards the tail end of this Slayer game. Still with Kimbo, he's still got just 1 last shot left in this shock rifle. Can't quite make it count, and luckily enough for him, he's got Lunny to bail him out inside of the service tunnels. That plasma pistol finds the connection of a lifetime as Jumpout Gang still maintain a 2-kill lead. Make that 3. Wobbabobs, they are, well, starting to look a little bit lost. All that's required for Jumpout Gang is 2 more kills to close this one off. grapple to close off the gap, and they've already snuffed out Flux, and that's the last kill to lock in a first game for Jumpout Gang, a 5-kill gap by the end of it. And Jumpout Gang, they take this one by the horns.
Man, 50 to 45. It was such a good start from a Wobbabobs, but just in the mid-game, Jumpout Gang pulling it back. millZ was the one leading from the front. A great back smack there in the highlights from Clonely, but man, just the way that they got it done. millZ, you can see 16 kills just leading from the front. You got to shout out Sayer as well. 9 kills, 10 assists as well. So dealing a hell of a lot of damage from their side. But like you said, 50 to 45 to the side of Jumpout Gang. And mate, we have a tied series as we go into map 3, King of the Hill live fire. We're at least going to a CTF Argyle too.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to see exactly how this one is going to shape up over the course of the next 2 maps. It is anyone's game, especially after just how dominantly Awababob started off with Oddball on Streets 2-0, with the side of Jumpout only getting together 37 points facing the 200 that Awababobs put up. I was not expecting them to come back that dominantly on Slayer, but they did. Despite all expectations, despite all predictions, they were able to, well, basically just reverse sweep it on Slayer. They had a kill disparity of what I think was about like 8 kills maximum at the very start, and they were able to slowly but surely narrow down that gap and then overpower and overthrow Awababobs towards the very end of it. A little bit of a lack of decisiveness and the, well, sheer lack of will to close the one off on the Awababobs could potentially cost them a little bit later on. But now, as you mentioned, King of the Hill live fire, entirely different story. It can be anyone's game right here, and whoever does pick up this one is going to threaten sending the other team down into that lower bracket.
Yeah, I really hope that we get another best of 5, right? Like, we've had a few absolutely classic matchups so far in game number 1 and 2. Let's see if we can get game number 3 to have the same thing. Live Fire King of the Hill. Going to be really interested to see, you know, Awababobs were just so good in the slaying department in game number 1, and just the control they had on the map. It wasn't even the amount of kills or kind of the sheer overwhelming numbers. It was just the positioning, the making sure they had this oddball, making sure they had it controlled. And now with this King of the Hill, I want to see how they can control this map, whether they're going to have someone in the hill and then 2 or 3 players just watching the outskirts, forcing Jumpout Gang to try and attack, to try and, you know, go up against this Awababobs barrier. Yeah. For Jumpout Gang, I want to see them try and get a couple of early hills, try to disrupt this Awababobs. You beat them in a Slayer, now it's time to beat them in an OBJ as well. Otherwise, it's all going to be for nothing, and it is going to be the initial part of the hill is going to go to Awababobs.
Yeah, they've already gone off to a good start on the Sergeant Avery Johnson Academy training ground so far. And, well, you got finally Cloney being able to actually clean up that kill onto Sayer, if I'm not mistaken. So a great start off coming out from Jumpout Gang as they do finally convert the hill back into their own favor. S7 is back online, and Cloney is going to be playing from this tower for his life to ensure that no one on the side of Awababobs gets their, well, rat little hands on that sniper rifle. But as he looks away, someone has actually just snagged the S7, so Clonely not exactly doing his due diligence, not living up to the responsibility of ensuring that the rest of Jumpout Gang could get their hands on that power weapon.
Yeah, 100%. A little update from the mainstream. JLINGZ are 1-0 up and only 3 kills away. Make that 2 kills from going 2-0 up against BH3. So, yeah, looking pretty comfortable for them as they are going to close that map out. But bringing it back here, it's about half-half for this first hill as Moses going to find a double kill. Gets one with the smack and one with the nade. Oh. And beautiful work from millZ as he's just going to sit tower. Now he's going to have to commit to this hill to make sure that he can stop Awababobs getting any closer. But surely that's not just me, right? Sayer not on the board and Glory only just getting on the board, but the guys from Awababobs just being overrun, even though they have half a hill.
I mean, it's still very, very early days right here on Live Fire. Things are bound to change. I mean, just a little bit earlier as well, we had certain players not necessarily showing up, such as Brainiac, for example, on that particular Slayer match, and then just, well, literally coming back in full fighting form in the following maps afterwards. So some players might be off to a little bit of a rusty start, but that is completely fine. They will eventually rectify things and just get back into the way that it's meant to be. Flux, though, I believe, is going to finally chase down and eliminate Kimbo as well. Gets a trade, gets a repulsor, and an easy little pickup right there to shut down Clonely. So far, yeah, Jumpout gang, they've already got themselves that first point locked in. Wobblebobs struggling to contest. They have yet to actually get 2 feet planted on this next hill. And as the respawns start to come on through, a whole pile of blue silhouettes are starting to flood from mid and that dummy side as well. But they're getting met by a lot of stern resistance as we have Millsy moving back up towards the sniper tower, commando in hand, and he's got this on lock.
Yeah, Commander, just a dirty, dirty weapon to have, especially with the updates to it. He is going to be hiding away. He's going to try and find this kill. He's not going to have any shields, so he's going to have to retreat, try and do the cool jump. Can he get it done? Nope. 9. Misses twice. The heat wave on the side of Jumpout gang, though. The dodging, the ducking, the diving. And Millsy is going to find the melee kill. He's going to get another one as well. Beautifully done. Now, halfway to this second hill for Jumpout gang, and a Wobblebobs who looked so dominant in game number 1, just been a little bit absent in game 2 and the start of game 3, Tudor.
Oh, this is brilliant coming out from Millsy. Drops down the smoke as well, provides coverage and finds a frag. Commando is going to get another connection on top of that to shut down Glories. This is brilliant coming out from Millsy, and that should lock in the second point for Jumpout gang. A 2-0 start off is going to be tough for Wobblebobs to come back from. And there you have it, Millsy finally also collecting a triple by the end of it. He does eventually go down, but that is how you maximize your life potential.
100%, mate. Getting it done on that second hill. Both Clonely and Millsy currently in the double digits and doing absolutely great work as they're about 2 1/3 of a hill. It is first to 4. Just in case you were not aware, for all the newbies in here, it is first to 4. It is going to be a beautiful double kill from Lunny. Can't quite find the triple, but a Wobblebobs, they got to do something. It's not even that they're losing these hills just by a little bit. They're barely getting on these hills at all.
Yeah.
And for Flux, he's going to get on this hill, but he's just going to die straight away, Tudor.
Yeah, it's been super dominant coming out from Jumpout gang. They control everything right now on Live Fire, to the point that a Wobblebobs, well, they've struggled to get themselves any kind of progress, any kind of points, realistically speaking. I don't even think they've filled up that progress bar on a singular hill halfway up. It's just been very, very rough for them, and that's not necessarily saying that they are slouching in the fragging department either all too much. Sure, they are trailing by a couple of kills, but that usually doesn't translate to that much dominance for Jumpout gang, and it's just gonna continue. This pain train ain't stopping. It ain't stopping right now for Jumpout gang. They basically turned over a new leaf entirely. This is not the same Jumpout gang that we saw earlier on Oddball, on Recharge. This is an entirely different roster by the looks of things, one that shows no mercy whatsoever.
No, I don't know what happened in game number 1. Like I said, the Wobblebobs were just all over it, as it's going to be a good double. No, so yeah, not quite able to get that double, but the Wobblebobs finally going to get some hill time. Man, they have just been dominated. It's going to be Kimbo with this sexy purple bandit and the diamond weapon jump. Things that you love to see. And is Mo's really kind of the one putting up resistance on the side of a Wobblebobs with the 12... Sorry, the double-digit kills, at least. Can he find another one? He is going to get an assist before getting taken down. But I think that's the main difference, right? It's just this slay count. A Wobblebobs, only one person in double figures. Jumpout gang, everybody in double figures. And easy as that, a Wobblebobs find a hill, because, mate, that OS hill didn't look very hard, did it?
No, I mean, in the blink of an eye, you could practically miss that entire hill cap right there. So Wobble Bobs, they finally get themselves on the leaderboard. They finally find themselves a singular point right now, and it could be the start of something great and grandiose. There's a lovely little cleanup coming on through from Millsy as well, exhausting the last round in that S7, and he's still maintaining control of this sniper tower. No one on the side of a Wobble Bobs is close enough to actually contest this, and if they want to, they have to deal with Millsy first before they can charge headfirst into center, and now they flushed him out. Millsy's going to quickly rotate on through back over towards bridge, and even while that's all going on, the rest of Jumpout gang, they're holding their ground. Sure, they forfeited control of the hill, but they've narrowly fully wiped out a Wobble Bobs.
Oh, great work from the AR as well. He's technically on a double, but there are two members of a Wobble Bobs down there as well. And it is going to be a nade from Lunny. Double kill with the nades before he is going to get traded. But they are on this middle hill, and they are doing so much damage into this time pressure. And you can see the little cubby that they're allowed to hide in. It's going to be a killing spree for Millsy, and that might just close it out. It's not going to, because the Wobble Bobs are going to jump on this hill. It is the 2v2, and they are going to find the kill as well. There's going to be Flux with this OS. Someone tries to beat him to death, and then he's just going to Uno reverse card and get it done. But he is going to die from the nades. And look how close Jumpout gang are to winning this game, Tudor. They are inches, millimeters away.
Yeah, and now they actually get, well, a couple of bodies on that hill, and no one on the side of a Wobble Bobs is near enough to even contest it. Jumpout gang, they take King of the Hill on live fire 4-1 so far. Then they take two maps in a row back to back after a horrendous start on Oddball. They look like a completely different team, and one that is actually much better than a Wobble Bob so far. And it could all potentially be over in the span of just a couple of minutes, moving into our fourth map after this. It's been absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, the first map just MIA got donked like 200-37, and since then they've actually decided to turn up in this server. Millsy 18-8, Lunny with 14 assists and 17 kills, 31 kill participations. If we can look over at the damage as well, potentially, I have a feeling that you would see quite a lot of damage on the side of Lunny, which is the case. 5.6k, just 800 more than everyone else. And you can see by the difference in damage dealt, it's not surprised that it was 4-1. It is going to be CTF Argyle for game number 4. Mate, a Wobble Bobs, they gotta find some of that game 1 form, otherwise this is gonna be over.
Yeah, this one could potentially be over in the span of just a couple of minutes. And CTF Argyle, well, you know, it isn't necessarily one of those map mode combos that we see all too very often. It takes one hell of a practice and just a practice team to be able to pull off a win on this particular map. We have seen a Wobble Bobs do it a little bit earlier in the first 4K tournament of the year so far. There were pretty close series of Argyle CTF that they have played so far, and they will obviously have to dig back into those previous performances if they really want to force this all the way to a game 5 of Slayer on Aquarius. But realistically speaking, I have no clue what to expect from Jumpout gang on Argyle CTF. I do not know what this roster is capable of, but judging what we have seen in the last 2 maps, they're capable of a whole damn lot.
Yeah, I think for a Wobble Bobs, you know, Argyle CTF still pretty much the newest map, right? Still people, it's so big that people still trying to work out exactly how to play this map. It's double snipes, there's camo up the top, and you saw at the start that people will just jump out into that middle section, as you can see in the picture, to grab that camo. Now people just grappling the camo back to them to make it a little bit different, a little bit safer to get it. But you can see some very quick flag runs on Argyle. Even though it's such a big map, almost no one runs through the middle. That's pretty much a death wish. That's like the suicide way of doing it. But you can get some very quick caps down the side if you relay, if you have your teammates, if you're kind of pushing Jumpout gang. You know, if you're a Wobble Bobs, you want to push the spawns for Jumpout gang. You want to make sure they're on the other side of the map to try and get this. They're going to have to score early because I think, you know, as we've shown after game one, the longer the game goes on, basically the more Halo that is played in the game, Jumpout Gang build strength and build strength and build strength. And once they do that, it's going to be really, really difficult for a Wobbabobs to stop.
Interesting that you actually point that up. I actually never even really thought about it that way, that the longer the game goes on, the more sheer strength that Jumpout Gang are seemingly actually able to build up. Has been true for the previous two maps as well, and we're gonna have to wait and see exactly if this is gonna transpire here as well. Into the action we jump already. It is Kimbo to get and draw first blood in the server so far, with Flux also trading things off, and as you mentioned, grapple the active camo right onto your chest, and then you're out skis.
I love it when a casting plan comes together. Flux is going to find Kimbo. Sayer is going to get Lunny. Oh man, I reckon Clonely must have had heart in his mouth right there when Glory was staring right at him. But actually, he's just going to sneak right through the eastern catwalk, trying to find where the members of Jumpout Gang, where the members of Wobbabobs are, and he's going to steal this flag, and he is just going to walk it out while he is invisible. But both flags have been taken. He is now visible again. Now he's going to have to sprint this through. But I can tell you one thing. We're going to be in the classic flag off. Mate, there's nothing I love more than a flag off in CTF.
Yeah. Some of the most exciting Halo that we get to see, but the return for Jumpout Gang comes just about as instant as the actual cap did. And now we do have Glory immediately going for a flagpole as well. It is Sayer to also shut down Clonely before being shut down himself. It's absolute chaos right now when the servers of Wobbabobs lose out on 3 whole players, as Flux is the only player left alive. Jumpout Gang with a flag return and a point already bagged can already start to apply the brakes a little bit more and catch their breath a wee bit.
Mate, what was that? It was a flag off, and then suddenly just strolled it in and got it done. Mose and Clonely still yet to trouble the scorers, but Mose is going to have this flag as Glory is going to find a melee and build that into an assist. But Mose has this flag. Glory does manage to find the kill on to Milzy, and he is going to find a double kill. Can he find the triple? He gets the triple, and he's going to steal this flag. There's 3 members down for Jumpout Gang. Can he get this flag in? He's going to slide. He's going to jump. He's going to chop it down. Oh, don't leave it behind, son. Can he get this in? Lunny with the sniper, and he caps it. It's 1 apiece, and Glory, the man, the myth, the legend, gonna find the triple and bring the flag home. And the flag already taken again. He even is on defense tutor as he finds the snipe to stop the flag being stolen again. Is there anything this man can't do?
No, there is nothing he can't do in the server. Glory has already stolen my heart, and he should have also stolen everyone in chats as well. I mean, being able to, first and foremost, run that entire flag all on his lonesome. Most importantly, that flag that he ran in was just about half a second away from actually being reset. He first gets himself a triple kill by winning all of the engagements of those Jumpout Gang players that were trying to return the flag. Starts running it himself, realizes that there's a sniper on the opposite side of the map that wants to decapitate him, and then he just tucks his head in like a tortoise and just freaking caps the damn thing. Beautiful Halo coming out from Glory right there, and that is going to tie up the scoreline. A Wobbabobs 1-1 versus Jumpout Gang, and well, Flux still ripping and tearing his way on through a little bit, but his shields are stripped. Somehow keeps his life intact for a little bit longer. The trade does come on through from Sayer as well, but at this point, James, it is still anyone's game.
Yeah, beautiful work. And I really like that the Wobbabobs, when they went 1-0 down, they didn't panic, man. They understood there's still so much time left. They just sent Glory out to go on tear and get it done. But 8 minutes to go. And it is going to be Lunny with this bandit rifle. He is going to find Mose. Gets a perfect onto Mose. He's going to have a teammate, I believe, going for that camo. Or camo almost up anyway. There is the S7 up here. So, Lunny, going to go towards this F7. S7 even. F7. He is going to drop the bandit rifle. Interesting choice. He is going to miss this first shot. What can he get done here? Mose is going to find him, and the sniper is going to go down into the abyss as Mose finds a double. Clonely here. Oh, that's a beautiful use of the grappling hook. But the real question is, where is the flag carrier? He is going to be down there, and he's going to shoot Glory in the back. Beautiful work as Mose is going to trade and then get traded. And so, yeah, there's just death everywhere, Tudor. But this flag looks like it's going to be returned. 3 down from the side of a Wobble Bobs, 2 down for Jumpout gang. Flag's going to come back, but mate, I'm happy for a Wobble Bobs that they managed to flag cap so quickly afterwards. What is that grapple, Millsy? Man just flew half the map and then died.
Didn't really amount to anything, but I mean, it looked cool.
Flashy. Yeah,
it looked kind of cool right there. Clonely's going to attempt to do something a little bit similar as well, but his shields are stripped and somehow manages to keep his life in tow. Oh, does get away with a trade, though. That would have been pretty sick if Clonely actually got away with it cleanly, but nah, potentially all in a different alternate universe. Flux, stuck on that return, is going to successfully get it back into base as well. And you know, we talked a little bit about it before actually hopping into this game, that it's very, very unorthodox for both teams, or just teams in general, to go for a flagpole straight down the middle of the map. And for some reason, the previous 2 flagpoles that we have seen have been right down the center of the map in no man's land. And it just didn't work out. There was living proof of that the flag only moved about 20 to 30 meters before being brought to a grinding halt and eventually returned as well. I believe that was Millsy getting himself a 2-piece with a nade as well. Pretty sick stuff coming on through from him as well. But it is still a Mexican standoff. Both teams, they are locked out. We are still tied up 1-1 with just over 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, and I tell you what, it's been a nice spread of flags. No one team is really outslaying the other, which kind of makes sense when you look at the score. It is going to be Sayer here. Can he find a kill? He is going to find some damage onto Lunny. However, nades are going to be flying back his way as well. Mose is going to get a double, but it is going to be Kimbo who grabs the Wobble Bobs flag. And now for a Wobble Bobs, they're going to try and grab this flag as well. It's going to be that classic flag off. I mean, although, to be honest, it lasted such a little time in it with the first flag cap. Will it last a little longer here? Still Kimbo alive. Still both flags out and being ran. Was that a nade onto him? No, it is going to be the kill, though. But there's 2 dead from Jumpout gang. What is going to happen with this flag? It looks like the flag is going to be returned. And I tell you what, it looks like at this rate, both flags are going to be returned unless Glory can touch it, or at least get in the circle. Millsy's going to find a kill. Kimbo's going to find a kill. I think that flag is going to be returned. Mose can't touch it. So yeah, flags return. 4.5 minutes on the clock, and mate, another exciting and close CTF.
Yeah, but it is still a little bit of a stalemate between these 2 squads. Millsy is having an absolute field day in the slaying department. Unless my eyes deceive me, that should be 24 kills, or is that 14? I am
14.
cap.
14.
Cap.
Yeah.
It is.
14.
It's a little bit pixelated, and it kind of like curved like a little bit of a 2, but no, just 14 kills. Never mind. He's not as goated as I thought.
He'll take 24.
He will eventually get to 24 by the end, but I'm calling it right here and right now. A trade comes on through Glory for Clonely, as both teams are now going to redirect their attention towards that active camo that has just gone online. I'm not exactly sure if anyone was holding onto a grapple hook, because that would have been the best way to get it done. And you just saw right there, Millsy tried to get it done the old-fashioned way, but he got sniped out of existence. Oh, Flux to deny 2 active camo activations. What a Chad.
Man, you think you get camo, and then you get absolutely deleted off the map. Flux just removing Lunny's head. And Flux once again going to be sitting here with that sniper. 3 minutes 20 to go. You saw it flash up on screen. The CatSmileGaming lost 3-0 to Na'Vi. It's going to be Mose and Millsy getting kills, but Kimbo with the 2-piece feed. He's going to have to reload this sniper. It does only have a couple of bullets left, but 3 minutes to go. And this has been an enthralling and very, very even battle. But at the end of Wobble Bobs, they have to win this to be able to take it to a game 5. Kimbo's going to miss at least the last shot of those 2. Millsy's going to find Flux's head, though. 2 minutes 44. 3v2 as on the field right now, as Mose does manage to get away from Kimbo. Very, very well done. And the flag is going to be taken. There's going to be Glory running it back. What can Kimbo do to disrupt? He's going to punch the wall. My friend, that is not going to help. He's not going to win the 1v1 against Sayer either. And where is this flag? It is going to be millz, who actually has a Wobbabob's flags. Glory has the other flag too, and he's going to run this back. And looks like the flag is going to be returned. Can he get it in? Yes, he can. And a Wobbabobs with the 2-1 lead with 2 minutes to go. What a flag cap from Glory, but the assist from Flux to return the flag. Invaluable, Tudor.
Yeah. The team play is really shining right now for Wobbabobs and Jumpout Gang. They are truthfully struggling. And can they get another flag cap done in less than 2 minutes? I don't know. It's starting to seem real unlikely. Active Camo is once again online, and you can see Sayer is in the prime position to try to grab that all to himself, but Lunny's at the very bottom with 2 HEs. Potentially with his name written all over it, but oh no, it's instead Glory, I think, to just absolutely rat it out and take that active camo from right underneath him. And there he is, Glory with the S7, finding one onto Lunny on top of that, just absolutely dismantling any hopes and dreams he may have had for winning and bringing back this game in the favor of Jumpout Gang. Glory is on an absolute heater right here as he hits 20 kills. An extra found with the S7, and he's still got 5 more potential victims to find.
He finds 1. Great work there. But it is going to be Lunny who stops Sayer, who stops the flag cap. But this is fine for a Wobbabobs. They are forcing Jumpout Gang to return this flag. There are 44 seconds to go. Glory still has this sniper. Flux is going to find Kimbo, who was trying to run that flag. So the flag is going to be down. 35 seconds to go. You think if Mose can return this flag, it might be enough to get it done. But he's actually left the site. He's left the site of the flag, but the flag is going to get returned anyway. 20 seconds to go. Kimbo's going to go down. And Mose is going to find millz as well. It's just Lunny and Clonely. Clonely is going to find this battle. There's 10 seconds to go. Can Jumpout Gang get their mitts on this flag? Lunny's going to get a kill. Clonely gets denied to pick up the flag, but Lunny's going to find it. But he goes down. We're in sudden death. We're just waiting for this flag. And can Jumpout Gang pick it up? No, they cannot. It is going to be returned. A Wobbabob's going to win 2-1. And Tudor, we are going to a game 5. What a finish that was.
This is not how I would have expected our festivities to end for the group stages so far, but I'm glad that it's gone in this direction. What an absolute screamer of a performance coming out from a Wobbabobs towards the very end of it. This flag run coming out from Glory, the entire thing from start to finish, and the denial of the opposing flag cap with the S7 by the very end of it was just about the best damn play that I've seen all day so far. 22 kills for millz, easily the most impactful player on the side. Excuse me. On the opposition side. But unfortunately enough for Jumpout Gang, it just simply wasn't enough, and they lose out 2-1. They started off in an absolutely fantastic fashion, but 2 flags found back-to-back for a Wobbabobs means that we are going the full distance, baby. It doesn't matter what happened in the past. It's a best-of-1 blowout Aquarius Slayer.
Yeah, and you know what? That's not the only thing that's happening in here. I mean, the JLINGZ BH3, that's also in a game 4, which is, of course, the same map mode that we just saw, CTF on Argyle. JLINGZ 2-1 up in that as well. And they are 1 flag up in that game too. So both games super, super tight at the moment. Like I said, it is going to be Aquarius Slayer, your most hated map mode. Of course, we have it twice. That's how it works. I'm excited for this. I think that this is going to be an absolutely banging match because of Wobbabobs, as we discussed, they started out so strong in that oddball. Jumpout Gang have looked really, really good in kind of the second half of map 2 and map 3. And then a Wobbabobs clutching it up, the camoed sniper, the stopping the flag getting taken right at the end, like twice. Man, they clutched up real hard. And now we're going to go into another Slayer for a Wobblebobs. I want to see them really take it to Jumpout Gang. For Jumpout Gang, you know you want a Slayer, and Glory's going to set off the remote det on millsy to start. But, mate, it is going to be Glory who finds the camo and instantly dies to Kimbo. So, camo off the table. But a Wobblebobs, they're 3-1. But for Jumpout Gang, you know that you won the first Slayer. You just got to do it again, and you're into the winner's bracket.
Yeah, and that was even after Wobblebobs actually got off to a very, very sublime start. They were the first to hit 25 kills on that Slayer, but then they just didn't give the rest of the map enough gas, and it was Jumpout Gang to claw it back into their own favor as well. This is still very doable for both teams as we are sat on even footing. 6 kills apiece right now, hopping on with the Lunny. Not a kill to his name yet, but he's just fishing for a little bit of intel to feed back to the rest of the squad and soon going to join in on the fun himself. Clonely goes down, and a cleanup coming on through from Lunny before being traded off, but a Wobblebobs caught out in the open of no man's land, and now Sayer is going to have to realize very, very soon that there is no chance in hell he can contest this whatsoever. Interesting little spot, but he is just a clay pigeon at the top of that ledge.
Oh, and beautiful work on that nade. The sizzle sticks coming through as well. It looks like millsy finding a kill with the commando on to Flux's head. Like I said, it is going to be Jumpout Gang, the first one to double digits. Glory's going to go down as well. And at the moment, it's Jumpout Gang with this lead. It's Jumpout Gang the ones that are kind of starting to assert a little bit of dominance. However, Wobblebobs are going to bring it back to 1 kill as Sayer already 5 and 3. But it's looking good for Jumpout Gang. They're in the lead currently, but for a Wobblebobs, the good part is you're not letting them get away. Mose with the call out. Will he be able to find the player that's up here? Multiple nades coming through, and actually Jumpout Gang going to retreat. They're going to form as a 4, and they're going to try and run around here. But what can he do against that heat wave? Reload, my son. You have 6 bullets. He's going to find the assist, and it is going to be the trade as well, and a lot of kills coming through for the side of Wobblebobs. They're looking real good as they take the lead, and now it's going to be a tie again. But, mate, this is a super close game 5.
Super close game 5, and that is the only way that I would like to take it, James. Here's Kimbo. He finds one onto Flux. On top of that, sizzle sticks are gonna burn and chew through Lunny and millsy. He's all on his lonesome Kimbo right now, and he's gonna get blown sky high courtesy of those HE. So it is a Wobblebobs being the first to actually break through. That gap now extended all the way up to 4 kills as they sit on 22 is about the best damn position you could hope to be in. Wobblebobs are seemingly in full control as they secured themselves a full team wipe. Now the ball is in Jumpout Gang's court, and we're waiting for a response.
Oh, look at this. The killing spree for Glory almost gets a double, but his teammates are all over it. And, mate, Wobblebobs have absolutely turned up the heat. Glory's going to be the first one into double digits. They're going to be the first one across halfway towards victory. And if they can keep the pressure up, Sayer joins Glory on 10 as well. 10 and 3 for Sayer right now. And Glory's going to find a kill after Sayer. But Clonely and Kimbo going to find backsmacks. So they are managing to find kills. If Mose and Flux can activate the same way that Glory and Sayer have done, then it should be a Wobblebob strolling home with map number 5. But Jumpout Gang, they didn't get here by being slouches. They are trying to bring this back, and look at this. Just repeatedly getting double kills. And mate, we are almost back to being even. In fact, we are.
Yeah, we indeed are completely even, Steven, between these two squads. And it can still go in any direction. It is impossible to call exactly who is going to book their ticket into the upper bracket and who's going to go down into the LB. But Kimbo with the heat wave does find a little bit of impact, finds some connections, but not translated into kills. The assist, though, will be collected, but he's walked into the lion's den, and it will be a free pickup for Glory before being traded off yet again. The commando will just narrowly secure a frag onto Mose as well by the looks of things. So millsy's going to be patting his own back about that one right there. But still, 32-32 between both of these two squads. If anything, I'm pretty sure that at a certain point, the pace of this Slayer game is going to be brought to a snail's pace. It is going to turn really, really slow once we hit like 40-45 kills.
Yeah, I can imagine that. Sayer finds a double with the nade, gets the triple onto Lunny. Can he find the overkill? Flux is going to trade out. Sayer was there. Oh, the man jumped down. He wanted it. He smelled it. He was trying to hunt it down. But it was going to be the trade, and the Wobblebobs, they are 1 kill up. The Sizzle Sticks, that's the giveaway of where these players are. And you can see Sayer trying to deal some damage, and you're right, it's already kind of slowed down. Flux 5 and 11, not having the world's greatest game. Kimbo, he's going to find Mose. What can Sayer do? Uses the thrusters backwards, but still gets headshot. Man, that is unlucky. But Lunny, he gets beaten out by Glory. Clonely there with the trade. This is super, super tense. Sayer with 16, Glory with 14. They account for 30 of the kills, but Jumpout gang, they are the first ones to 40. Yeah. There is just a 2-kill gap between these two teams. How much closer can it be? Clonely's going to find Mose. Every kill now so important. Glory, well, they know where he is. He is pinned down. It's going to be the kill onto Flux as Sayer's going to find one, but Clonely's going to clear up again. The Sizzle Stick's going to be grabbed. They're going to come out. It's only 7 kills for the Jumpout gang. They've also got the Heat Wave. It's 6 to go as the Wobblebobs are going to pass 40 as well. And Tudor, there's only 16 kills maximum left here as the Wobblebobs only 3 kills down.
Yeah, now Jumpout gang, they get to dictate the pace for the rest of this game, being in the lead. They only need 5 more kills to close this one off, and Flux is going to trade back by 1, but he's immediately going to get shut down and pummeled down as we once again have the side of Jumpout gang firmly in the lead. I think they just need about 2 more kills to close this one off, and they take this entire best of 5 series all to themselves. 48 kills right now as Glories is looking for a victim to try to smack down. There's a kill coming on through for a Wobblebobs. Jumpout gang 47 and a Wobblebobs also now 47. This is neck and neck between these two rosters as Glory is continuously twisting and turning in the wind.
Oh, the double kill!
For anyone to come on through, but the 2-piece for a Wobblebobs may as well just seal the deal. All they need is this one last kill to come on through. And there you have it, 50 to 47 as the Wobblebobs take 2 back-to-back to lock themselves into that upper bracket.
Oh my God, man. Sayer 19 and 8, Glory 17 and 12. What a finish that was. Oh man, Jumpout gang, they had the lead. They were so close. Like I said, they were 4 kills away and they had like a 6-kill lead. And then a Wobblebobs, they clutched, they held, and they got it done to finish second in this group 3-2 in the final group game. And oh my God, 50 to 47. They are going to join Na'Vi and Quadrant, and I believe it's JLINGZ as well, to go into the winners bracket. Jumpout gang gonna go to the losers. I believe CatSmile are gonna join them as well. But man, oh man, what a finish that was. Woo boy. A Wobblebobs. There you go. There's confirmation. Quadrant up the top, only dropping 1 map in the 3-0. A Wobblebobs 2-1. They're joining in the winners bracket. Jumpout 1 and 2 regain. Yeah, they came through that losers final last week, and that group was very, very tough. And if you look at Group B as well, you can see Na'Vi on top with that +3. I believe it JLINGZ did beat BH3, so that's going to update with them being in second. CatSmile, they're going to go into third, into that losers, and BH3 winning that French LAN, but unfortunately not able to get it done online, as CatSmile going to come through that winners final and they're going to make top 6. That's a stonks effort. Good job to the Cats.
Yeah, the Cats are going to be super duper happy about that one. And obviously, if you're a Cats fan, then don't worry all too much because they're not out of the tournament just yet. They are obviously just like the side of Jumpout gang going to be playing in that lower bracket, but obviously being in the lower bracket means that your backs are against the wall literally at all times, for one mistake is going to get you knocked out of the tourney forever and ever and ever. But Obviously, things are starting to get relatively spicy as we have just closed off the group stages, and now the playoffs are going to be commencing in just a couple of minutes once we get the green light from everyone working behind the stages as well.
Hello ladies and gents, and welcome back to the EU HCS Quadrant 4K here on this wonderful Sunday. We've seen some quality Halo action so far. I'm Joe Sketch here, joined by Outcast, taking it all the way through the winners round 1 and the early stages of the losers bracket before we throw it over to the Quadrant stream for the end of it. And Outcast, we've seen some quality games so far. We now find ourselves in the winners bracket, round 1. And on our stream here, we've got Na'Vi, Natus, Vincere versus the Wobbabobs, who you've just seen before we cut to a break as well. Two top teams. We're now in the top end of the EU action. These are some of our best 4 teams in the whole of Europe. And it's just quality to see all these European talent come out. And Outcast, what are you thinking so far? How do you think this one's going to go?
I'm excited. Like you said, I've been keeping an eye on the pool play. There's been some really, really good matches, a few kind of surprising results, and obviously we are about to watch Na'Vi, and I think for them, seeing them ghost that Game 5 against JLINGZ, obviously great for JLINGZ, showing what they're kind of capable of with that new roster, but maybe a little bit concerning for Na'Vi, having a bit of a challenge to kind of establish top 2 spot. But yeah, like you said, we're kind of into the business end now of the tournament. We're getting to bracket play, and every match from here on out should be a good one.
Yeah, and you lock in and see that upper bracket as well. Quadrant versus JLINGZ, and then Na'Vi versus the Wobbabobs. We do have 2 teams waiting down the losers brackets. The loser of this round will go and face either Jumpout Gang or CatSmileGaming. On your screens right now, you've got how the game's going to break down. Recharge, King of the Hill is our first game up on the stream. And just to talk about these 2 rosters before we're getting into this action as well. You've got Jimbo, Snipe Drone, Snakey, and Mighty's on that Na'Vi side. Some of these players have been around for a very long time. You're looking at Jimbo, one of probably the best sort of well-known EU players, especially in that side of things. I remember back to the 2016 World Championships where Snipe Drone and Jimbo won Epsilon. They got that top 8 placing internationally, one of the best European placings at the time. And then on the other side, you've got Wobbabobs. The most common names there you'd see would be Mose and Flux, Outcast as well. Those guys have been around for a while, so definitely some top-tier veteran talent.
Yeah, like you said, 2 very well-balanced rosters. Obviously, we just saw Wobbabobs, for anyone I didn't see, just close out that Game 5 versus Jumpout Gangs. They've got to be feeling good, and they're going to be playing at their absolute peak to beat a team like Na'Vi. But kicking it off, like you said, Recharge, King of the Hill, and you expect this bottom hill to be a very, very scrappy one. I think a good chance for both teams kind of get a feel for the game against each other. Obviously, Wobbabobs, they did play Quadrant earlier, so you'd expect them to be kind of prepared to play a top-level team. But, Na'Vi and Quadrant, 2 very different rosters, and I'm hoping we can see a close series, but we'll get to see how it goes. But yeah, kicking things off with Flux, locking down this kind of back C plat area, and that is kind of the main area you want to control for this bottom mid hill. And yeah, he looks like he's chasing this guy long haul here, and his teammate isn't a sneaky, and he does get taken down, but it's like he is going to get the kill. So yeah, good job by Flux here, and as you'd expect, the kills kind of going back and forth to start the game.
Yeah, always how it is when it gets this top-tier talent in Europe. There's going to be a lot of traded kills, a lot of individual moments which will decide the games. But you can see Mose right here now down on bottom hill. Pretty scrappy hill as always, you can see on this map and Recharge. He decides to opt out of that one, maybe get some regrouping with his teammates before jumping back into that one. So far, a bit of a shaky start from both of these 2 teams as you expect. Just trying to play each other out, see if they can get a slight advantage. But trades still across the board here at the start of this one, Outcast, whilst this hill is just about being controlled by Na'Vi.
I love watching this bottom mid hill because it's kind of like a bit of a psych out game between the 2 teams. I think neither team wants to kind of risk kind of getting in that bottom mid hill a bit early, and that can sometimes result in it taking a very, very long time to kind of get that hill cap. And you look at the bottom of the screen, just only a little bit of progress for both teams, so you'd expect it could be a bit of time before this hill gets going. But Jimbo here does do a good job for a little bit, but he does get taken down. So are we going to see maybe Wobbabobs maybe hopping this hill now, or are they going to opt to slay up a little bit more? You see Glory here on the turbine does get taken down as well, so both teams are doing such a good job kind of trading out these kills, and as of yet neither team able to really get a solid kind of setup going on this bottom mid hill.
Yeah, it's all incremental progress right now, and you touched upon it. These sets of slays are fantastic. They're just going to win you a small amount of time. But Jimbo get a double kill with a camo down his bottom King of the Hill here as well. That's what you need to do to sort of open up this game, and so far he's uncontested. Nades are flying in. He's doing a good job to dodge them right now. Just playing his life enough for his teammates you can see around him getting the kills, or even the trades. That's slowly ticking away out of Wobbabob's hands right now as Na'Vi still have control. Jimbo might get taken down, but this camo play has been absolutely quality so far from him, as he still just keeps hopping in and out the hill right now. Outcast just playing his life perfectly, hoping his teammates and trusting his teammates can get the kills around him, but also putting down the damage that he needs to as well. And just like that, Na'Vi have already captured or nearly captured his first hill.
You know, Jim has had a really, really good start to this game. We kind of mentioned it's been very back and forth between both teams. No one able to get a good hold, but it seems like Na'Vi kind of last minute in the game doing a really good job starting to rack up that time. But thankfully for Wobble Bobs, they do kind of stop that progress. And, you know, still some hope for them to capture this head as well. Obviously, Glory with a shock rifle. We know what he's capable of with this weapon. Very, very talented player. And if he can start hitting a few shots, maybe this hill could go towards them. You see, they are currently getting some time. So, oh, big shot by Glory. Oh my God. Could that be the catalyst, Joe?
Yeah, Steve, what an absolute play from Glory. But he needs to do those plays to hold this hill. You know, look at the time right now. It's about even all squares, still the Wobble was controlling this hill. The next set of slays could be absolutely crucial. If he's still on board with Glory, he's got to hit some shots to help his teammates out. That's one of them. Trades across the boards, finds a player down middle as Mighties, but cleans out Glory. Control still in the hands of Na'Vi right now, here, Steve, and that capture comes in. That is a clutch play. Even though Glory's doing all the work he could do with this shock rifle, Na'Vi get that first hill, but they also have control of our second hill in rotation.
Yeah, that is heartbreaking for Wobble Bobs. They had so many huge shots there hit by Glory, but it just wasn't quite enough. And Na'Vi do finally cap that bottom mid hill, and they've done such a good job as well transitioning that into this long haul hill. They already have nearly a quarter of the hill capped. And yeah, like you said, Camo's about to pop as well, so they got to be careful here on the side of Wobble Bobs. Snipe Drone gets the kill as well. 2 dead now on the side of Wobble Bobs, and I can't say that name correctly, so I'm going to stop trying. But still 3 dead now. And Na'Vi, you assume, should get away with that camo, and they've already got this hill halfway capped.
Yeah, I think there was a Na'Vi player with the camo. I'm not too sure if it's been taken down, if he's still got it, but either way, control definitely in Na'Vi's favour. Slay's going their way as well, and after such a closely contested first hill, looks like Na'Vi have got the control of the second one so far. Now we've just got Slightdown left by himself, just trying to hold down the aggressive players from a Wobble Bobs. That name is quite tricky to say though, Steve, but what isn't quite tricky right now is Na'Vi holding that hill. They capture that one 2-0, and just like that, after such a close battle in the first one, the game opens up in Na'Vi's favour.
Yeah, that's just how it can go sometimes at the King of the Hill. You know, you can have such a back and forth hill, and it looks like both the teams are so closely contested. But you know, different hills, they can play very differently. This bottom 8 hill especially, probably one of the easiest hills to hold down. So if either team can kind of get in there early and get a solid hold, could be a chance maybe for them to come back. But you see Na'Vi getting a few kills here and actually breaking into this hill. Really good job from them, and it's getting a little bit concerning now. It seems like Na'Vi may be starting to heat up a little bit, and we know what they're capable of once they get rolling. And Snipe Drone here, it's Glory with a disruptor, sorry, and he gets taken down as well. There's no respite here, and Na'Vi just so relentless with their pressure, and they've broken in. It looks like they've got a good setup here going on this A hill.
Yeah, I thought for a moment the Wobble Bobs had the break, but Na'Vi just play the pillars well. They've got the shock rifle in their hands, and once again, it's looking like a scary, scary position if you're in a Wobble Bobs fan right now. Na'Vi have control, not really any pressure coming through from a Wobble Bobs right now as they're stuck towards the turbine sign. Now you can see the blue players progress towards the hill. They get 3 slays, make that 4 actually, 4 dead. Nice break there, and if you're a Wobble Bobs fan, you needed that really to say within this game. You don't want to go 3-0 down, and it was slowly stopping themselves from getting on the back of that sort of Na'Vi train when they get going. Now the progression and the control of the hill is in a Wobble Bob's favour, but they've got to hold at least one more push here from Na'Vi to capture this one.
Yeah, I think they need to cap this hill, to be honest. I don't think going 3-0 down against a team like Na'Vi is just such a difficult position to come back from. You see Mose with a huge kill there on a camo player, and he looks like he might get away with it himself. He does pop in. Is he going to get around the corner, though? He's still one shot. Huge place here by Mose. He can stay alive, but he does eventually get taken down. It's heartbreaking. But is that going to be enough for the distraction from the cap that hill? And it looks like it is. So, you know, despite Mose not staying alive with that camo, he does just enough to kind of direct the attention of the Na'Vi players, and that's what they needed. That could be the start of the comeback. If they can maybe make a good push in this blue pipes hill and tie up the game, which could hopefully for them be the start of the comeback.
Yeah, nice distraction from Mose there. Even though he died with the camo, that was camo not in Na'Vi's hands. Now we're sort of back to this battle. Trades coming through from either side, from a Wobble Bobs and Na'Vi. Tricky hill to capture here, but one you really want to capture if you're a Wobble Bobs player right now. They do have control just for momentarily. You can see the Slays going in the favour of Wobble Bobs. And I don't know why I keep saying that name, Steve, because it never gets easier every single time I say it. But either way, the blue team's still in control here. They get the set of Slays, Na'Vi back on rotation. So nice comeback here and a nice sort of stopping of the progress and momentum of Na'Vi if you're a Wobble Bobs player.
Yeah, no, it's nice to see they've kind of warmed up into this game, and it can sometimes be the case that you play against, you know, these teams of different levels in ball play, and sometimes you got to adjust to playing against a team of Navi's level, obviously one of the best teams in Europe. And it's nice to see that, like you said, they seem to have kind of warmed up into this game. You can see a Glory having quite a strong game. A few of the players really starting to get some nice kills, putting some nice shots together, and they've already got half the progress in this blue pipe still. So despite such a strong start from Na'Vi, it looks like we could have a tied game soon if they can carry on locking down this kind of C-play area. You see Glory electing to get out of the hill there, but he does get killed out by the player tower. So this looks like it could be the setup here of our Wobbabobs. If I stay a bit slower, maybe it's a bit easier. 3-4 dead now. So Na'Vi do break into that setup, and despite getting nearly 3/4 of the progress, Na'Vi do break in. We're going to see if they can hold it. And Jimbo with this shock rifle is going to be the first line of defense here for Na'Vi.
Jimbo trying to destroy the... Oh, nice little shot there from Jimbo. Reflex onto it, and the Slazy going in favour of Na'Vi right now. What's really impressed me so far from this Na'Vi side is when they get control, they almost just push out and put pressure onto Wobbabobs, not trying to absorb anything, not trying to sit back. They're almost pushing the spawns of Wobbabobs, forcing them to win those individual gunfights. And all the time, different players are hopping into the hill, collecting the seconds. There should be the time ticking over. Just we see Jimbo on your screens with that shock rifle just playing the last few seconds of this hill. Make that 3-1 now to Na'Vi. And the pressure from Na'Vi putting on towards Wobbabobs now is sort of making the Wobbabobs second guess themselves, push the squad, try and win some gunfights which aren't favourable for them. But right now, Trazu come across the boards. You see 3 players down there from Wobbabobs, but also 3 players down from Na'Vi as we go towards the Turbine Hill.
Yeah, no, Jimbo did such a good job throughout that whole hill, just staying alive with that shock rifle, being such a nuisance. And like you said, just putting the pressure on those spawners early, not even really giving them a chance to even attempt to make a push, just really kind of locking them into their spawns. And like you said, 3-1 in the game now. The next hill is Turbine. And I think these next 2 hills for Na'Vi, thankfully, they're very easy to bait. And you think it's going to be interesting to see, are they going to elect maybe try to run down the clock and kind of slay out? Or are they going to try to cap that 4th and final hill? We're going to have to kind of see what strategy they go for. But Glory doing a good job here, staying alive towards A. And he nuisance this passive pistol. Can he get this kill maybe on the player bottom A? Does get double teams. So that's a lot of players down now. And Na'Vi, it looks like, are they choosing to leave the hill? It seems like. It looks like they are. So we're going to see how this works out. It could be a bit risky, but it seems like that is the strategy they're going for.
Yeah, I think you called it, Steve. The bait's really what they're trying to go for. Maybe they're trying to look for the perfect set of slays before jumping into this one, but they don't have to. And unless the Wobbabobs start ticking that time down, that's when Na'Vi need to push. I don't know if it's been a good decision or not. They could have got some seconds as they're now falling around this hill, and the Wobbabobs are trying to control this and gain control of Turbine right now. See battles back and forth. Na'Vi has better the slays so far. We still see Flux in the hill by himself. Glory also on your screens gets the kill and taken down as well. So still scrappy, but this all favours Na'Vi right now, Steve.
Yeah, it really does. Only really about a minute left, and like you said, they can just carry on slaying out, and it's going to be so difficult for the side of the Wobbabobs. They just have to kind of get in this hill desperately, and I think it's this Mighties with a camo as well, so things just getting worse and worse. And we saw Mighties get a dirty overkill a few weeks ago on this same game type, so we just know what he's capable of with his shock rifle. Probably one of the most talented players in Europe in terms of pure mechanical skill, and if he can start hitting a few of these shots, it could get really, really bad here. Only not long left in the game. Oh my god, Mighties, he's insane. There's no way he gets this kill as well. He's just on a roll right now, just roaming around the map, just slaying out. This player on the pillar being annoying, but it doesn't matter. He falls to his death eventually, and you see the clock just dwindling down here. It looks like it's probably going to be game 1 going to Na'Vi unless we see some huge kills coming in. But when you've got players like Mighties, like Jimbo earlier, just staying alive with the shock rifle, being such a presence on the map, it's just so difficult to get anything done.
It's the positions they hold as well, Steve. Just moving around the map, being a nuisance is one thing, but also distracting away from the hill. Look at Mighty right now. He's basically clambered and dropped down from the same area in attic about 3 times, and he still stays alive. All while this is going on, seconds are ticking down. It's almost over in game 1. And Na'Vi, they've done such a good job to hold this hill and just bait the players in from the side of the Wobbabobs. And I think it's textbook play how they control the Turbine, just using their lives, putting the pressure towards the Wobbabobs team. They didn't need to capture that hill, and they lock in our game 1 of a winners round 1.
You know, what a game from Na'Vi. And like you said, it was nice to see it was kind of competitive in the middle part. And I think, you know, most people probably would expect Na'Vi to win this series. But I think if, you know, Glory and the like, they're the kind of players that if they're playing at their peak, they can hang with the likes of Na'Vi. And I think they're eventually going to want to be kind of contesting that top 2. So I think they'll be hoping for a close series. And they definitely showed signs in that game 1. But it seemed like in the end for Na'Vi, you know, a fairly comfortable victory. They kind of got that 3-1 lead. They could just kind of comfortably slay out for those last few minutes. So yeah, really, really strong performance from Na'Vi. Quite a well-rounded performance in terms of the stats. And I'll just have a quick look at this scoreboard. But yeah, Jimbo, 22 kills. Obviously, the 21 deaths, but, you know, I like that stat line. It just shows how involved he is in the game. You know, high kills, high deaths, high assists as well with 11 assists. Just super involved in the game.
Oh, I think Yeah, if we're talking about assists there, you'd see the side. The one thing positive for Wobbobs there was the assists across the board was relatively high for all of them. I think 16 assists for one of the players from Wobbobs. And some of these players on the Wobbobs, even though you expect Na'Vi to win this series, have been at the top of our European scene before. Looking at Mo's back in Far B, back 2016, 2017 time, and probably the best squad in Europe. Flux has been around the scene for a very long time, especially in Halo 5, had a sort of breakout game for anything. I can remember like Infuse being one of the top teams he was on, maybe top 3, top 2 at his peak as well. Steve. So they're definitely good squads here, but the slaying outweighed in Na'Vi's favour, and I think that's what won the game. Now as we jump onto our Slayer on Aperion, you sort of look towards these older players, these older heads on both the two teams, and I'm looking towards Jimbo and Snipe Drone on the Na'Vi side to really sort of up things up, step things up.
No, this is where it's going to be a bit scary for me. On the bright side, if you look at both rosters, they do have kind of two of those veteran kind of Halo 3 players. Obviously, Flux and Mo's on that Wobbobobs roster, veteran players, but you'd say maybe Glory and Sire a bit more kind of new generation. But the scary thing is on the side of Na'Vi, Jimbo, Snakey and Snipe Drone, they're Halo 3 veterans. They've played this map thousands and thousands of times. So obviously, it's a new game. The map's a little bit different, but in terms of those kind of angles to take up with a sniper and how to break out a certain setups, you expect them to be super experienced. But the one thing we do know about this game type, it can be very snowbally, and if a team can start establishing those spawn kills, it can get very out of hand very quickly. So I think both teams here, especially off the start, are going to have to be careful to make sure they don't kind of go 3 or 4 down. And you see Mo's here doing a good job getting away with the rockets, but we're going to have to see, is he going to maybe elect to push, or is he going to try to just hold his side and kind of play it patient?
Yeah, Flux with a sniper for a Wobbobs as well. 1 rocket left in the chamber for Mo's. He's just playing it slowly, just almost trying to bait a Na'Vi player into it. But Na'Vi will be well aware that Flux is someone on this map with this rocket. So he's just trying to play over tight angles. You can see he's not really getting into open space right now, Steve. Just trying to be a bit of a nuisance. But I'd like to see him maybe get at least some pressure on the map. Staying down bottom sword isn't really the best for his teammates. He's not getting any shots whilst he's holding his rocket onto anybody. He might get a kill, takes down the sniper of Jimbo. So it's a nice one at the end of it. But realistically, the whole time Mose was alive there, he didn't really get any shots down for his teammates. He was sort of in a bit of no man's land. Does work out the end, and we can see if he does anything with his sniper rifle. Opts to just sort of back down and go back and regroup with his team. But right now, it's all about the snipers when it comes to Empyrean, especially at this early stage when you've got a lot of rounds left in your chamber, and you can almost expect this game to sort of slow down a bit as both players don't want to peek and get their head sniped off.
For sure. And, despite maybe a bit of a slow start from Mose in terms of putting those weapons to use, he does eventually put that rocket to use. He's now found himself a sniper rifle. I think both teams are going to be so kind of wary of just knowing how dangerous things can get if you kind of go 3 or 4 down. So I expect both teams kind of play their life and kind of be careful kind of heading into these areas of the map. But once they do get a few of those kills, I expect them to really put their foot on the gas and start pushing the other side of the map. And, if Mose can start hitting a few of these shots, maybe that could be the opening that his team needs to really start establishing those spawn kills. But yeah, a bit of a kind of tentative start. As I said, 2 do go down for Na'Vi, so we're going to have to see now, are they going to push off of those kills? You see Mose here pushing towards the opposite runway. He gets this kill as well, so is he going to try and get onto the tower? He does choose to stay alive here. Good play by Mose, but yes, a nice kind of sequence of kills there from Wobbobobs, but they've not quite pushed yet. You see Mose now, he is trying to push. He's getting onto the enemy's S1, trying to get some angles, and he does get the body shot here, and a big kill from Mose there. Nice shots. He's being so annoying here on the enemy's side, and is that 3-4 down now nearly, I think, for Na'Vi? So this could get very scary for Na'Vi. If they can start getting these spawn kills in, you just see how quickly the score could rack up here.
Yeah, fantastic play for Mose. He's really heating up in this game. I think Sire off screen as well is about to grab OS for the side of the Wobbobobs, and you can just see the spawn pressure coming in. The Wobbobobs have lost some players now, but Glory's caught in a tricky position, should be cleaned out. So at least a positive for Na'Vi is their base is relatively clear, with Sire potentially having that OS and other players pushing once again from the Wobbobobs. You can see that now locked in. It's still scary here for Na'Vi, and this game is going quickly out of hands right now. Nice double from Sire. Should escape with the sniper rifle from the side of Na'Vi, so extra bit of treasure for his pleasures right now as he gets some help from his teammate, but nice knowledge of staying alive right now. And the score, Steve, is absolutely in favour of Wobbobs. They've done such a great job. As you said, they got that first set of slays and they really capitalised and put some pressure towards Na'Vi, and they still are. Just in this game, the sniper not really doing much, but at least it's stopping the Na'Vi players from pushing slightly, while Sire still has this one. Nice little use of the equipment there to get back into a good position as well. And I'm just liking this play. They realise now there's no point to pressure, sort of back away, hold this mid-map and make Na'Vi push towards us.
Really, really great start from the whole team. And what a no-scope by Sire! Jesus! That was a huge shot, and that just helps to kind of maintain that control. That could have been the opening kill that Na'Vi needed to really kind of break out of this spawn trap. trap, but Sire just clutching up, and you see on the left side of your screen these red players on Na'Vi still just spawning on their side of the map, just trapped, and Sire just kind of has this whole sight line locked down with a sniper, and the score 27-10. I think, you know, Na'Vi, they're definitely capable of coming back if they could do the same thing, but another no-scope hit by Sire. He's just not missing in these crucial 1v1 situations and just locking them down. Glory as well, getting a kill off screen, just non-stop control here. The score is just such a big hit. Another headshot. Can he get another one? He nearly gets the kill on Sniper, and look at these BR shots as well. He's not missing. He does barely not get the kill, but I think that's Mighty's maybe with a flank, so this could be what Na'Vi need to break out, but the damage might have already been done. Look at the score.
Oh, I think we need to change the rating of some of these clips. I'm not sure it's suitable for all audiences, those snipes which are coming in. Anyway, Sire, no more ammo, is eventually taken down, or at least drops down himself. Na'Vi have a bit of breathing space, but as you said, Steve, the game is pretty much already out of their hands. We've seen comebacks like this happen before, especially some of these players in Na'Vi can do it. But right now, looks like the Wobbobs have got themselves into 5th gear and they're not stopping. Every single time I see a Na'Vi player, there's a Wobbobs player nearby, get some shots towards them. OS in the hands of Flux as well as he rotates back to his own tower, trying to get the shots onto this Na'Vi player. Should clean him up with the help of his teammates as well. And it's a brilliant prioritization. You can almost, even though you can't hear the comms, you can see the comms working for the side of the Wobbobs. They always are looking in multiple places on the map. As soon as they see someone weak, Flux decides to prioritize them instead of pushing forward. This is quality communication, quality gameplay, what we're seeing right now from the Wobbobs on this map.
Yeah, and you see Snipe Drone, you know, probably considered one of the best players in Europe at the moment, 2-9. I think me and you, we kind of spoke about before the stream, but there's some game sites throughout Halo history that once you kind of get in those relentless spawn traps, it doesn't matter how talented of a player you are, it's just almost impossible situations that you're in. You just kind of relentlessly getting spawn killed over and over again, and sight is hitting those scopes. You just have those games where it feels like you're in the absolute blender. And I think for me, what's going to be interesting now, because I think it's safe to assume, unless there's a miracle, Na'Vi most likely going to lose this game too. I think what's going to be interesting is can Wobbobs kind of ride this momentum with this kind of massive scoreline deficit and really kind of bring that into game 3? Are we maybe going to see Na'Vi tilt a bit, kind of maybe lose a bit of composure because of just kind of how embarrassing you'd say the scoreline is, or are they going to be able to shake it off? You'd expect players on Na'Vi, you know, the likes of Snipe Drone, those veteran competitors, to be able to kind of just shake off a bad game like this and be like, you know, boys, just how Empyrean Slayer goes sometimes, you know, it's not the end of the world. But I'm excited for Wobbobs here, because I think we all kind of expected Na'Vi to maybe be able to win this series, kind of being that second first best team in Europe, depending on the week. And, you know, just kind of hoping this makes for a really interesting game 3, because this has been so impressive from the whole Wobbobs team. Sire with a sniper earlier. Obviously, Mighty's does find himself a sniper now, but I think unless he gets an overkill or two, it's going to be very difficult to come back in this game.
Yeah, you talked about the momentum, and we've mentioned it before on stream. Momentum some sides can carry, and that sort of builds them into winning games you don't expect them to win as well. What I almost want to see from Na'Vi is a bit more of a slower paced game. Maybe try and get some slays, make it a bit more respectable, but instead you see Mighty's get absolutely clean sweeps there. The game's almost over right now, and Wobbobs have just put on an absolutely impressive display. You touched on it slightly, but this team, not really expected to win this series, have came out and they look like, if you tuned in right now, they look like a team which should be 2-0 up, because they are absolutely in control of everything right now. Whenever we jump towards a Wobbobs player, you sort of see them hitting their shots, being confident as well. That's another thing which you really sort of don't expect from this Wobbobs side, or, you know, you want to see from the best players in the scene. And 50-25 is an absolute statement on our game 2, and hopefully, as you said, that means going into our game 3, we're going to see an absolute close one as well.
Yeah, what a bounce back there for Wobbobs. You know, I think that's something we talk about as well. Is, you know, Halo Infinite can be so different game type to game type. You know, there can be such a different pace of the game, something kind of different. Some teams kind of naturally are stronger at certain game types, and, you know, Na'Vi, they look fairly comfortable in that game 1, to be honest. Obviously, the scoreline was only 3-1, but they kind of, but if you look at the score, I mean, it's a crazy game, especially Sire with a damage 4.2k, just relentlessly laying down. And every time he's on his point of view, whenever he had to kind of hit a clutch shot with a sniper, he hit it. And I think earlier on I saw him go like 19-8 or something in a game 5. He just really, really strong performance from Sire again. He's been looking so good recently on this team. Flux went 6-5. I mean, he got 8 assists, but he didn't have to do much. And like I kind of highlighted, obviously, not to harp on anyone in particular. I mean, obviously, every player on Na'Vi going negative, and that's just kind of what you expect once you get in that spawn trap. And I think it just showed, we kind of spoke about Mose a bit at the start of the game and how he was maybe playing it a bit slow, but he just kind of picked his moment, and when he had that kind of chance to pounce off those kind of 2 or 3 picks, he really kind of put it to use. And once they got that spawn trap going, 50-25, what a statement from Wobbobs. And live fire oddball, I think, thankfully for Na'Vi, isn't one of those game types you can kind of get in those spawn traps. It's a lot more kind of back and forth, and I think Na'Vi will probably back themselves here to kind of bounce back. But yeah, like we said, I'm hoping we're going to see an interesting game 3 here. I think both teams got to be feeling very confident, especially Wobbobs.
Yeah, and with Oddball as well, you've got that round cushion almost to get back in your mojo and get back in the groove of things. And you touched upon it, some of the veterans on the side of Na'Vi, I'm sure that loss won't affect him too much. You're looking at Snipe Drone, Jimbo, respectful as well. Look, oh no, sorry, not respectful, even Snaky as well. I was going back to the old Fab E roster for a second. Yeah, they're definitely players which will just sort of reset their mindset going into this game as well. But for Wobble Bobs, your comms are going to be absolutely crisp going at the end of that one. They're going to be buzzing right now. This isn't just like a win in like any sort of series. This is a win in the EU 4K in the winners round one. Locking, if you win this series, you go into winners finals, at least guaranteed top 3 and a whole EU 4K. Obviously the quadrant money as well, with 14,000 euros up for grabs. It's massive for both these two teams. And this live fire oddball, you almost want to see at the start, both teams trying to assert their dominance and ride that momentum throughout the series.
You know, people talk about Game 3 a lot in the best of 5 as being the swing game, and I think this really could be the swing game. I think, you know, if Na'Vi can kind of win this oddball dominantly, I think maybe the narrative just starts playing in some of the players' heads and the Wobble Bobs is, oh, maybe we just got lucky in a slay, you know, like Na'Vi, they're just winning these objectives dominantly. But if Na'Vi can maybe get a little bit riled here, you know, off that Game 2 and Wobble Bobs can come out strong, we know Sire, Glory, just such talented players with that sniper rifle especially. If they can kind of get their hands on that and start putting some kills together, I think if they can push it to a Game 5, that would be a big achievement for them. I'd be very surprised if you saw Wobble Bobs kind of win this series 3-1. I think if they're going to have any chance of winning it, they're probably going to have to push it to a Game 5. But yeah, I think live fireball, very strong game type for Na'Vi, so it's going to be really difficult. But it's nice to see that. I think throughout today, really, we're seeing a lot of these teams really push each other. You know, I think the narrative maybe for a lot of people is kind of quadrant Na'Vi, that established top 2. No one can really challenge them. But you know, we saw JLINGZ take Na'Vi to a Game 5 earlier. We're already seeing Wobble Bobs win a Slayer 50-25. You know, I think I saw CatSmile draw a Slayer, against Na'Vi. So I don't want to call it too early, but are we maybe seeing Na'Vi having a bit of an off day, or is it just these other teams really kind of stepping up for this big tournament?
I think that the one summary, though, even though Na'Vi are losing these individual games, they're still winning the series.
Yeah.
And it doesn't. And if you're Na'Vi, you're not going. It doesn't matter if it's 3-2, if it's 3-0, it's 3-1. If you win in the series, then you're still sitting happy. Obviously, they haven't had that battle between quadrant yet. They may not even get it in the winners finals if Wobble Bobs keep up momentum from Game 2. But either way, it's nice to see all the EU competition give each other games as well. You know, come at these strong teams, these established top 2, and sort of fight and go, do you know what? We can take you. We can win these individual game types. Live fire oddball is a quality game for Na'Vi as well. But Wobble Bobs using the Slayer from the last one, I'd like to see them sort of keep up momentum and just and outslay the Na'Vi side off the start of this one. Put some doubt in their heads towards this game and sort of get on top at least early doors to try and carry that momentum forwards. Game has started now. This is our Game 3 of our winners semis or winners round 1 to lock themselves into winners finals. On board with Glory right now. Both sort of teams are trading slays here as this West is almost coming up.
Oh, what a stick by Glory. That is a huge play. Niddy gets another stick as well, but he doesn't even need to get it. His teammate comes in with the help, and that's 2 down now for Na'Vi, and it looks like the overshield was in the hands of Mose, and the ball as well is in the hands of a Wobble Bob. So really nice start here from them. And you know, with this overshield, you assume it should be enough kind of map pressure established to really start racking up some time. You see they're already about to hit 10 seconds, so yeah, really good start. You see Mo just chasing this player down. Glory gets a kill off screen as well. 2 dead now for Na'Vi.
Wow,
I think that's 3 dead as well. So what a start. You can see the momentum from the last game really carrying on here, and this is the exact kind of start they needed, and we'll have to see how long they can hold us up against a team like Na'Vi. You assume obviously Na'Vi, Coach Wonderboy, a very practiced team. They're probably the type of team that have these kind of breaks locked down, but you can see the kind of ball rotations as well off screen. Sire, I think the ball was an aid and it was back at tower, just doing a really good job kind of rotating the ball away from that pressure, and they've already kind of got 20 seconds on the board here, so really good start from them.
Yeah, you saw the sea of red sort of spawn up towards the green side of the map, towards the B side, and Na'Vi finally are getting a push in their favour now. You can see the players from Wobblers are falling, and that ball did not go off the map as well, so it's still in control potentially of Na'Vi if they get these last sets of slays, but Flux says no thank you, I'm going to jump in board here, put some pressure towards the Na'Vi players, retake the tower, and he's got the odd ball, and if he can try and throw this one off the map, if there's pressure towards him, or at least hold it for a few more seconds, that's even better for his team. Off screen right now, you can see Sire getting a couple of kills, a few more slays coming from the Wobble Bobs, and after what I thought Na'Vi were going to win that initial break, Wobble Bobs come back, Flux making some individual plays to grab him this odd ball. He might have only gone 6 and 5 in the last game, but he's almost been an anchor for this team, and that was a great clutch play from him to hold this odd ball, get some extra more seconds. their favour.
What a start. And it looks like the Overshield player does get taken down as well for Na'Vi. So the Overshield's still in contention for both teams. Cyan most likely going to die here. But you see, while all this chaos is going down, Flux just holding the ball at tower. And there's no better feeling when you're the ball player and just kills are going down. You're just kind of quietly racking up time. And what a start this has been since round one. The momentum from that last game really carrying on. But Na'Vi now, they do get the Overshield. They have the ball. You know, so could this be a chance for them to kind of respond? And despite having the Overshield, a few Na'Vi players do actually go down. You see that Overshield's been melted already by grenades, so almost ineffective. Mo's here with a repulsor, but the bomb is going down here. Nice bait and switch by Na'Vi, maybe, but you see stays alive as well. So just such a good job on these individual 1v1s. And despite that Overshield going to Mighties, and this ball kind of, the Na'Vi are really struggling to kind of get this time together. But it looks like they are now trying to rotate the ball to green, so it could be a chance to maybe establish that green setup and get a few points. But I'm just loving the pressure I'm seeing here from Wobble Bob. It's really just making it so difficult for Na'Vi to get a sub. As I said, it could just be a triple kill for Snaky. He is chasing this player green, but it's being so annoying playing the life, and he actually has to play the ball. He's so uncomfortable in this situation. So despite all those kills from Snaky, despite the overshield from Mighty, only 15 seconds on the board.
Yeah, I think it's a right call from Snaky. Realising that the teammates are falling around him, it's better to just try and throw this one off the map and reset it. But as you said, in 15 seconds during that whole play, and we're talking from the OS battle, the rotation coming through from Na'Vi, they only managed to get 15 seconds on the board. Slay's going in favour of Wobobs off the start of this one as well, as they rotate towards their favoured tower side hold. And it looks like Moses uncontested, throws it to his teammates. He's got the heat wave. He doesn't want to hold that ball for right now. Pass it to Syer. You see the green players push towards his outside of the map. They are getting the Slays, but hopefully the ball for Wobobs should be thrown off the map. So nice set of rotations, nice extra seconds. In fact, it's a full rotation here, Steve, towards B. I don't know if it's a good or bad decision. It looks like all the players from Wobobs are falling still. Oddball still not in control of either players until Na'Vi finally picked that one up. I would have thought there that Wobobs would have thrown that one off the map, tried to reset it. But either way, Na'Vi do a good job of slaying out there and get a little bit of control.
Yeah, no, it seems like maybe Wobobs will be. Oh my god, Sniper Drone with a huge play to steal the overshield, maybe, but Glory takes him down. I think he might have burned that overshield. Oh no, Glory's got the overshield. What a play by Glory, and Glory's now got a heat wave and overshield. He's most likely going to kill this player bottom mid, so what a play by Glory. But like you said, maybe a bit of an ambitious attempt to rotate that ball initially by Wobble Bobbles, but they make up for it there with a huge play from Glory to clutch up and get the overshield. And you see a few kills going down now, 2 dead for Na'Vi, and what a kind of flip in the momentum. It just seemed like Na'Vi there might be able to capitalise on a mistake from Wobble Bobs, but Wobble Bobs just clutch up with a few huge plays, and Glory just roaming the map here. Look how many kills he's got on the scoreboard. He's absolutely popping off this game, and it looks like they're in a really good position to win this round one. You see he passes the ball off to Glory there. Syer with a sniper. We saw what he can do with that last game, and their whole team just seems to be in full flow state at the moment. They're all just playing so well.
Yeah, nice throwing the ball for a reset as well. Just those extra seconds, see. Even if it's like 4 or 5 seconds, just to hold that ball, throw it off the perfect time. They all add up towards the end of this, but the game in round is still not over. Na'Vi do have control, at least for the time being. They've rotated towards tower. Probably the best setup they've had so far, but both players on their side are weak right now. They've got to try and recharge their shields, hopefully ride the storm, the aggressing of Wobob's players, but they can't right now. Glory, Flux both getting kills, and Na'Vi just can't get anything going. They can't get a setup because the Wobobs are so quick off a respawn. Rotate does come in, at least partially here from Na'Vi, but pressure still is on the side of Wobobs. Players falling all over for Na'Vi. Wobobs get the slays they need to. That OS is almost coming up as well in about 20 seconds, and the ball is once again in the Wobobs' favour as they're trying to get this one back towards the garage side.
Yeah, and I think most people, they talk about, you know, Quadrant and Na'Vi being some of the best players in Europe, but I think when you think who outside of that, I think most people's kind of next player up most likely going to be Glory. I think he's just been so strong this series. I think a lot of people kind of see him as the next player up on these top 2 rosters, and this game he's just absolutely just popping off, and it's what you love to see from this team. Now, had a bit of a maybe shaky start to the tournament, going to game 5 against Jumpout Gang, but now they're kind of in the business ends of the tournament, playing against Na'Vi, the powerhouse roster. Glory with a backsmack as well. Whoa, one shot as well. He's just doing so much for his team right now, and you see at the score of the bomb, only a few more points needed for Wobble Bobs to win this round one, and is this Jimbo with the overshield, so only a little bit left though, and his team does get the ball, so I wouldn't put it past Na'Vi to hold us up 50 seconds straight. You know, it's still doable, and it would be heartbreaking for Wobble Bobbles if they didn't win this round, but it's been so difficult. Na'Vi, oh my god, the stick from Jimbo, and I was just about to say the guys played perfect Halo, and I think that's quite a good start there with the stick. But 3 down now, Mo's the last player alive here, and 70 seconds already on the score. It's slowly ticking up. Probably only one more good push here for Wobble Bobs. You see Jimbo, we saw him do it on the recharge game, just pushing so far up while they've got this up, just trying to kind of establish this pressure. But it seems like almost he's missing out on the players here. The players are almost just going past Jimbo. He's almost being maybe a little bit irrelevant in this play, but are they going to rotate the ball towards him? You see, he's just so out the game right now with this heat wave. The Wobble Bobs players almost just rendered him irrelevant. You see, they actually grabbed the ball as well. So what a play at the end of the round there. What a push. It just seemed like they did such a good job of kind of making Jimbo irrelevant on the map, kind of almost just playing around him with a heat wave, and they kind of steal the ball away at the end. And what a round one there to carry on the momentum from that game too.
Yeah, no fault of his own, but it seemed like Jimbo's hands were in butter. Couldn't get anyone into his grasp during that last set of plays there. Where he went, there was no players from the Wobbobs. And almost that pressure, momentum coming through, or the speed which Wobbobs played came into their favour. They caught 2 players from Na'Vi out by themselves and managed to get those few extra seconds on the odd ball. Even though they were getting killed and outslayed, just those extra seconds were all they needed in the end. Just a shout out to Sire as well. He made a great play around the 90-second ball, just trying to rotate and hold the ball as long as possible. But you can see right now, Na'Vi, they do have a better setup. The odd ball, the OS should be in their favour, and odd ball should be in their favour as well. As you see, looks like Mighty's doing it all. He's got the heat wave, he's got the sniper rifle, and the odd ball right now. Rotates that back to tower. This potentially could be the best setup Na'Vi have had all game, and despite the fact that they didn't really have a setup in that first round, they almost took the distance and took that round. So this might be scary from the Wobbobs, but we've seen them take and break these setups beforehand, whilst now he's got to try and get Mighty's out of this power position.
Yeah, like you said, Wobble Bob's last round, they kind of got that early tower set up, and they got like a 50-0 lead basically, and that really kind of set the pace for the round as Mighty hits a huge shot there on the big door player, and this could be maybe Na'Vi's chance to kind of do the same thing back to them, and I think that's one of the benefits we spoke about on a game type like Oddball. You know, you can kind of shut down that momentum quite easily. Obviously, it's a round-based game type, and you see Mighty's here just popping off with these power weapons, and like we kind of said before, when you've got a player like Mighty's with these power weapons, he can just put them to use so effectively, and this is a very, very scary sight here for Wobble Bobs. If Mighty can just continue to stay alive and start hitting these shots with the sniper, he does get the body shot on the player there as well. Narrowly misses the shot on the player on the overshield turbine, and he's just having such a presence here on this kind of C-plat area, putting down the shroud screen for his teammate. He's found himself back to tower again, and you'd expect the ball to get away, but there's a bit of pressure here coming in from Wobble Bobs, so there could be a chance maybe still to set up. But he hits another body shot, but he does get taken down eventually, so this could be control flipping here.
Yeah, shout out to Flux during that first set of play when Na'Vi had about 30 seconds on the odd ball. Looked like they were controlling the tower, getting the slays they needed to. Flux breaks in, wins a 1 versus 1, throws the odd ball off the map, whilst his whole teammates were falling as well. So really, really nice play. And sort of those plays don't come up on the scoreboard. That stopped Na'Vi from maybe getting about 60 seconds in this round. Either way, they're still in control. It looks like all the players finally get some slays towards the Wobob side of the map, but it is actually Snaky, at least in some position, to stop any oddball play coming in from the Wobbobs. But again, I like the pressure. It's never really stopping here from the Wobbobs, Steve. It looks like every single time you see a Wobbobs, they're always moving. They're not playing anything slowly. They're always trying to get towards Na'Vi and try and get some shots down the map where they are on the map. They do finally get this oddball back towards the garage side of the map, but it's a bit of a weaker setup at the moment. You can see the red players all around Glory right now. He opts to throw this one out. Probably a smart play, just get some pressure down on towards the Na'Vi players. Playing his life is really smart here as well, making Snaky sort of guess where he is. Being a nuisance to kill will allow his teammates to push up towards him, but it doesn't matter as Na'Vi getting the slays they need to. They should get this oddball, and they're opting to decide to stay the garage side, not rotate towards the tower. That sniper is up on a Na'Vi player's hands as well.
Yeah, Na'Vi a much better start to this round, like you said, and thankfully for them, you know, they've kind of slowed down that momentum a little bit from Wobble Bobs, really starting to put some ball time together, and I think that's one of the things we saw Na'Vi kind of attempt these rotations last round, but they got cut off so quickly by Wobble Bobs, and once again here you see how Wobble Bobs play, cutting off the rotation, stealing the ball away, so a kind of attempt again at a rotation from Na'Vi, but it seems like they just sniff it out so early. Glory there, rotating the ball away, but it does get taken out as well, so it seems to be quite a scrappy round to start off, and either team kind of able to get that kind of long setup with the ball and kind of rack up those 30-40 points at a time. Just kind of little snippets of time here and there, but Mo's with a heat wave here really could open this play up if he can start putting some kills together. But yeah, Joe, a lot more of a competitive start to round here, so that's what we like to see.
Yeah, the West could be the catalyst for Wobbobs to push him forward, but instead, you know, they go, actually, we're not going to try and push this one. We're going to try and use our own gun skill to get this odd ball out of position. Dude wasn't thrown off a map as well, so Nice taking Jimbo, realising it's not as close for pressure as he needs to. Eventually, those slays come in the favour of Na'Vi. I'm not too sure where the OS is, but at least Mighty's going to throw this ball, get a few more seconds. And this game, as you said, is getting scrappy in this round. And as the clock ticks down, right now it favours Na'Vi. But only 20, 30 odd seconds, 35 seconds actually, for WobBob to get back into this game. That's effectively one hold towards this tower side. So very scrappy. But right now on your screens, you've got Flux with Sniper Rifle, gets betrayed. But across the board, it looks like only one player left alive. Glory, after all 7 of the players went down, he's rotating his oddball back towards his teammates, trying to opt towards the tower side, maybe hoping that his teammates get the spawn. But instead, he's sort of caught in no man's land. You can see him eventually rotating back towards his garage side to go with his teammates. But I don't think that's what he wanted to do. I think he wanted to rotate towards tower. But his teammates weren't there for the spawn. And you can see right now Na'Vi all swarming towards Glory. He's going to be caught in a very tricky position at the moment.
Yeah, it's a really good time though from Glory to kind of close the gap a bit. But like you said, it seems like Na'Vi doing a really good job kind of neutralizing WobBobs in the second round. And you know, we saw them reach 100 points in that first round, but in the second round, it seems like they're really struggling to kind of rack those points up. And like you said, the pace of the game at the moment, you know, it suits Na'Vi. They've got that lead. They're kind of slowly running down that clock, kind of something similar to what we saw them do in that King of the Hill in that game 1. So it seems like they've got a little bit more comfortable in this game now. We spoke about Glory, had a really, really strong round 1. I think Sire may be a little bit underperforming compared to kind of what he's capable of. I think if he could maybe start putting a few of those kills together and kind of matching the pace of Glory in terms of slaying, that could be what they need. And you know, when you look at a team like Na'Vi, just such a powerhouse roster, so many just talented players, Mighty, Sniper and Snaky, just even Jimbo, just all just main slayers, super talented players. And I think you've got to have all 4 of your players kind of firing on all cylinders if you're hoping to kind of match the slays and really take them all the way in the series. And you know, we saw that in the last game, we saw that in most of the first round, but Mighty's under a pulse, so he seems to always just be doing something impressive whenever on his point of view. He's just such a strong individual player. He found a heat wave as well, and this is another thing. If you keep letting players like Mighty's get these power weapons, get these repulsors, just anything really, he's just so good at putting them to use. He's on a roll here, just roaming the map. And once again, Na'Vi have the ball, and they're looking really strong here in this round 2.
Yeah, you've put it perfectly, Steve. Mighty's is rotating back and forth as well. He's always being such a hard player to read with this oddball. A lot of times when a team gets a setup, they hold the setup. The fact that Mighty's keeps rotating towards green, back towards garage as well, means that the teammates from a WobBobs don't necessarily know the best place to push forwards. In the end, Mighty does get fallen, taken down eventually, but during that whole sort of play, he was rotating with the oddball, getting those seconds up, and as the time ticks down, this all favours Na'Vi. They almost now, as you saw in that first King of the Hill game, can bait WobBobs into tricky positions with this oddball, for the seconds are in their favour. But as I speak, it is a WobBobs who've got a rotation of their own. Moze and Glory still left alive with that oddball in a position potentially for them to capitalise on, but you can see all of off screen, it's all happening right now. Mighty and Jimbo's there near the oddball. They've got those kills they need to. The ball doesn't even go off the map, so good play there from Na'Vi to get this one and keep it going.
Yeah, no, it seems like finally after that kind of crazy game 2 and that crazy round 1 that Na'Vi have really kind of reclaimed the momentum in this series, and you know, they've had a really strong round here. They're closing it out with Jimbo getting to 100 points, and now this is the swing round. You know, it's round 3 in game 3. The winner of this is going to go up 2-1 in the series. It's a really, really big round for both teams, and you know, WobBobs being the underdog in this series, I think this is a really big round for them. If they lose this game, I think it'd be so heartbreaking after having such a strong start. You see Glory of 33 kills in this game, having an absolute monster of a game, so it's going to be really, really big here to see what happens in this round 3. And it just seemed like last round Na'Vi doing such a good job kind of dominating those power weapons, especially Mighty's with the heat wave, just kind of roaming the map with it. So Jimbo does get it early on here, but once again WobBobs, they do get away with the ball to start, and we saw in round 1 when they got away with that ball, they put up 50-0 of a scoreline. But with this overshield popping, you assume all the players in the map are going to be able to play for this. Jimbo though could be the catalyst here with a heat wave. He does get a kill. Is he going to get another kill on a player dummies? No, his teammate gets the kill, and this should be the overshield, you'd assume, going to Na'Vi. So this could be another strong start here to the round. Jimbo does pop the overshield. Is he going to elect to slay here, or is his teammate going to get the ball? He's being very aggressive on Moze here. He's got the heat wave, he's got the overshield. Just so much kind of utility here to play with for Jimbo, and you'd assume Na'Vi off the back of this should be able to establish a nice strong start here. 2 dead again, sorry, for the side of WobBobs. So once again, really, really good start for Na'Vi.
Yeah, it's a nice comeback there.
My God!
Oh, so yeah, he gets a double kill off it as well. That stick, we saw basically the first-person POV of that stick grenade come towards Jimbo. He gets cleaned out, so nice with the prioritization there from Sire. But it's a brilliant comeback there from Na'Vi. They were 3 down at the start of that round. I was about to say that WobBobs had such a great setup at the start of the game, but in the end of it, Jimbo basically was the catalyst. He was the last player alive. He played his life well, prioritized that overshield, and that allowed Na'Vi to get at least a few seconds on the board. But you can see right now off the back of that stick and other players coming through from the WobBobs players, they get the rotation, the off ball, they get the extra seconds. And what I'm so impressed with so far from the WobBobs side in this whole game is those few seconds every now and again they seem
Oh my!
I can't believe that Mighty's wins that. I was confidently speaking there, Steve, thinking that Mo's going to win map 1 versus 1. He doesn't, but luckily for him, his teammates are still there. I'd like to see this oddball go off the map, but it seems like there's not right now. But the Slay's coming through both sides. Na'Vi gets out-slayed there. One more player left alone for both sides. Cleaned up there. Flux with the save onto Mo's. That could have been embarrassing. But my main point was going to say that Wobobs are brilliant at getting these extra few seconds, which do add up in these rounds towards their favour.
You know, the OPJ efficiency this whole game from Wobobs has been great. You see them rotate the ball all the way to green. They've now rotated it all the way to the other side of the map, all the way to cuts. There's the objective efficiency. Now he's going back as well, and you just see just such good OPJ efficiency. And if they can match this with the kills as well, you know, Glory, we've seen having a great game. Flux being so annoying here on this pillar, just being such a nuisance, and the kill does get traded out. So is that 2 dead now for either team, so the ball's in a good position. So another trade goes down there, so players on both teams just falling. But it is a Wobobs with strong starts this round, and we saw in round 1 when they had that strong start, they were able to close it out all the way. And you know, yeah, once again, despite Na'Vi getting that overshield, like we said, and kind of racking up those kills, Wobobs is really prioritizing that audible and doing such a good job, like you said, just rotating it away and racking up those kind of points here and there. And the ball's still down, 3 dead again for Na'Vi. Last player alive here on the key door does get killed. That's 4 down again, so more time here. Gonna go towards the side of Wobobs. What a start for them. This is exactly what they needed in this round 3.
Yeah, he touched on Sire earlier in round 2, and he's absolutely changed and upped his gears in this game, especially in this round 3s. Putting in the slays he needs to, but also holding the oddball for his team, being that sort of instigator and objective player for the squad. He's on your screens right now, in a great position right now as well. His teammates are getting some shots around him, but he's got not that much pressure towards him because he's going to throw that oddball off a map. The pressure just coming in from Na'Vi in terms of slays, but that oddball gets reset, which will help his teammates. Some nice rotation to get towards that green side of the map. Now you can see Na'Vi, they've got map control with this OS coming up. This could be the next sort of thing to play for on the map. Oddball also in the hands of Na'Vi. All 8 players are up right now, and the slays slowly coming in Na'Vi's favour. They've got the oddball towards this tower side of the map. Snipe going the first line defense towards his OS. It doesn't get the kill onto Glories. Nice kill from Glories, but OS still on the map. Not too sure about what one's going right now, Steve.
Yeah, it's a big fight here for the overshield, and 3 do go down for Na'Vi. So despite those kind of first kill or 2 in that fight, they do actually look like they're going to lose this team fight. Flux chasing down this last play here. The sniper looks like it gets thrown off the map as well from Jimbo, and it seems like Na'Vi really struggling to kind of get a grip on this round so far. Just can't seem to get a setup going, and this big 1v1 here on the C-flat area, it seems like Flux is getting double teamed, so he does a really good job staying alive there, and he is eventually going to get cleaned up by Jimbo. So Na'Vi have a good response here in terms of slays. If you look at the bottom of your screen, just those, like you said, that kind of scrap time getting picked up here and there from Wobobs has really started to add up, and there's not too much, you know, there's not too long left in this round. So if the pace of the kind of round can stay the way it is, and it kind of stays this kind of scrappy back and forth tradey kind of game, I think it's really going to favour obviously the team in the lead. And Glory having a monster of a game, gets a kill with a plasma pistol. He's just doing everything right now. Is he going to drop 50 kills in this game? He's having an absolute monster game right now, doing everything he can to win his team towards the victory. And look at him, just single shot in the plasma pistol. He gets the help as well. He's just in full flow state right now. He's just roaming the map, doing whatever he wants. You can, he's just playing with so much confidence. He's found himself a heat wave. He's got a killing spree as well. It's the Glory show right now.
Yeah, it's like a montage just in one full clip right now from Glory coming through. Gets a 6 killing spree, has the odd ball in his hands as well. He's basically doing it all for his team. The movement comes through, rotating it back to tower side. We've seen a Wobobs favour this side of the map so far. But the fact that he's getting these slays, being a nuisance on the map, doing a nice job at rotating as well. Getting the seconds he needs to, getting the slays he needs to, Steve. He's doing absolutely everything for his team. But his team around him being those catalysts, being those indicators, so he can actually afford to do that. He's eventually cleaned out, but it doesn't matter. The ball's off the map. Should be reset. It's going to be Na'Vi first for the races right now. It looks like Sire's running away with his tail between his legs, trying to make sure he's put some pressure on the map. But nice kill from Sire. Does get cleaned out. That's a brilliant kill there to at least stop the progression of Na'Vi from getting his odd ball. And you can see Glory's off the spawn, gets the odd ball himself. And once again, he's found a heat wave. It's like he spawns with one in there, so.
Yeah, the last thing I had in my head was when he died with that heat wave back tower. Oh no, that could be crucial. Glory give away the heat wave. And he, like you say, he just seems to find it again. But as I say that, I've cursed him again. He gets taken out. But 49 kills in the game for Glory, if I'm not mistaken. What a game from him. And you see Flux has now got the overshield as well. So it just seems like whenever we switch to a player on this Wobobs roster, there seems to be everything going right for them. And you look at the time at the bottom. Sorry, it's not long left in the round, and they can almost just afford to play Team Slayer at this point. They really don't need to get any more of that ball. There's only 20 seconds left in the round, so they throw the ball out. Nice play here from Flux, going to put that ball into a kind of baitable position. And we're going to see Na'Vi really clutch up here. They're going to have to win all their 1v1s. They're going to have to hold that ball. Flux with some huge shots there, and Joe, it looks like Na'Vi might be losing this game 3 as well.
Yeah, you don't want to speak too soon, but 5 seconds left.
Oh
Make it
my
forward. T-Bags
God.
coming in. It's going to be a Wobbabobs taking the lead in our series. They go
Oh.
2-1 up against Na'Vi. And that 50-25 Slayer is backed up by 2-1 in the oddball. And Glory GG's 52 kills in that game,
Damn.
Steve.
He's the Irish goat. And I've got
Wow.
to say, I love seeing Mo's shooting bodies. That's what we love to see. A bit of, the rivalry's heating up here. Obviously, Mo's was on this kind of original Na'Vi roster before the game came out, and it's just, I love to see these kind of into rivalries between the teams. And, is that going to come back to bite him maybe as we get later in the series? But you got to say, in terms of the performance, Glory obviously having a monster of a game, but what a performance from the team. To take 2 games against Na'Vi, to be up 2-1 in the series, they just looked so good in that game. For me, it was just such a complete performance all around. Obviously, you got Glory dropping the huge kills, but just the rotations, I think, for me, were the main thing. They just were rotating the ball all the way around the map non-stop, and they just kind of had the complete package there in terms of OBJ efficiency and slays. But it's hard to look at that scoreboard and say anything else, but Glory GG's 52 kills. He's like a young Bahia Gas, just what a player.
Yeah, obviously, he's taken a lot of praise and individual sort of knowledge from Ballyhay Gas to get that 52 kills on the board. You can't say anything else. It was a very close game, but overall, when you've got a player dropping 52 kills, 32 deaths, positive 20 with 17 assists as well, it just stands out. You might as well just zoom in on that scoreboard itself and this one. Across the board, though, as you said, brilliant plays from Wobbabobs, and also from Na'Vi. There were some individual moments of brilliance. Just at the end, it's the Glory GG's factor in that one. And we touched on it before this game started. This is a game which Wobbabobs need to win to really push it towards the game 5. They did an absolute quality job in games 2 and 3. Street strongholds as well. You're looking at Wobbabobs and thinking, well, what? They've got the pressure, they've got the rotations as a team, they've got the communications, they've got everything right now. They are definitely in the ascendancy, and it's almost Na'Vi which have to answer back now.
Yeah, and for me, this is the perfect game type for them to close out the series. Obviously, I'm not trying to speak too soon, but Street strongholds, strongholds in general, but especially Streets, it's such a small map that it can be so momentum based. And if you get that triple cap and really start getting on those spawns, the game can be over in 4 to 5 minutes. And I think that's something I was worried about off the back of that game too. Was Oddball can be very stop and start, and I was worried that would they be able to kind of carry on that momentum. But they've clutched out that game, they've won it. Just such a great all round game. And going into this game 4, I'm a little bit worried for Na'Vi, and we kind of spoke about it a bit. They've had a few kind of close series today, a few close games, and like you said, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day because they've closed out this series. And I think this is going to be the interesting thing here is, can they clutch up yet again and make it all the way to the winners final, or are these kind of a few shaky performances really going to start to catch up to them here against Wobbabobs, and are we going to see them close it out here in 4 games? I mean, beating Na'Vi is one thing, but beating them 3-1 is just another great achievement. So I'm not rooting for anyone, but I always kind of root for the underdog. So I'd love to see it happen, but I wouldn't put it past Na'Vi here to win the Streets. Just such a great team. But yeah, what a series so far. It's exactly what I wanted to start off.
The only thing I root for, Steve, is game 5s. That's what I root for every single time.
Yes.
Na'Vi, I think one of the really impressive things, when you normally see 3-1s, you normally see the game 1 is won by the team which wins 3-1. The fact that Wobbabobs went down, it was pretty comfortable from Na'Vi in that King of the Hill on recharge, and then just answered back. And if you joined the stream during game 2 especially, but also game 3, you're thinking, this is Wobbabobs side, they're the better side in this series. They've got better map control. It seems like whenever Na'Vi had their setups, they were getting pushed quicker by Wobbabobs. And Na'Vi effectively had 1 or 2 good setups for that whole oddball game. And that's what getting the victory in that first round. Wobbabobs had control. They had the scrap time as well. And Street Strongholds, it's going to be a close range affair. And realistically, going into this series, I would have said Na'Vi, they're definitely, if it gets to Strongholds and Streets, they're going to win that game. And it's one of those games you say, yep, if this might suit a Wobbabobs being the close range action, but also because it's scrappy, because it's close range, Na'Vi, this could be their chance to get back into the series. Either way, this series so far has been an absolute barn buster. Jumping on board into our game 4 right now for a chance to winners finals. Snaky on your screens gets the first shots of the Glories. He's taken down, gets some shots of the Moes. Good start here from Na'Vi. I think that's the Rockets on their side as well in Jimbo, and they're getting that initial kill control towards B.
And like you said, I'm really interested to see what kind of pace both these teams kind of choose to try to play this game at. With Na'Vi being 1 game away from losing this series, are we going to see them maybe play a little bit safer and try to get those two cats, but Jimbo being very aggressive off the start here, doing the absolute opposite of that, trying to get that triple cap in early. 2 dead already for a side of Wobbabobs, and you see he's capped C already, so the triple cap has come in, but they respond with 2 kills of their own. So Na'Vi, they do get some really good early points here, but C is already getting converted. So like I said, are these teams going to push for that triple cap and try kind of end this game quickly, end the series quickly, or are they going to do a slow tick up of the points to kind of get that traditional CB setup? But despite the strong start from Na'Vi, a really good job to kind of flip the control back here, and 3 dead for Na'Vi now. So are we going to see a Wobbabobs push the triple cap, or are they going to kind of try hold this too?
Yeah, I'd like to see Wobbabobs trying to push towards a B-side map at least at some point. Glory right now, hopefully he can realise in a situation where he's just by himself, he needs to make himself a bit more of a presence on the map. Either way, C being comfortably held, A also in control of Wobbabobs. They basically have a 4-man setup right now, as you see finally Glory make towards the south, towards B. And this is going to split the players of Na'Vi's decision-making. Are they going to try and capture A? They're going to go back to B. Instead, they're sort of doing a bit of both at the moment. The A is going to finally get captured, but the triple cap coming back from the side of Wobbabobs, at least for a moment, is a brilliant reaction to the initial quality start from Na'Vi had.
Yeah, a really good B push there as well from Na'Vi, so it's a really good kind of start from both teams. It's kind of back and forth, great team pushes, and 3 dead now for Wobbabobs, and I think Na'Vi as well. Jimbo, last player alive on his team, so he is capturing C, and obviously out of the kind of A and C base, C is probably the preferred base, as it gives you a really good sight line on that B stronghold. So you see both teams really kind of playing for that. A big 1v1 here on the driveway, and Sayer with some big shots on Jimbo with a crouch strafe to win that 1v1. But Na'Vi, they have got control, like you said, that kind of 4-man setup at C and A, and another big 1v1 going down here. A lot of 1v1s between the players going down. It seems like everyone's kind of really backing their individual skill here and playing with confidence, and you love to see that. And 3 dead again on the Wobbabobs, and neither team kind of really able to kind of blend the other team yet and get them in that triple cap, but you can see that both teams, they're really playing for it, and you think it's only really a matter of time before one team or the other really kind of gets that set up and starts racking those points up.
I really like this play from Snipe Drone. He's baiting A. He hasn't got the reset onto him. Maybe forcing the Wobbabobs players, or at least making them think that no one's towards this angle, but realises he needs to make some moves towards his teammates. His teammates are falling across the board. He's going to come in close range with this Bulldog in just a moment, as he's just trying to bait out the players of the Wobbabobs. This next set of space is going to be crucial. Snipe Drone getting 1, backing out with his life. Nice little play. Finds the shots onto another player. Jimbo cleans him up as well. Gets shots towards another player of Wobbabobs. Looks like Snipe Drone's getting shots towards every single player. The A and C setup still being held from Na'Vi right now. Brilliant play from them. And it was a brilliant play. All came from that 1 versus 1 between Glory and Jimbo. Jimbo went towards the C side of the map, and his teammates spawned that side as well. Snipe Drone getting a killing spree for his troubles as well. Brilliant shot. He sort of roamed the map and just being a bit of a nuisance, and off the back of his slays, his teammates have got on this B side of the map as well. At least for this moment, Wobbabobs trying to capture back into this side. Snipe Drone just get teamed up. Mose gets another kill as well, but trades across the board. B's going to be converted towards the Wobbabobs side. Finally, a team has a setup of A and B. At least a better stronghold setup than that A and C.
Yeah, and like you said, Snipe Drone doing such a good job there for the whole sequence, just staying alive with that shotgun. I think he's probably known as one of the most patient players in Europe, just because he's never seems to be in a rush to anything. He's always going to play in the game at his pace, and when you combine that with something like a shotgun, you can just have such a presence on the map. And you saw Na'Vi there doing a really good job kind of holding those points for an extended period of time. They have established a little bit of an early lead here, obviously only about 40 points or so, but Na'Vi once again, they get a few kills, they hold down that C and A, and like we said, neither team except maybe the start of the game able to really get that triple cap going and really start racking up those points. But this could be the chance now for Na'Vi. Can they hold this triple cap, and can they force it to a game 5? You see the points at the bottom, they can rack up so quickly. Na'Vi, they do go down a few players, and see Mose pushing towards B here, so it's nice to see that both these teams, when they start to get put in that blender, they clutch up. But no, Mose just caught jumping up and down, gets free-shotted by Snakey there in B. So huge play by Snakey, and he's still locking down the C area with his Stalker Rifle. Na'Vi in this game just doing such a good job putting these power weapons to use, and you can really see it reflected in the score now. Great job by them to kind of bounce back in this game 4.
Yeah, brilliant job from Snake. He's gone a bit under the radar in this series as well, but he was holding both C and B effectively by himself whilst his teammates were spawning up, putting some pressure towards A. He's once again in this position, almost like the power spot where you see with the Stalker Rifle towards this top area of C. At least he's putting some presence down, and at the most he's getting the knowledge of where the players from the Wobbabobs are pushing, realises he's going to get pushed to his left-hand side. Flux in a 1 versus 1, backs down from Snakey. So brilliant job once again of just holding this area. He is eventually cleaned up by Glories on the flank, but this whole time Snakey's towards that C side of the map. Look at the score right now. He got there about 100 points of his team, that's 180. The Wobbabobs, they've got to clutch something up here. They've got to change what they're doing to get back into this game. Otherwise, Na'Vi are going to take it to a game 5.
And this is why Na'Vi, the team they are, this is why they're consistently getting top 2 winning as well. Just when you think maybe they're going to start losing their grip on the series and get upset, they just kind of respond like this. And this has been a dominant game 4 so far here from Na'Vi. And most likely it's looking like they're going to have to push it to a game 5. And you know, we talked about Glory last game having an absolute monumental game, dropping 50 bombs against Na'Vi, but maybe struggled a little bit here in this game. And obviously, it's not going to be easy to kind of consistently outslay the likes of Na'Vi. We've seen Snipe Drone Snaky in this game just so effective with those power weapons and staying alive and putting them to use. And you see the score here continuing to rack up for Na'Vi. And I think it's getting to that point in the game now. You know, we spoke early on. You know, can a team get a 2 cap? Can they get a 3 cap? But it seems like now they haven't really got the choice. They're going to have to get that triple cap in. They're going to have to hold it for an extended period of time because Na'Vi are just kind of slowly closing on that victory.
Yeah, off screen as well, whilst you're watching Snipe Drone, Snakey got a double kill towards Seaside to get the reset onto that to keep his team in control. We're seeing Snipe Drone by himself single-handedly hold A. Just the presence he's got is pushing and making these Wob players not be able to force anything going on. He's still here by himself right now, Steve. He's got a Sentinel Beam in his back pocket. He's playing a bit of campaign, but right now he's holding down A by himself. Look across the map though. Everything's going in favour of Na'Vi. They get the triple cap once again, and that is a statement from a side which just went 2-1 down in the series. They tie it up in quick fashion. We're going to that game 5, and Na'Vi definitely have brought the momentum back on their side.
Yeah, all I'll say is, you know, since Mo's shot that player's body on Na'Vi, things have not looked good.
Yeah.
So maybe, you know, he might regret that depending on how this game 5 goes. But I think if you just said to Wobbabobs before this series began, you're going to get a game 5 versus Na'Vi, they'd have taken it. You know, they'd have bit your hand off because, you know, to take Na'Vi all the way to a game 5, they're such a good team, and I think this is where they want to be. So, you know, they can just shake off that last game. You know, it's one of those things. It happens. It's stronghold. You know, it can be hard to get out of control sometimes. And, you know, nice to see from a Na'Vi point of view, they've bounced back really strong. And we spoke about a few times in the series. You know, there's so many veteran players on that roster. You don't expect them to kind of get too bogged down by kind of a bad loss. So, you know, heading into this game 5, this lets me recharge Slayer, and this one's me really interesting because I think, you know, the pace of this game can play so differently. I think for anyone that's kind of watched the most recent LAN events, especially in America, when you see, you know, teams like Optic and FaZe play this game type, you're very kind of, you know, commonly you'll see the game slow down to a snail's pace. Both teams will be standing still on opposite sides of the map. No one making a move till the camo's coming up. You can see it really slow down. You expect maybe, you know, we're in the Quadrant 4K, 14,000 euro prize pool. Are we going to see both teams really slow this game down, or are we going to see maybe one of these teams try kind of get those spawn traps on the go, get those spawn kills? We saw Wobbabobs in that game 2 Slayer do such a good job at, you know, getting those spawn kills in and really kind of racking up the score. And I think, you know, is either team going to have, you know, maybe the guts to kind of risk that here, or are they going to maybe slow the game down and get to see? But yeah, kicking it off on board with Flux here. He's found himself towards back C silo and pushing tower. Can he get this kill tower? If it looks like he is, sorry, my stream's a little bit laggy at the moment, so I'm struggling to see what's going on. But yeah, it seems like a bit of a back and forth start here. And Flux looks like he might got the camo maybe.
I'm not too sure. I think he did get a burn onto that camo. No, Mo's collected it, gets the slay, needs someone to Jimbo, and gets away with this camo scot-free. You talked about both teams trying to set the pace of this initial game 5. Obviously, this is the game 5 for the chance to lock themselves into the winners final as well. At least guarantee themselves top 3. So what a spot and what a chance the Wobbabobs have right now. They have the lead in this series. They've got Mo's camo. He's going to come in towards the lion's den. All 4 players of Na'Vi on your screens. He's going to get cleaned up, but Glory gets at least 1 shot for shock rifle. Gets another set of slays as well. Slays going in favour of Wobbabobs once again. Mo's trying a bit of an instigator, but his teammates you can see in blue are now pushing towards the spawners, and the trap players of Na'Vi, they're looking and rooting out for all these players. A shot rather close range. Glory gets a kill onto him. Nice start from the Wobbabobs. Exactly what you needed if you're a Wobbabobs fan. After that game 4, they've re-announced themselves back as the most aggressive team in this series.
You know, this is the player I want in a game 5 to have a shock rifle. Glory isn't the same with this weapon. The amount of crazy Twitter clips I've seen of him just putting on montage clips, and oh my god, what a shot! And he does a little flare like repulse there just for fun as well. He's doing trick shots at this point, and he's got himself a disruptor now as well. And you see maybe a little bit overconfident of push there from Wobbabobs. You see a player does get taken down, and Glory gets taken down as well. So, you know, nice shot from Glory, but unfortunately you see Na'Vi with a nice response back to a few kills of their own. Mighty does get taken down. So, you know, we spoke about maybe the pace of the game here and how it's going to play out. So far, at least, it seems like both teams very happy to kind of play it aggressively and just kind of relentlessly push at each other and kind of make it scrappy. And, you know, I think both teams are obviously hoping that eventually they're going to kind of get that kind of clean 3 or 4 down and really start kind of putting the pressure on the other team. But as of right now, both teams are doing a good job kind of trading out here early in the game.
Yeah, Jim doing a fantastic job of staying and playing his life, getting his shields back, gets his slay as well onto Sire. That's quality. But I think off board, it looks like Flux got away with that camo. He's going to get cleaned up, so no camo on the map. And you do normally see a bit of a scrappy start to this game, but as you said, once these teams sort of establish themselves on the map, it slows down. You can maybe see that right now. All 4 players of the Wobbabobs towards this Hydro side of map. They're looking and maybe pushing together. Maybe the comms are sort of organising what they're going to do right now, but Jimbo's in a nice spot. Gets some shots down towards these 2 players. Looks like Glory gets some shots towards him, but he does doesn't realise he's going to get pushed himself. Sayeg with a nice kill, opening up the map, but Pipes are now going to be in control of Wobbops, at least for a second. So a nice break from Wobbops, and what they've done so far in this series as well, is exactly that. They've broken really well. Now they can't really hold a setup, and both these two teams at the best when they're trying to push the other team and put pressure towards them.
Yeah, it seemed like maybe that last game was a bit of an anomaly for but like you said, basically throughout the whole series, the pace they've been playing at has just made it so uncomfortable for Na'Vi. And we kind of mentioned players like Snipedrone maybe are kind of those typically more slower kind of turrety players that like playing their life. And I think when you've got players like Moze and Glory kind of relentlessly pushing the pace, it can make the game just so uncomfortable for them. And we spoke about Glory having that monster game 3. Maybe he had a bit of a slower game 4, but it's nice to see here in the kind of crucial game 5. He's stepping up once again, showing what he's made of. We see some big shots with a shock rifle. Saya here pushing into A, and I think that top A position in a recharge Slayer, generally that's the kind of main power position on the map. Whether can hold that down for the majority of the game is going to be an advantage and kind of be able to control those spawns. But you see Saya here, despite that, just being so aggressive onto the back. He gets the kill, he goes for the single shot pacifist as well, wants to play a battle edge. But I'm loving the pace this game 5. Neither team kind of playing scared here. They both are trying to just kind of secure the win, and just by backing their kind of skill and just pushing these players and backing their ability. And that's what you'd love to see from both teams. And look at this aggression here again. There's so many fights coming down long haul. Two down now for Na'Vi as well. And what a game 5 start this is. And despite Na'Vi just dominating that game 4, it's a different story here in this game 5.
I'm loving the pace in both these two teams, but what we've seen so far in this series, Steve, is whenever the pace is at its highest, it's a Wobbobolts which are benefiting the most. Glory, once again, we talked about it, he seems to spawn with these power weapons. He's got the shock rifle in his hands right now, trying to find the heads of any of the Na'Vi players, but Na'Vi are going to be well aware that he has this weapon, so they're going to be a bit cautious where they're pushing from. You mentioned it, Snaky, Snipedrone, a bit more of these established, slower players, but right now, Wobbops have got 4 players who've basically got the sprint button locked down. You see Glory running into 2 players from Natus Vincere. Not too sure what was going on there. The Slays go in favour of Na'Vi. So maybe a bit overzealous, and it is only a 3-kill game right now, as Sayer, the last one live for Wobbops. And then Na'Vi have this pair to set up. They've got the team shots down. They know where Wobbops going to be spawning. So once again, we've seen it many times in this series. Wobbops once again have to break a setup.
Yeah, and I was going to say, there's kind of like an old saying in Slayers that a lot of people say, the game doesn't really start until you get to 30 kills. And I think, it's going to be interesting that as the score starts racking up in this game, are the players obviously going to start feeling the pressure a little bit? We're in a game 5. There's so much on the line in this series for this tournament. And obviously, like we've said, the pace of the game so far has been so relentless. And I do wonder, maybe as the game slows down, as we get later on, the more practiced kind of long-term team in Na'Vi, is it going to favour them, or are Wobbobolts just going to keep pushing? Like you said, maybe a bit of a risky push a moment to go into A, but you just think that they can keep backing themselves. You see again a push into pipes here, and 2 players do get taken down. You just see it's such a risky play style, but if it works off, it can just pay off at such a big margin. But yeah, a few players do go down there, and now is it Jimbo with a shock rifle? And is he going to maybe drop this one of his teammates? I'm not sure if he already did or not. I'm not sure if he's still got the shock rifle, but like I said, we saw Glory early on this game with the shock rifle, and both the teams have got so many players that can just be such a kind of big impact with those power weapons. If either team can just consistently get the shock rifle. Jimbo here not really elected to use it so far. He does eventually get taken down, so we're going to see if that can change hands. Maybe Moze again pushing into this top A area, such a vital position on the map. He does get the beat down here, so look at the kills, they're still racking up. And Na'Vi, it just seems like you assume Na'Vi probably want to slow the pace this game down and kind of collect their heads a bit and just kind of establish a setup, but Wobbobolts just aren't letting them do that, Joe.
Yeah, Wobbobolts at one point had 4 down when they pushed towards pipes. They come off a respawn, and it seems like they're the team which had everybody like up on the map, basically, because they pushed towards Na'Vi once again, not allowing any breathing room. They get the set of Slays, and if you're Wobbobolts, you're going to always have some presence on the map. Na'Vi are always going to be looking and checking their corners. They might have the setup, but they're always sort of a bit cautious. You can see off the board there, Mighty's gets a team kill. Does get 1 kill onto the shock rifle as well. That's not going to help morale of his squad right now, as Flux is trying to find these players. They're all weak towards Na'Vi. So nice sort of collapse here from the side of the Wobbobolts once again. This is brilliant Halo, what we're seeing right now from the team in blue. Flux basically just made a full 260 degrees rotate of the map. He's basically made 360 now, and all the while his teammates are up around him. You can always see another blue player on your screen whenever you're on board with Flux right now, and the pressure on Na'Vi is slowly going against them once again. The Slays come through, Steve again, and Flux have been alive throughout all of this. We've seen him rotate the whole way across the map.
You know, this is a great series. Now, I think this could be the type of series that could really snowball into just being a team-building series for Wobble. Like, this is going to give them so much confidence, not only the rest of this tournament, but just as a team. And I think, like you said, they might have finally kind of found their play style. I think they're just playing so relentlessly aggressive. And like we said, for Na'Vi, kind of one of those traditionally, like, you know, set-up-based teams, one of those maybe more methodical teams. It just seems like they're really struggling to kind of match the kind of combination of individual talent and pace here from Wobble. And this is one of the fastest-paced recharge layers I've seen in a while at the kind of top level of Halo, and you know, it's looking like Wobble in a really good position to close this game out. We've got to see if they can kind of clutch up and get these last few kills. Flux does get the beat down there, so good job from him to trade out Joe, but not a lot of time left to play for Na'Vi. They get to play really, really perfect Halo here in these last few minutes. They've got to have any hope of, you know, bringing this game back.
They do the slays in their favour. I'm not too sure if Mo's got away with that camo, but either way, he's cleaned up regardless. Na'Vi finally getting a bit of momentum in this game towards the latter end, but they don't have many deaths to play with right now. This is effectively perfect Halo chance for the side of Na'Vi if they're going to get back into this one. But I think the game has eventually sort of slowed down to at least away from that chaotic action we've seen so far this series. But only one more death to play with. You've got to be on top of your game right now. Snipe drone on your screens, just trying to get the shots down, making sure that no player's going to get taken down. But Wobbob's very in a better position as well. They're getting some players weak towards Na'Vi. A push could be coming in. You can see two players, that's Glory and Sayer, hold down the turbine, the long haul side of the map. And you can see Flux and Mo's also making a rotate as well. They're looking towards getting this push on going right now. Steve, looks like both players are coming in. Flux is cleaned up, but it's going to be Glory with the kill in the end. The teabag comes through. We saw Mo's in game 3 with the teabags. The teabags at the end of that series for Glory. GG's, the Wobbobs upset our second seed in Na'Vi. They get taken down to the losers bracket, and the Wobbobs in 3-2 fashion go through to our winners bracket of this EU 4K. They lock in top 3 guaranteed. Steve, what a performance from this team in blue.
What a performance. Just such a well-rounded performance from the whole team. And they all kind of had their highlights throughout the series, but in the end, you know, it was a great team effort. And I was a little bit worried, you know, when Mo shot bodies after that game 3, was it going to come back to bite him, just seeing how strong Na'Vi responded in that game 4. But in the end, you know, they can tell they're backing themselves. And when you've got 2 players in the team shooting bodies, you can just tell they're playing with such confidence. And they almost just seem to be in full flow state those last few games, just kind of relentlessly push, just playing so smart as well, and kind of having the skill to back that. And yeah, what a series from them, and this makes this tournament so interesting now. To see Na'Vi lose in this round 1 of winners bracket, I did not expect that. I think, you know, Wobbobs obviously had a really close series against, I think it was Jumpout Gang earlier on. I thought, you know, I spoke maybe a bit about Na'Vi having a few close games, and I think I was maybe theorizing a little bit, you know, were Na'Vi having a bit of a slow day, and you know, at the end of the day they were closing out this series, but eventually their luck has kind of run out, and Wobbobs, what a win from them. And you know, when it comes to biggest tournament, you know, in a little while in EU Halo, they've clutched up and they've won that game 5, and yeah, what's a series. And I'm really interested to see how Na'Vi can bounce back in this tournament now.
Yeah, this is scary for Na'Vi dropping down to the losers bracket so early on. But Wobbobs, you know, the momentum of the play style they've had in this game is absolutely solid throughout. You can't really fault them. Maybe you could say the Strongholds game was away from them, but effectively in those game 2, 3, and 5, they've been the better team. And it isn't from the way that these two teams played, it wasn't an upset because it seemed that the Wobbobs were the better of the two. Na'Vi now dropping down to our losers bracket. They still have a chance to come back into this. I wouldn't be surprised if our losers final is a Wobbobs versus Na'Vi later on. But either way, it looks like, wow, it's good if this opens it up. Quadrant on the other side of bracket, if you've been keeping up to date with that one, did beat JLINGZ 3-1. So if we're locked into our winners finals, it's going to be Quadrant versus a Wobbobs. But down into our losers, we've now got Na'Vi. They're going to be fighting off against CatSmileGaming. After a short break we've got here, stay tuned, everybody, for some more high-intensity Halo action when we come back. Wonderful people, and welcome back to the EU HCS Quadrant 4K tournament. We've seen our winners round 1 series battle their way out, and you've got Na'Vi falling down after losing game 5 to a Wobbobs in that one. They now face off against CatSmileGaming, one of our heroes or one of the fan favorites from our Quadrant qualifier, now in losers round 1 for a chance to get to the losers semi-finals. I'm Joe Sketch, joined here by Outcast once again for your Bravo action. On your screen, you can see how the game types are going to go. And Steve, this game, you've got a bit of knowledge, a bit more knowledge than most people about CatSmileGaming, but Na'Vi, they're going to be a tough opposition.
You know, I'm so happy to be cast in this series. For me, it's just so surreal seeing the little CatSmile logo next to the Na'Vi logo. I love it so much. And, you know, obviously, looking at the two teams, I think maybe a little bit unfortunate for CatSmile to find themselves up against a team like Na'Vi in a losers bracket round 1. But, you know, if I'm trying to look for the positives here and the silver lining, I think most people predict Na'Vi to win this series, but you've got to think Na'Vi, this is probably the most down on confidence they've been in weeks or maybe even months in their kind of Halo careers. And just last few months, Halo Infinite, they've just lost against a team which for a fact they think they should be beating. So, maybe a few doubts creeping into some of the players' heads. And if there was ever a chance for CatSmile to kind of give Na'Vi some close games, I think now would be the best opportunity. And one thing I'd like to bring up, actually, this is my kind of bit of hope I'm holding on to as a kind of fan of the underdog and a fan of CatSmile, is they actually played Recharge Slayer earlier on in the tournament in pool play, and they actually tied it 50-50, and then went to a replay. And Na'Vi did win the replay, but I think that shows that when CatSmile are kind of playing at their peak, they've got what it takes to hang with a team like Na'Vi. But we're already into the game, and Snakey's got himself a shock rifle, and that's not something you want to see if you're a CatSmile fan. And he does get a few kills, but Jimbo now does get the ball on the move. So a strong start here from Na'Vi. I think this is the series they need, obviously, to bounce back. And I think, thankfully for them, this is the team they probably expect to be beating fairly comfortably. And I think if they could, how this series goes for me is really going to kind of help inform my opinion on it. If I think Na'Vi can bounce back, if they have a few games that are very close against a team like CatSmile, I think that might kind of show to me that they've not quite bounced back yet mentally. But if they can kind of absolutely roll a team like CatSmile, I think that could be what they need to kind of start building back into the tournament. But yeah, no, it should hopefully it'll be a good series. We'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah, no team's an easy win for any of these squads in our top 6 of Europe as well. If those of you tuned in for Quadrant Qualifier, you saw CatSmileGaming put on a show, getting their qualification through the winners bracket as well, so not losing a series. But now on board, you've got Jimbo on the screen. Looks like Na'Vi have started the stronger of the two sides, only allowing 1 second of ball time towards CatSmile as you see him rotate this ball towards his teammates. Maybe pushing towards the A side, or maybe he's going to hold this area of the map. His squad around him are doing exactly what they did in the Strongholds game, or the King of the Hill game in the series just before. They push and try and outslay the opposition, but instead CatSmile get the better of the slays. They clean out the players of Na'Vi, apart from Snakey towards the back end of the map, but that ball is reset. So nice bit of pressure momentarily for CatSmile, but definitely so far Na'Vi have started the stronger of the two squads. They've got the possession of the map they want to as well, and it's going to be up to CatSmile to try and answer that.
Yeah, and I was going to say, I love to see Marcus making it this far in the tournament. He's the only mouse and keyboard player, I think, left in this tournament, and for him to make it all the way to the top 6, it's great to see the kind of representation of the different inputs here in the tournament. He's been so impressive, and you see when he makes plays like that, just the ability to just switch his direction so quickly. I think he might have ninja'd a player earlier on when I was watching them. So Marcus throughout this tournament has been really, really impressive, and the kind of damage he's able to output consistently for this team is just so vital. And the way he can just kind of switch targets so quickly, he's been such a strong player. And obviously, to play against a team like Na'Vi, it's been very, very difficult for him. And I think, to be honest, an oddball game 1, as I say, that forward dead now for CatSmile, so the ball is going to go into the hands of Na'Vi once again. And I think, it seems like he might have had a game crash, unfortunately, so you might have to get that one restarted again soon. But as you catch me leaning to the side, but I was going to say,
I cast a spot.
I was in my stance. I have different stances, but what was I going to? I think, to be honest, oddball, it's going to be a difficult one, game 1 for CatSmile. It's not a very kind of scrappy, hectic game, something like a Strongholds or a Slayer. I think it's one of those game types where you expect the more practice team to really kind of run away with it. But, it's a best of 5 for CatSmile, and I think, they're going to have to adjust to playing against a team of the level of Na'Vi. It's going to be very, very different to kind of what they're used to playing against those more amateur teams and the kind of open series they've been playing recently. So I'm hoping as the series progresses, they're going to get more and more used to the kind of style of these top players. But yeah, it's going to be really, really difficult. But it seemed like, starting off that game 1, Na'Vi, despite the heartbreaking game 5 loss, they started off pretty strong.
Yeah, and also CatSmile, they've placed, most of these players placed top 8 in the last 4K we had as well. So this top 6 placing is going to be one of the better placings so far this season in 2023 of Infinite. But yeah, instead of a beautiful gameplay, you do see our beautiful faces. We're not too sure if this game is still going on. It was a producer side of things where the game has crashed. So we'll update you as far as that goes. In fact, I've just heard in my ear the game is still ongoing. So despite the fact that we can't watch it, the game is still underway. We'll try and update you when we can with what's going on in that one as well. But at that time where we stopped, Na'Vi definitely in the ascendancy. And if anything, playing against CatSmileGaming, they were so uncomfortable when they played against the Wobbobs, but against CatSmile, at least they can try and dictate the play, maybe play that slower setup style, which we're used to seeing for some of these players on Na'Vi, and play that game in their hands. Because CatSmile, they didn't open up the same aggression which Wobbobs had, and pretty sure most teams, maybe outside of Quadrant, wouldn't have opened up the same aggression which Wobbobs had. But either way, Na'Vi definitely looked more comfortable in that one.
Yeah, I think for Na'Vi, I think the other team in the other side of the losers bracket would have been Jumpout Gang, if I'm not mistaken. I think if they'd have failed to play a team like that, I might have been a little bit more concerned for Na'Vi and think, they could have maybe taken advantage of Na'Vi while they're a little bit down. But I expect Na'Vi, whatever kind of mental state they're in, to be able to beat a team like CatSmile. Obviously, CatSmile have been so impressive to make it to this top 6, and just kind of highlight them a little bit. They won that series against BH3 in their pool earlier, 3-1. I think obviously BH3, they won the most recent game as Assemblyland. They've been a team for a few months now. They're a really, really strong team, and to see CatSmile beat out that team, I think Warlord, obviously, not to sound too biased, but you can all look at Halo data hive. So I'm using facts here. I think he had something like a 1.5 KD in that series. I think Marcus as well had a crazy high damage count. So, but even again, I think Marine dropped 18 kills on the Slayer, and Squashy as well had some really big moments in the series. So it was a really well-rounded kind of series from them to clutch up and make it all the way to top 6. And I'm excited to see for that team if they can kind of build on from that and really kind of build in. And like I say, they did actually tie a Slayer against Na'Vi earlier, so they have their moments of brilliance. But I think when you come up against these pro teams, talent isn't enough, because when you come up against Na'Vi, they've all got the talent to match you, but they've also got the kind of smarts, the strategy, they've got the full package, and that's why they're in the position they are at those kind of top pro levels of Halo. So we're gonna have to see CatSmile kind of play their peak of Halo to have any chance of keeping this series close. But like we said, we had a bit of a lag out in the game 1, but we are gonna, I think, switch towards Jimbo's stream for a second so we can kind of keep up with the action. And if you have a look at the scoreboard, it seems like CatSmile, they did get a few points on the board, but unfortunately for them, it looks like Na'Vi most likely going to close out this round 1, Joe.
This is a throwback to many of the older EU Halo fans, Yoba Halo fans, when we used to do Halo 3 tournaments, we used to stream from just the players' point of views on the Twitch streams. So we've only got Jimbo's point of view to go by, but we can still at least see how this game is going. And you don't just have to watch us for the next 5 minutes and talk about both these two teams. You can see the actual action as Jimbo, he's doing as well in the stream. He's got the odd ball in his hands as well. His team are looking to close this out, this round 1. They've got the control they need to. He's rotating this one towards the A side of the map as well. And you can see his teammates around him on his side, but he's going to get cleaned up by Marine. So at least we can see, since we've been away, that, as you said, CatSmileGaming, they had a bit of control, they had a bit of pressure on the map. It's not been a complete blowout, but either way, Na'Vi, they look like they've got the better side of everything, and they've got the Slays going in their order as well. They've got ball control, and this should be a closeout of this first round.
Yeah, I think when I had a brief look at the scoreboard there, I saw Marcus was 15-9 for a second. So that just shows how strong, like I said, he's been throughout this tournament. And the thing is that what usually happens when he gets these kind of matches between the big underdog and the kind of the lower rated team and the pro team is that you might have 1 or 2 players kind of have a good match, get 15-16 kills, but I think Marine, you can see having a bit of an unlucky round 1, kind of struggling to kind of match the kills of Marcus. And if CatSmile gonna have any chance of really bringing it to Na'Vi, they're gonna have to hope that all 4 players in the team can kind of keep up in the Slays. But like we kind of mentioned, it's a lot easier said than done when you're playing against the likes of Snakey, Snydrone, Mighties, and Jimbo. So we're gonna have to see how they can kind of get on this round 2. But the good thing for them, obviously, we spoke about maybe in terms of winning the game, the oddball could be a bit of a difficult one as Jimbo gets like a nice 4-shot onto Warlord there. But at least the bright side in oddball, it's usually quite a long game. And I think that should really give CatSmile a big enough kind of sample size of a game to really get comfortable on the map against these kind of players. And, it's not like a Strongholds, maybe where the game's over in 3 minutes and you don't really feel like you've got a chance to play the game. You got oddball, usually quite a long game. As Jimbo just getting back-to-back perfect. Seems like he's almost just playing matchmaking at the moment. And that's something we kind of spoke about even in the last series. Obviously, Na'Vi did lose, but it seems like whenever Na'Vi get these setups, Jimbo is just playing so aggressive off the setups. He's never just kind of sticking to the ball player and just kind of defending him. He seems to be almost just going on a roam around the map, and he's almost just running around the map. He's almost done the whole lap of the map. Jimbo's just lapping the map, and his teammates are rotating the ball behind him. And this is just such great play here for Na'Vi. And yeah, this is kind of what you expect to see in a killing spree now for Jimbo. Just a great start to round again.
Wow, he's doing everything. He's picking up all the weapons, got the oddball, finally gets cleaned out. But a nice little life there from Jimbo. And yeah, you touched upon it. The longer these games go on, the more comfortable, the more warm CatSmile will get into it. But if you are going to keep getting outslayed, it's almost like you're not getting that practice time you really need to. You're not winning some gunfires to build your confidence. CatSmileGaming have been waiting for the loser of the Wobbobs and Natus Vincere as well. So Na'Vi is still warm, even though they did lose to Wobbobs. They did play a series in between whilst CatSmile were waiting down. So maybe a bit of cold hands from CatSmile, and they're coming up against such a strong side, probably a side they didn't expect to face as well. So you might have already had initial chats from CatSmile saying, oh, how are we going to play against the Wobbobs? What sort of setups can we do? But instead, you're playing against such a strong side of Na'Vi. See Jimbo right now, uncontested in a lot of these shots he's making. He's not really getting a lot of shots back towards him. So his damage taken is a lot lower than his damage actually dealt. Does get a trade in the end. But overall, nicer to play from Jimbo. He's allowing the oddball carrier to just stay in that power position almost. Snake is just being uncontested this whole time. And if he does get any pressure towards him, he's going to throw that oddball off a map. They're going to reset as well. And Jimbo just using that pressure, making the players from CatSmile sort of just off the spawn sweat.
Yeah, and like you said, there's like a few different angles to this. I think, yeah, CatSmile, I'm assuming, would have expected Na'Vi to win that last series. They probably weren't prepared to play a team like Na'Vi. They're probably psyching themselves up, like, guys, they're like a top 4 team. If we play our best, maybe we can beat them. And then suddenly you're playing Na'Vi, who's been a top 2 team all year. So you're definitely kind of a different challenge mentally to kind of prepare yourself to play against a kind of a bit more of a household name in European Halo as one of these top teams. And like you said, Na'Vi coming off the back of a 5-game series, you've got to assume probably the more warmed up of the 2 teams. And I was saying that maybe one positive for CatSmile could be that Oddball is a nice long game. Looks like Na'Vi are trying to rewrite that and make this round 2 as quick as humanly possible. And I think I'm not sure what's more demoralizing, Joe. Would you say playing a strongholds, getting beaten 3 or 4 minutes and get 2 or 3 kills each, or is it playing a long stretched out Oddball where you get like neg 15? I'm not sure which one's worse, and it's got to be a bit of a demoralizing game there for CatSmile.
Not a good, Steve. I'd say I'd favour the Oddball just because at least I've got some more time to play the map. But I'm known for most of the games I play, Steve. I'm either being outslayed in strongholds or being destroyed in Oddball anyway. So
just outslayed generally.
Yeah, generally. The CTF's all right. I can get involved with CTF, but I think at least for the Oddball side of things, there's a bit more time where you can sort of warm up your comms, try and get some team strats. Whereas if you're just getting outslayed in strongholds, that game is over so quickly. I'm sure everybody listening and watching has had a time where they've been just on matchmaking or in a tournament been outslayed in a strongholds game, and it just feels like you're not playing. Feels like you're watching your teammates die, and then you spawn up and you're already getting pressured. So you can't really get anything going, and you sort of chalk the map. Whereas at least on Oddball, you got a bit more time. You might have been 100 to forward in that second round, but I think in the first round, they got around 18, 20 odd seconds as well. So at least it's something to go from. And you said it yourself as well. CatSmileGaming, they're not expecting to win this series. So any sort of positive they can get, they're going to hold on to that and try and carry that momentum into the next one. But we are jumping on board to our second game, Aquarius Slayer, with Na'Vi winning and outslaying very comfortably in this one. It's going to be a tricky game for CatSmile again.
Yeah, and a random tangent that I want to go on, it just popped in my head. I don't know if you've been in this situation as a player, but when you play against those teams and you go into it, Na'Vi obviously one of the best teams in all of Europe, one of the best teams in the game, and you kind of know in the back of your head, we're probably not going to win this series, boys, but we're on stream, there's hundreds of people watching.
Yeah.
Do you get those players sometimes that maybe change their play style a bit and want to look good on the stream and look at me, guys, I'm going +2 against Na'Vi, and maybe are they not kind of playing the same style they were earlier against some of the lesser teams, really doing all it takes to get that win? You look at the scoreboard and you're negative 15, your teammate's just scraping a +1. You're like, are you baiting me a little bit here? I'm trying to win the game here, and you're just trying to look good for this. I think it's an interesting kind of mind game that go on. I think for me personally, it doesn't matter if I'm playing Optic, I'm playing Na'Vi. I just want to try my hardest to get that win, get the highest score as possible. And if we all go neg 10, we all go neg 10. But at least you can say, you gave it your best shot. And despite that game 1 being a little bit one-sided in terms of the score and the slays, the Slayer, it's game 2. I think Slayer is definitely the best chance for any team that's the underdog to cause an upset. And I've said it 8 times, and I'll say it for a 9th time. CatSmile, they drew a Slayer 50-50 earlier against Na'Vi. So this is the hope I'm holding on to for this game 2, Joe.
Yeah. Did you say it's a recharge Slayer as well, which they drew?
It was a recharge, so totally different map, but we'll forget that.
Yeah, so
it was a Slayer.
The 50-50 be 50-49 in CatSmile if it's going to be Aquarius, recharge,
exactly.
They just allowed Na'Vi to get that extra win. It is a good point. You'd like to say, and obviously unbiasedly, you'd like to say that every single player at the top level of EU Halo is going to perform exactly how they would perform in any series, even if it's on stream or not. But you do definitely see sometimes players, you sort of question them and go, well, why did so-and-so, he's got +4 this game, got +2 the next game, and he's not finding himself in a lot of objective positions or not finding himself in positions to help his teammate out. But, in that Oddball game, it doesn't matter if you're playing individually or as a team. Na'Vi just had the better of CatSmile, as you would expect. But the Slayer, like you said it 9 times, I might say it 10th time just to make sure that everybody knows. 50-50 last time these two guys played a Slayer game between them. And is that swing game? Maybe. But it's also a game where the weaker of 2 sides don't have to worry about the stronghold, don't have to worry about the Oddball, the King of the Hill, the Flag, etc. They can just worry about their individual gun skill. And we know the players in CatSmileGaming do have that. So we know that CatSmileGaming can compete. It's about individual gun skills good. It's about the team shots in Aquarius though as well. There's no sort of power weapons to really deal with. Maybe the heat wave you could say, but a lot of it's going to be down to his individual BRs. Who's going to get the better comms? Who's got a better team spot and map position to really capitalize on the opponent's team?
Yeah, one thing I want to talk about kind of generally as on Aquarius Slayer as a game type is that, and one thing that really kind of hammers this point home for me is the thruster packs. Obviously, everyone thinks the shot grenades, the camo, the heat wave, but I think personally the thruster pack is up there, the most important kind of utility on the map. And I think Wonderboy, the coach of Na'Vi, when I've listened to them scrim before, he actually times the thruster packs, which just kind of really shows how important they are. And I think if you play against these top level teams, you get in those situations where you spawn up and it seems like every player you run into has got a thruster pack, and if you're coming up against one of these pro players or a thruster pack, it's almost a guaranteed rather they're going to stay alive or they're going to kill you in the fight. It just makes such a big difference. And kind of on that subject, one thing I'd love to see in this game is Marcus with a thruster pack. I think he's probably ninjaed every single player in matchmaking ever. Like he's always ninjaing everyone because he can just spin around in 2 seconds, or sorry, 0.2
Has he ninjaed
seconds. I think he has ninjaed me. I know he's ninjaed Marine, but thankfully Marine's on his team, so he's not got to worry about that. But he's ninjaed everyone. Like he's a god at ninjaing people with a thruster pack. So if I can see Marcus get a thruster pack, he can ninja Jimbo. He can make a nice little clip, put that one on Twitter, and maybe it makes up for losing the series. But like we said, this game 2, this is the chance to if they can tie up the series here, are we going to see the creeps? The doubts start to creep back into Na'Vi's head in this series. And they lost 2 Slayers last series against Wobble Bobs. So if they lost this Slayer, that would be 3 Slayers in a row they've lost. So I think CatSmile, they've really got to lock in here. They've got to forget what happened in that game 1, and they've got to come in, come swinging out the fences here in this game 2.
Yeah, the cracks of the armor may start to show for Na'Vi. You touched on it really well. And in the first series, I thought Slayer, initial game 2 Slayer lost to Wobble Bobs in our winners round 1. My claim to fame, though, Steve, is that I haven't been ninja by Marcus because I'm too low of a rank to play against Marcus in matchmaking to actually be, dealt the hands by him. But yeah, we talked about his movement on the side. But what I really like about this CatSmileGaming side is the likes of Squash and Warlord. They are that sort of the instigator, they'll do the dirty work on the map, the assist man, that sort of player. And I think every single team should have some of those, and they might need to sort of play that role again, be the sort of play that dirty Halo, which you sort of get don't want to see necessarily, or don't want to play because everybody wants to get the slays in order to sort of capitalize and make your team go on to win a victory. But anyway, Warlord gets a double kill off the start of this one, 4-3 in favor of CatSmileGaming. We did touch upon this one being potentially the game which CatSmile could take away from Na'Vi. Slayer looking scary for them. Snipe Drone does tie up the game, but a good start from both teams.
Yeah, this is the start we wanted, but a few players do go down. I think a lot of the players with the thruster packs did go down, so it'll be interesting to see who can kind of scoop those thruster packs up. And it seems like at the start of this game, CatSmile, a lot of these players are trapped towards the car side, and 1v1 going down here. Snipe Drone does wisely back down. Looks like Squashy most likely here going to get taken down on car 1, so it seems like Na'Vi slowly collapsing in. Warlord does get a trade, thankfully. You see another CatSmile player here just trying to scurry away. Is he going to get a trade? And he actually gets the kill and gets cleaned out. So yeah, like you said, a nice start here from both teams. It's nice to see CatSmile doing a good job kind of trading out these kills, not letting Na'Vi really establish that early lead. And yeah, Mighty's though putting the pressure on this player on the front base. Doing a good job playing his life actually. He does actually get away to bottom mid, but he does get cleaned up. And it seems like Na'Vi at the start of this game, despite CatSmile doing a really good job kind of keeping it close as the backsmack comes in on Warlord, and no, Mighty's has got the heat wave. This is not what you want to see as you're a CatSmile player. I'm just going to say these Na'Vi players seem to almost be able to just roam across top mid. They've just got so much map control.
Yeah, it looked like Na'Vi started with their boots and treacle, but eventually they find themselves out of it. But a nice answer back from CatSmile as well. They're keeping it close. They did just get 3 down for Na'Vi. So you'd like to see Marine and Co push up and get some map control. Instead, he's going for the spawners. It's a nice prioritization there from CatSmileGaming. You can see the comms come in as he got help from his teammate right now. And the comms once again realizing there's a player down bottom. Nice kill from Marine. Big win against Snaky, keeping this one close right now. 15-all in the score. And the longer this game stays close, the more that favours CatSmile, in my opinion, because Na'Vi will start to show those cracks again in the Slayer they've seen so far.
Yeah, like we said, they've lost the last 2 Slayers in this tournament, so Na'Vi, you think maybe might have a few kind of doubts about their ability in Slayer, and this is their chance to kind of bounce back and start kind of rewriting that narrative. But like you said, so far it's been really nice from CatSmile to be able to keep this game close. You wonder as the game does go on a little bit, are we going to see Na'Vi kind of get into their kind of traditional setups? And we spoke about the last series about how Na'Vi were just so uncomfortable with the pace of the game, and I think if CatSmile can do something similar in this game and keep the pace of the game at that kind of messy, scrappy pace, that really could favour them and kind of prevent Na'Vi from kind of getting comfortable on the map and start racking up those shot grenades, those thruster packs, and really start getting those spawn kills going. But You know, so far Jimbo here, he's kind of controlling this kind of P side of the map with the tactical magnum, and you know, it can be such a powerful weapon up close. He does get a kill, but Squashy gets the trade. So once again, CatSmile just scores 22 to 21, just doing such a good job kind of staying together and trading off these kills.
Yeah, it's brilliant teamwork from CatSmile. You can always see the trades that are keeping them in this game effectively. Whenever I think a Na'Vi player is going to get away with his life, you can see someone like Squashy pop off that last headshot, or someone will sacrifice himself and get a melee to make sure they get the slays down. And that's what's keeping the game close. If you're CatSmile, you've got to take a book out of Wobbob's, a page out of Wobbob's book even, and try and play the same sort of pace which they showed against them. That's where Na'Vi are uncomfortable. So far, they're doing a relatively good job of this. Trades still coming across the board. Whenever I see one player from one team fall down, it's been equally traded out, and it's still going. If you watch that kill cam, it's one blue, one red, one blue, one red, as we get towards this next camo coming up on the map. We're on board with Snaky right now as he plays his life, gets back towards his teammates. You can see he's already got teammate control towards the P side of map. You can see all the players from CatSmileGaming spawning out towards the base as well. Ooh. But the slays are coming in from the side of CatSmile. They get 2 down to Na'Vi. Should be another player. That sniper and taken down as well. And it looks like CatSmile win that initial fight. They do. I think they're still tied up in the game, or at least one kill, maybe in the lead.
I've got to say, what a bounce back game from Marine. You think you saw in the stats, he had a bit of a slow game last game. I think he was saying that the sensitivity was a bit messed up or something. But, you know, sometimes is that an excuse, is it not? It looks like that wasn't. That looks like that was a valid excuse, because whether he's fixed in between games here, Marine's having such a strong game too. And like you said, just so impressive from CatSmile to keep this game as close as it is. And we are on board with Marcus. Unfortunately, hasn't got a thruster pack, but you see a Na'Vi player there has a thruster pack and a camo. It seems like they might have a heat wave as well. So this is where it can start getting scary for CatSmile. We talk about, you know, a lot of the time that Slayers, when he kind of gets that 30 kill mark in the game, usually the better team will start pulling ahead. And you know, CatSmile got to be careful here. If Na'Vi can start establishing these spawn traps, despite what has been such a good start from CatSmile, the game really could start to get away from them. But Jimbo here, he's actually struggling to locate a few of these players, and he gets caught off guard there by Marine. So a really good response there from side of CatSmile. Marine gets another kill there, double kill, sorry, from Marcus to getting the M's mixed up. But yeah, he's got a thruster pack. Marcus, you need to ninja someone while you're on stream. I'm sorry, it doesn't matter if you win the game, lose the game. You've got a thruster pack, you've got to ninja someone. And he's 7 and 8 in the game. He's only down a few kills now, so he does have car free control. And you see Warlord gets a grenade kill off screen. Marine does get traded out as well, but really good bounce back here from CatSmile.
Oh, nice use of thruster from Marcus as well. Even if they don't win the game, if he gets a ninja, they win the game in our hearts. Either way, he's just he's so quick on the map, playing all those different angles, all the different slide spots, gets his shields back, re-challenges this player who thought maybe he was still one shot, gets the kill as well, and then starts to play his life again. Does he get the stick? He gets the stick on the Jimbo!
He's insane.
Marcus, that PC, those controllers, that mouse, using like every single angle he can do, the sensitivity of this player, it's absolutely ridiculous. And that's keeping him in this game. It's still a 2-kill lead there for Na'Vi, getting towards the crunch time of this game. Mighty's on your screen. He's putting in a shift for his squad right now. Gets to one player back down, just get the assist onto him as well. Jimbo's there as a help. This camo is going to come up any second. Thruster in the side of Mighty's. He's now got camo and thruster uncontested. Players falling from CatSmileGaming. This is looking scary for the team in blue right now. Mighty's just controlling this top middle of the map. Gets another slay for his troubles as well. And see, right now he's just playing his life perfectly. He's got his teammates around him. They're getting the slays they need to. This game is slipping out of CatSmile's hand. Every single player is falling from CatSmile. They can't get anything going. Warlord caught left alone by himself in this blue base. He should be cleaned up, and almost one more kill left, and it's job done. Camo coming in. The hunter right now is Mighty's just looking for a backpack, looking for a shot onto one player. He pushes in with a thruster, doesn't get the kill onto Squashy. Nice reaction from him, but the game is slowly going to break away from CatSmile. They have to play perfect Halo, every single angle in their favor, and in the end, it's going to be the kill which Na'Vi need to lock in the second game of this series, 50-41. Na'Vi, off the back of Mighty's camo play, get that one done at the end.
You know, like you said, a really good effort from CatSmile, but once we kind of got to that 40 kill mark, the game was only within about 3 or 4 kills. We saw Marcus make some huge plays while we're on board with him, but Mighty's doing such a good job securing that camo, and he just put it to such good use at the end. It seemed like Na'Vi just had such good map control, really kind of trapped those CatSmile players into the bases, and in the end, they kind of closed that game out fairly comfortably, despite what was quite a kind of hectic mid-game. You know, as you'd expect, the more kind of established team doing a good job closing out there. You know, Jimbo 15 kills, Mighty's was getting with 14. You know, and on the side of CatSmile, we highlight a pretty well-rounded performance from them. Marine were a really, really good bounce-back game from him. So, you know, like we said, we expected the Slayer could be a little bit closer, and it was. So, good job from CatSmile to kind of show what they're made of here. But, you know, Streets king of the hill here in Game 3. It's now or never for CatSmile. If they lose this game, they're out the tournament, and they will go out of top 6. Na'Vi, this will be them progressing, and could this be the start of the Na'Vi losers bracket run all the way to the final, or are CatSmile going to kind of put a different story into the mix. I think it's going to be really difficult for CatSmile to, take a game here against a team like Na'Vi. But I will say, I'm impressed that they, showed what they are made of a little bit in that last game, and I'm hoping we can see a little bit more here in this game 3.
Yeah, will they put a paw in the traps of Na'Vi? Will they bring come out their claws out in this game? We're not too sure. What I will say, Na'Vi won the King of the Hill against the Wobbobs in our winners round 1 relatively comfortably. They did lose the Oddball and the Slayer, so this is a game which Na'Vi is still on a win streak on. And off the start, it's looking scary already for CatSmile. That's 4 dead, uncontested. Na'Vi up in their game already in this one, and it looks like the 9 lives of CatSmile could be out at any moment here, Steve.
CatSmile need to step it up right meow, or else they're going to lose this series.
Yes.
that's what they pay me for. But yeah, 3 dead again for CatSmile, and yeah, like you said, Na'Vi's such a strong King of the Hill team that you'd really expect them to be able to close out the series here. But it's Streets, it's one of those maps that can get very scrappy, very hectic. But yeah, when you're playing against a team like Na'Vi, you see one of the Na'Vi players here just locking down that C balcony with a Stalker rifle, which makes the map so difficult to traverse. But Marcus, again, we've highlighted him a few times with Marine. I'm getting the M's mixed up, but they're both very good players, so it's not much difference. But Marine doing such a good job there, kind of slipping the net in that Na'Vi setup and kind of getting the kill on that player. And you see that he already racked up a little bit of time in his hill, so really good plays from Marine to kind of be a nuisance in the midst of this setup. I mean, I was going to say he gets the Sentinel beam as well, but he does get flushed out there. So good job from CatSmile there to disrupt the setup a little bit. You see a few kills are still going down, but it seems like Na'Vi, they might have stabilized a little bit, and Snakey has got the Stalker rifle and the shotgun, just having so much weapons to play with here. And you can see he's flanked the player here in Marcus. He gets the kill, a perfect kill for Snakey. Oh, sorry, Mighties. I'm getting the players mixed up again. But yeah, what plays here from Na'Vi? And that's something we highlighted in the last series as well. It seems like whenever Na'Vi can kind of get these hands on the power weapons, they just do such a good job at kind of having these long runs with them, because there's lots of talented players in Halo. There's lots of players that can hit a cracked kill or 2 with the power weapons, but to be able to kind of stay alive with the weapons for such an extended period of time, and Mighty's he literally just gets taken down for his first death of the game. He got a whole killing spree of those weapons, so really good job from him. And you see off screen, Snipe Drone's almost capped this hill, and he finally does. So yeah, great play from Na'Vi, and 1-0 in the game already, unfortunately, for CatSmile.
Yeah, it's impressive here from Na'Vi. They've got the control of the second setup as well. And this is, despite Marcus and Marine making some individual good plays, this has been Na'Vi's game so far. And they're comfortably holding this second hill as well. One thing to note is, whilst there's a player in the hill, there's only 3 guns on the map for Na'Vi, but it still looks like they're in control against the 4 of CatSmile coming back into it. Nice kill there from Snakey on board with him right now. There's no player beyond the half-point mark here for CatSmile, putting pressure towards this hill. We're already about halfway through towards it as well. And Snakey, he's just doing his job. He's being the blocker right now for Na'Vi. Even if he falls, there's players behind him who can pick up the slack, get the extra shots down, which he clean up the kills which he's got towards him. Instead, that pressure which we saw against the Wobbobs in the winners round 1 comes back through again. They're not happy just keeping control of a kill. They're going to also push out and put some pressure towards the spawners of CatSmileGaming. Should be 2-0 right now. King of the Hill definitely looking like Na'Vi in control right about now.
Yeah, like you said, especially on that first hill, obviously it's all well and good having 1 or 2 players making these kind of clutch plays and slipping through the setups, but when you're playing against a team like Na'Vi, you're going to have those really strong, well-timed pushes to kind of break setups. You can't really rely on just, big clutch individual plays from 1 or 2 players. You've really got to have a really kind of well-timed team push. And for a team like CatSmile, obviously we look at their roster, really good job from them to get as far as they have in this tournament, but they're not, on the same level of kind of practice teams as, Wobbobobs or JLINGZ, Na'Vi. And I think when it kind of comes to these objective modes, we're really kind of seeing the gulf in, I guess, strategy and class in terms of, having the ability to break these setups. It just seems like Na'Vi, whenever they kind of get their setups going, it almost seems like they're unbreakable at times for CatSmile.
Yeah, Snipe Drone on your screen, doing a nice job being the last line defense for Na'Vi. Realises a player weak towards the station, cleans him out as well. He's the last player on this side of the map for his squad. Still getting the seconds in, despite the fact that he's by his lonesome. Still getting the shots down as well, eventually cleaned up, but bide enough time for his squad to come back into it. CatSmileGaming players are getting taken down as well. No one can really get control of this hill. Looking at Marcus on your screen, using that PC sensitivity once again. Oh, no. But a bit of team shot comes in from the Na'Vi player. They might not be controlling the King of the Hill, but right now they're in the heads of the CatSmileGaming players.
Yeah, I swear Marcus can do anything and I'll get excited. Him just turning a corner looks like he's making a play. Like, the mouse and keyboard, I love the point of view so much. It just looks so impressive. But, the silver lining here for CatSmile, it's only 2-0 in the game. and this PD hill does transition very nicely towards purple. So if they could actually break this PD hill and get the capture, that their chances of kind of tying up the game at 2-2 are very likely, because obviously that purple hill is so close. But you know, it's a lot easier said than done. If you look at the scoreboard, Na'Vi outslayed by quite a big margin at the moment, and when you're just getting outslayed this consistently in a game, it's just so difficult to get any objective done. You know, obviously if you're dead, it's very hard to get in the hill, and it just seems like Snipe Drone, you see how far pushed he is on the map. Maybe not as far as we saw Jimbo earlier in that game 1, but Na'Vi just having such a solid setup here, and you can see CatSmile, they can't even get out of that C base at the moment of this game, pinned in. Seems like Marcus has slit the net once again, and the Warlord as well. Marcus gets a double kill. Can he get the triple as well? Marcus, can he get the over on the player tires? He does get a shot, but it seems like that player's playing his life, unfortunately for Marcus. He gets the kill though anyway. Marcus absolutely popping off here. This could be what it takes. You see Na'Vi, they're so close to capping that PD hill. Marcus is absolutely popping off right now. This is what CatSmile need, and look how confident he's playing at the moment. He just looks like an absolute demon on the map. He's in this little hidey spot here above tires, and one dead at the moment for Na'Vi. And look at these angles he's getting, Joe. This is insane from Marcus. He's absolutely popping off, and you see that hill time on the side of CatSmile slowly racking up. So if Marcus can carry on playing the way he is around this map, this could be what it takes for CatSmile to get a hill.
Yeah, he's opened up this map for CatSmileGaming. You touched upon it, they're all stuck towards the subway side of the map, but eventually Marcus was the one who broke it out. But it was such a big lead from Na'Vi, so it only needs one set of slays for Na'Vi to grab this one, and they've closed out the hill. They're in control of it right now, locking it down 3-1. Brilliant play from Marcus. He did so well to sort of stop momentum from Na'Vi, but in the end, Na'Vi clutch up. They get the slays they need to, and they're already in control of this purple side of the map. They've got the first few seconds on the board. Jimbo also has the rockets in his hands right now, and he's just trying to locate the players from CatSmileGaming, but they're getting killed off the bat anyway, despite him not even getting any shots down himself. He's controlling this whole B side of the map, making sure that no players are slipping through the net right now, whilst his teammates are just racking up the extra seconds, Steve. They're close to locking this one out in 3-0. It's going to take another set of slays coming from CatSmileGaming, but Jimbo's going to get the shots down towards the player in the bottom middle there. 2 down once again from CatSmile. It's staggered pushes right now from the team in blue. It looks like Na'Vi have complete control of the map once again.
Yeah, no, it's crazy to me that Marcus can play like the Estonian John Wick and still not get a hill captured. He was playing basically perfect Halo there for a whole 30 seconds. It was so impressive, but just still against a team like Na'Vi, it's going to take a lot more than one player having a good few moments, and we see there just heartbreaking for CatSmile, getting so close to capping that PD hill, and you see like we spoke about before, the PD hill transitions so nicely to purple, and Na'Vi are just about to capture this hill already, and it's going to be a 4-0 in King of the Hill, a 3-0 in the series, and Na'Vi, despite their heartbreaking Game 5 loss to Wobblebobs, a really good job from them bouncing back, and they are going to progress in this losers bracket. But unfortunately for CatSmile, that is going to be the end of their run. It's going to be a top 6 finisher for them, but you know, I think they can't have their heads held down too low. I think they had a really good performance day, and you'd have to say maybe a bit unfortunate to come up against a team like Na'Vi in losers bracket round 1.
Yeah, it's like you're facing the final boss, but you're in the first dungeon. It seems like Na'Vi dropping down caused a bit of a question for the side of CatSmileGaming, but either way, as you touched upon, top 6 from this Quadrant 4K, last HCS 4K, they placed top 8, so nice showing from them, getting that win over BH3 in the pool play to lock themselves into this losers bracket. But at the end of the day, Na'Vi, this has made what they needed. If they had won that game against the Wobblebobs, potentially they would have gone into the Quadrant game flat, been quickly 3-0'd, and then they would be the cold team going into the losers finals. They now find themselves a team in form going into that losers semis, but they are going to place against JLINGZ or Jumpout gang, depending on which team wins out for this one. But Na'Vi get it done in 3 against CatSmileGaming, relatively quick, relatively fast fashion. If you're a Na'Vi fan, it's exactly the bounce back you wanted from them. CatSmileGaming, well done from them to get into the top 6, but Na'Vi, they're now locked into the losers semis.
You know, it should be a really interesting rest of the tournament, but I think, Joe, that is going to be all it is from us. But yeah, what a series to close out on. Yeah. Obviously, I think that Game 5 series, last series, we kind of got a little bit spoiled. You know, I think we had to kind of bounce out with a 3-0, you know, how it works. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting to watch the rest of the tournament, obviously on the Team Quadrant stream. And yeah, I'm excited to see if Na'Vi can make the run all the way to the grand finals. But looking at some of the teams in the losers bracket, obviously JLINGZ took Na'Vi to a Game 5 earlier on. And I think Jumpout gang as well, obviously a very strong team with Kimbo, the former Na'Vi member, obviously going to want some revenge. So yeah, I'm excited to watch the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. You find all the action towards the Team Quadrant stream as well. But as you said, Outcast, that's it from us. We did get that quality game of a Wobbobs versus Na'Vi in our winners round 1, and then Na'Vi cleaning out CatSmileGaming in our losers round 1 as well. So we're going to be jumping across and passing the action all the way to Team Quadrant stream, where they're going to take us home in this Quadrant 4K. 14,000 euros up to grabs for that team in top spot. You've got a Wobbobobs versus Quadrant in the winners finals, and then potentially Na'Vi versus the winners of JLINGZ and Jumpout Gang in our losers final. Some top Halo action, some top EU players still left in this tournament. It's all going to go down on that Quadrant stream. But from myself and Outcast and everybody on the Bravo stream, thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you all there in the main stream in just a moment.
Bye-bye.